Summary. Tired of the endless genin missions and Kakashi's infuriatingly cryptic teaching style, Naruto Uzumaki makes a bold decision. Seeking a more fulfilling path, he approaches the Hokage, a figure he's always looked up to. This daring move leads him to the eccentric yet powerful Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage. Under Jiraiya's tutelage, Naruto's journey takes an unexpected turn. Just as he begins to grasp the complexities of ninjutsu, he encounters a mysterious individual who will change his life forever. A being of immense power and knowledge, this enigmatic figure offers a glimpse into a world beyond the ninja realm. As Naruto delves deeper into his training, he discovers that his destiny is intertwined with forces greater than he could have imagined. With Jiraiya's guidance and the mentorship of Satoru Gojo, Naruto embarks on a quest to not only become the strongest shinobi but also to unlock the secrets of the universe and fulfill his true potential as he walks the perilous path towards becoming the Honored One. Mega crossover. Not in the same way you think.
Disclaimer. Do
not anything other than my devices an idea that is, but I wish I did, would have been filthy rich. Maybe in another universe? Another A/N, at the end. A gentle breeze ruffled the leaves of all the trees in the leaf village, the scent of sweet soil permeating nearly everything, sun casting long and skeletal shadows of late afternoon. The atmosphere spoke of peace and tranquility, a stark contrast to a certain sunny blonde's mood. Naruto Uzumaki, with all of his majestic orange glory, walked towards the Leaf Administration Building, specifically the office of the Hokage. His face twisted into a scowl which will make an Uchiha proud. Why, you may ask? Due to his sensei, one Kakashi Hatake. It has been long 10 whole days and they accomplished shit, well, except 2 daily D-rank missions. Nothing more. They barely survived their first C-rank turn-to-rank mission, and it was all Kakashi's fault. Stupid Kakashi-sensei. Naruto grumbled to himself. Don't get him wrong, he respected Kakashi. The guy was one of the best ninja around, and even a better instructor. If he taught you something, he made you the best at it. He is very efficient and fast, and even if he hasn't taught him any cool jutsu, his lessons in taijutsu and ninja tactics are simply brilliant. But therein lies the problem, he was a shitty teacher in a sense of responsibility. The guy has no motivation to teach other than occasional lessons. Naruto couldn't remember even one time where his sensei wanted to teach them anything. Everything seemed too forced on his part, and his behavior is not something you expect from a Jonin sensei. He scoffed mentally. And now the duck-butt bastard gets special training for his shitty Sharingan. Yeah, that was another issue. His male teammate, the eternal brooding Uchiha. And villagers call him Lord Sasuke, he scoffed. Like hell, I would rather die than call him Lord. Since the moment Sasuke awakened his shit-eating orbs of dirty flesh, he became #1 person on Naruto's shit list. The guy broods even more, and his attitude, which was tolerable crappy before, became absolute ass in a span of 10 seconds. Can you believe it? You could see his aura of murder from a kilometer away. And then there comes his other teammate. Okay, the love of his life, Sakura. Just fuck. Because of that bastard, Sakura is wasting her potential. I mean, she nailed the tree walking in one go. It has to mean something. He mused to himself, thoughts going to a certain violent, pink-haired banshee of a girl. He sighed but got a determined glint in his eyes. I will make Sakura see my way and rescue her from that bastard Uchiha. Then she will realize how much I loved her. He exclaimed with a giggle and smiled fondly. Negatives aside, though, the mission did teach Naruto 2 very important life lessons. One is that a shinobi's life is akin to a ticking paper bomb. Paper bombs don't tick, do they? On timer. No matter how strong you are, you may die the very next day or even the very next moment. That was a hard realization from the life he imagined as a shinobi where he saves princesses and damsels in distress. Sigh. But it is nothing more than his fantasy. The second one and most important one was his true ninja way. To protect what is important to him, I am damn tired of reading precious this and precious that. No more such fuck. Read along. I will change even that perception. Along with enjoying your life while it lasts. So he did. Enjoy. Making every shopkeeper stuck in a clown get-up for at least a day, and giving every chunin a makeover does count as something, doesn't it? And burning the old man Hokage out of his money too. Naruto snickered, recalling what happened afterwards. People passing near him looked his way quizzically but shrugged, used to the demon boy's unusual antics. Now, he will go to the perverted old man and put his foot down the old pervert's throat. There will be reckoning if I do not get training and not rock-hauling proper training. Heads will roll. He ended with a dark chuckle, not unlike a certain duck, but he knows. He arrived at the Hokage office, the guards all too familiar with him marching in without invitation, did nothing. But the sight which greeted the orange-wearing blonde was not what he expected the esteemed Fire Shadow, even if he was a total closer pervert. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the second god of shinobi, third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, was fighting a losing battle, a battle so great that no man has ever been able to conquer it. Paperwork. Jokes aside, paperwork really was the bane of his and every Kage's existence. The hellhole never ends. And what's more, it just keeps on reading and increasing. Nah, he ain't stupid. He can use shadow clones to do it, but they sometimes go out of hand, not unlike a certain whiskered blonde he knows. Sigh, I think Naruto is rubbing me way too much. Suddenly, a very peculiar chill went down his spine when he thought of the boy. He looked outside from the window located behind his seat. Whatever storm is coming, I want no part of it. Oh God, please, please spare this old bag of bones. He pleaded to the higher power, but to no avail. Naruto, a voice echoed in his chamber of a mind. He had his fair share of regrets regarding the resident Jinchuriki of Leaf, all tied to his inability, or more precisely his failure. Was believing in the will of fire and good of people the right choice? If he hadn't, Naruto could have gotten a much better life. A life full of the same vibrant energy he radiates. But before he could continue the depressing line of thought, a voice boomed from his right. Hey sensei, what are you ranting about?
Ah, Jiraiya.
Hiruzen smiled. Jiraiya, my boy, it is so good to see you. Jiraiya grinned cheekily. Same here sensei. It has been almost 16 years, hasn't it? The last time I came was when Minato got named 4th Hokage. It sure has, was Hiruzen's simple reply. Hiruzen was still smiling, but his brows furrowed together, only a little bit. Is there something wrong? I don't take you as the type to abandon your spying, be it on women of enemies. Just meet your old sensei? More importantly, you said, in your last letter, that you will only return during Chunin exams, and it's still 7 months away. Jiraiya chuckled sheepishly. Something like that? He sighed, no meaning in beating around the bush. Pa temporarily terminated my rights to summon any toad other than battle type. Hiruzen's eyebrows shot up like a rocket. He almost had a whiplash when he turned to Jiraiya from his paperwork. Say what?
Temporary selective suspension?
Is that even possible? He took deep breaths to calm himself down. Nothing is impossible, it seems. Just what the hell did you do to piss Lord Fukasaku to this point? He is a pretty wise and patient man, Toad. And being scolded by him and Lady Shima is nothing new. So what changed? Jiraiya smiled lamely and Hiruzen groaned, already arriving at an answer. You see, sensei, there was a new scout toad recruit, Gamazoru. He was pretty devoted to his work, it seems, as when I told him to help me in my research, he just stomped off and talked Pa's ear off to punish me, as I was corrupting the sacred toad values by my research until Pa gave in. Can you even believe the guy? Many toads, who are my normal companions, will give their limbs to just be a part of one of the greatest endeavors in all existence. He ranted like a child. Wait, Jiraiya paused, to let Hiruzen continue his question. When you say, corrupt, do you mean perversion? As in perverted toads? Jiraiya nodded. How will seeing human females make them pervert and breach their sacred toad values? Jiraiya looked uneasy for a few moments. It might have something to do with the fact that we share our senses, to let me get a clear picture. Hey, there's nothing wrong. The little guys like it. No, they absolutely love my research. He roared as Hiruzen got a look of realization. And soon a sound permeated the Hokage office. The sound of laughter. As for the aged Hokage, he couldn't help himself. It started as a chuckle, then more, then laughter, and then he sprawled onto the ground, trying to breathe between his laughing fit. Ha 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 ha. Toads sharing their senses with you? To think that toads will develop appreciation for the human female form. Priceless. It is creepy, gross, and hilarious at the same time. Ha 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 ha. He continued his fit while Jiraiya scowled, his eyebrows furrowing in mock displeasure. Laugh it all you want, sensei. I know for a fact that other than Kakashi, you are my biggest fan and a massive closet pervert. He exclaimed and smirked wider when Hiruzen gave him a mock death glare. Jiraiya became serious the next second. Sigh, as much as I want to continue our playful conversation, I have a lot more to talk about. He gestured vaguely. Hiruzen nodded and went through some hand seals. The room's air became so still that only the occupant's heartbeat and breathing was audible. So what is so important that you are here instead of Land of Water, Jiraiya? Do you want a full report or a short one? Hiruzen snorted. Lazy bastard. A summary now and detailed in written format would be nice. The super pervert nodded. Orochimaru is planning something big. Very big. The Land of Waters, as things are going, will be free from Yagura's control in 2 years' worth of time. I pulled a lot of strings to make that happen, to stop such needless bloodshed. He paused, taking out a scroll and tossing it to Hiruzen, who caught it. Most of all, the Akatsuki are moving a lot. I have my concerns towards that group of mercenaries, as it has been a long time since Itachi contacted me. He finished grimly, thoughts going towards a certain blonde genin he only saw in photos and heard in conversations. Hiruzen pocketed the scroll and turned to Jiraiya. This is concerning, as how much we are doing things from the background. The Mist Civil War should have been stopped long ago, but it hasn't. As for my wayward student, I will be on guard. You don't have to concern yourself with him, Jiraiya. No, sensei, I do have to concern myself. He is my former teammate and a friend, who became a threat to my home. He is my concern. You are old, sensei, very old, and you cannot bear the burden of it all alone. Hiruzen smiled fondly at his only remaining, loyal student. Here, take this. He threw something with vibrant colors and questionable artwork towards Hiruzen. The old Hokage's eyes lit up like a firework in the dark, as it was wide like a puppy given a new bone to chew. Make out. Anant Vasna? I thought it won't come out in 2 years. He quickly flipped through the book, skipping the unnecessary waste of papers, and onto the first chapter, which was titled Seed of Vasna. Jiraiya grinned and gave a wink. Just for you, sensei. An early birthday present, if you will. Then he looked outside the window behind his own back, where he was standing. How is Naruto? And Hiruzen's happiness died an early and ugly death. His expression morphed into sorrow, guilt, shame, and self-loathing. Not good at all, Jiraiya. Minato would have been ashamed of our people. I no longer believe that this is the same Leaf Village Hashirama-sensei and Tobirama-sensei founded. That bad, huh? Hiruzen just nodded, not being able to look the boy's godfather in the eye. Well, we cannot undo what is done, but now I am in Leaf Village for the time being, so I may have some basis to establish a relationship with him. Yes, you should do that. Naruto is a lonely child, with no one to call his own. But he is a ball of sunshine, not something you would expect from a shinobi. He reminds me of you when you were a child and when Hashirama-sensei caused trouble for the rest of us. He explained fondly. How about I train high? But before Jiraiya could finish, the door slammed open and an orange-yellow blur shot past him. Naruto slammed the door open and rushed towards the old man to surprise him, like he always does, but then paused and groaned. Damn it, old man. Get a grip on your dick. He blushed when he realized what he said, and quickly corrected himself. I mean, get a grip, you old excuse of a pervert. Reading such questionable material in your office ain't good. Does your tool even function? Seeing how old you are for such things? He ignored someone snickering behind him. Hiruzen was just baffled and dumbfounded. Naruto broke through a S-rank privacy/silencing barrier without any indication to him. He mentally shook his head. Well, I shouldn't be surprised anymore. Naruto is in no way normal, and logic is in the bin where he is concerned. It will be good for my senile sanity. He quickly hid his book, which seemed more like teleportation, not even touching on the topic where the blonde questioned his manliness. Ah, Naruto boy, how have you been? The old Hokage greeted jovially, trying to soothe the storm within the maelstrom known as Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto paused, considering his tone of reply. I am kinda good, old man, but I could have been better, much better, he said in a tone bordering on pleasant and annoyed. Hiruzen winced, a headache already forming. I just know I will regret this, but whatever. What's the problem, my boy? Tell me and I will see to it that it is solved. Hiruzen said resolutely, having no desire to piss off an angry teenager who has mega dirt on you. Kakashi-sensei. What? Was Hiruzen's intelligent reply. Kakashi-sensei is the problem, old man. More specifically, his attitude in regards to teaching us. I want a good teacher, not a laid-back, public smut-reading cyclops of a pervert. He again ignored someone chuckling behind him, not having any patience to care. Perfect, Jiraiya thought with a grin. Oh boy, thought Hiruzen with a grimace when he saw Jiraiya's grin. Kakashi is not going to like this and is going to be even more depressed. Of course, Jiraiya had nothing against the perverted Cyclops personally. He was one of the biggest fans of the Makeout series, so he has to be an angel in Jiraiya's eyes. I think I can help with that, Jiraiya chimed in their convo. Naruto blinked. Twice. Thrice. Then he berated himself for not noticing the other occupant of this room till now. He looked Jiraiya's way and raised his blonde eyebrows. Who the heck are you? Oh, the self-proclaimed super pervert raised his brows. Do you seriously not know me? Naruto scoffed. Am I supposed to? Jiraiya ignored the disrespect and did his iconic introduction pose, then said, I am the gallant Jiraiya, Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, the most desirable man in the entirety of elemental nations, and the famous writer of Makeout tactics. Naruto just stared at him, dumbfounded. Then it clicked. You? He pointed a heated finger at Jiraiya. You are the one who writes that garbage of a book old man and Kakashi-sensei always read. You dirty old leecher, absolutely roared, losing any semblance of control he might have. Jiraiya took a step back. Keikushina? Calm down, you moron. He chastised him in an attempt to hide his own surprise. I am offering valuable training here, and you are screaming like a schoolgirl to me. He finished with a scoff of his own, but internally he was all giddy. What would you even teach me? He asked as he calmed down, getting the point that anger will do him no good. How to peep on women, how to write smut like you, how to giggle like you. Just what? He asked somewhat jokingly despite himself. Jiraiya smirked, internally. Kid, you have no idea. Externally, he narrowed his eyes in a playful anger. I'll have you know that I was the one who taught Minato Namikaze, kid, and am currently one of the strongest shinobi alive. Naruto's eyebrows climbed up to his hairline. As for Hiruzen, he was content to watch the banter play out. Naruto intruded Jiraiya's private space and gave him the cutest expression with widest puppy dog eyes the blonde kid could muster. And it was damn effective as Jiraiya found his heart melt at the sight. You taught the fourth Hokage? Jiraiya nodded. Naruto looked at Hiruzen for confirmation, and sure enough, he too nodded. Wow, just wow, he said admirably. Hey, if you want it, kid, I could teach you. I have free time, but only if you really want and are ready to be put through a meat grinder on a daily basis. In future, you may wish you haven't agreed, so you still wanna? Naruto did not trust his voice at this point, so he just nodded eagerly and rapidly. Naruto looked towards the clock. When do we begin? Now, said Jiraiya as he picked Naruto up like a sack of potatoes. Then he frowned. He is way too light for a 15-year-old. Does he eat his smugness and arrogance instead of food? 'Cause they both seem pretty light. Ha! He was in deep thought, so he ignored the cries of protest from his passenger, and body flickered away to an empty, private training ground. Training Ground 24. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at Training Ground 24. A vast expanse of emerald green grass stretched out before them, a calm river meandering through the center, its gentle murmur punctuated by the thunderous roar of a nearby waterfall. It was a serene setting. So, how are we going to do this? The blonde managed to stammer out, still feeling very nauseatic due to such high-speed movement. Jiraiya grinned, and it had way too many teeth to be anything good. I am one who goes with the flow. Bring me everything you've got, no holding back. Let's see what you've got. Naruto smirked defiantly. You sure? I could break some perverted bones in you. Believe it. You are like 1,000 years too early to even land a hit on me, kid. Trust me when I say this. I am fast. So very fast. The white-haired pervert gloated with no shame. Shadow clone jutsu. The super pervert heard a shout, and the training ground descended into an all-out brawl between an orange nuisance and a white-haired leecher. One eternity later. Naruto was breathing very heavily and was laying sprawled on the ground like some torn paper bag. The trash writer sure hits hard, he sulked. Yup, he got the first-hand experience why Jiraiya was feared in all elemental nations. Even with 200 clones, he couldn't even touch Jiraiya. He tried everything he has learned up to this point and everything went to, oh, stop sulking around. He was still there, was he? Might be to take pity on him just like everyone. No, kid. I know a hard worker when I see one. You are not talent and all hard work, so I don't and won't take pity on you. Naruto just groaned. Great, just great. Now the pervert had mind-reading abilities. Oh God, why? Why do you hate so much? What did I do to you? Idiot. I can't read your mind, but I have enough experience with people like you to predict what they would think. Now super great. His pride and title as unpredictable went out of the window. I was and am kinda the same. Jiraiya smiled in sympathy. All Naruto was able to manage was a weak smile. Jiraiya sat beside him in the lotus position and closed his eyes, while he waited for him to recover. Meditation? Probably. Naruto gave a mental shrug. It was a foreign concept for his hyperactive body and mind, so why even try? After almost an hour, which seemed more like eternity for Naruto as it was so quiet, he always feared quite some reasons known and some unknown. He got up and stretched him limbs. Sigh. Now I can feel my body again. The pervert gave me one hell of a beating. Believe it. So, what do I have to improve? His voice was laced with hope to hear a good response. A response he desired. Everything. Nope. Looks like the universe won't be having it. That plain reply crushed his hopes. A cruel old man can't even understand his emotions. Naruto just humphed and sat, glaring daggers at Jiraiya's serene, tranquil-looking form. He slowly opened his eyes and began elaborating. Naruto, remove your tracksuit. I want to inspect your seal. Naruto was taken aback by the request, but complied nonetheless. Jiraiya inspected his figure more than the seal. Just as I thought, the kid is malnourished and what sensei told me, all he eats is ramen. I have to change that. Kushina would have had a fit if she saw her son in such a condition. He shuddered at the thought. Then, moving on to the seal, as Hiruzen had told him, Naruto drew on Fox's power on his first C-rank mission. He nodded when he found nothing wrong with the seal, and motioned Naruto to get redressed, which the blonde genin eagerly did, a little crept out by the fact that an old man was inspecting his body so deeply.
¿Qué es chaver?
First of all, your diet is shit. He ignored the blonde's indignant cry of don't you diss ramen. He continued, kid, you are a 15-year-old teenager, and teens need a lot of nutrients to grow properly, with all the hormonal changes in your body. You are way too short, very skinny, and your skin clearly shows how much you fulfill your daily nutrition requirement. Naruto shot him a withering glare for the shorty comment. No more ramen for you then. Jiraiya grinned sadistically at his reaction. Naruto was horror-stricken. No! He screamed to high heavens. He knelt down in a pleading posture, like people do in temples. Pervy sage. He had tears in his cerulean blue eyes, and it did not look good on him. Please, he supplicated. Please don't do such cruelty to me. I can endure anything but that. Gee, drama queen much? He said dryly. And don't call me that. It's Jiraiya-sensei to you. Brat. Jiraiya ignored Naruto's chanting pervy sage for now. Anyways, we are getting distracted here. The second thing we will be working on will be your physical conditioning and martial arts. You suck. I applaud you on your esoteric tactics, but it won't matter when you go on higher levels, as battles aren't won solely on combat ability. Jiraiya said wisely and paused to let Naruto digest what he told him. When he was sure that the blonde absorbed his words, he continued, "Third on our list is your overall intelligence. And I repeat, overall intelligence. You will have to read and write a lot if you want to learn from me." Naruto cried in protest, but Jiraiya just gave him a look which promised pain, so he shut up. He shook his head and said, "You will also be learning other shinobi arts." "Other shinobi arts?" Naruto inquired, as he was intrigued. "Yes, like weapons, learning to dispel genjutsu, basic medical ninjutsu, and yes, the most important is fuinjutsu." "Why sealing art? Even I can understand the use of others as I already know them, well, basics at least, but why seal specifically? Aren't they, supposed to be super difficult?" Naruto asked. "Because it's your legacy?" was what Jiraiya wanted to say, but opted for a, "I'm best at it. Why not?" Naruto stared at him disbelievingly. "Right?" Nope, he did not believe the old pervert. "Anything else?" Jiraiya nodded. There are a lot. But we will get to them when the time is right." He looked up to the sky and said, "There is still some time left before I will call it a day. So let's do what is number 1 on our agenda?" Naruto mentally said, "Fuck it," and asked in irritation. "And that is?" Hunger did not help. God above, he needed ramen right now. Jiraiya beamed. "Summoning jutsu." "Sigh. I'll explain later. For now, you need to learn to better control your chakra. And the next step in chakra control is water walking. Now get to it." He motioned towards the river and they both sauntered towards it. Jiraiya demonstrated by walking on water without falling into the river, then did some complex maneuvers from his personal taijutsu style. How long will it take to learn this water walking thingy? 'Cause I'm hungry as hell," whined Naruto. As to drive his point, his stomach grumbled in protest of hunger. Jiraiya looked thoughtful for a moment and said, "I estimate at least a week. If you use shadow clones, then maybe a few hours at most. It depends. Besides, if you can complete water walking today, I will give you a treat, all you can eat." Naruto beamed in response. "Wait, shadow clones? How will they assist me in training?" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "You're telling me that you can spam thousands of shadow clones and still have no idea that they give memory feedback? Seriously?" Naruto looked at him in confusion. What?" Jiraiya chuckled. "In layman's terms, what your shadow clone learns, you will learn it too, after it gets dispelled," he explained calmly. His voice was laced with humor. Naruto said nothing, as his eyes and mouth were too wide to form any sentence. And an unholy scream of frustration was heard throughout the Leaf Village. 2 hours later, Naruto backflipped, trying to master enough control on his chakra to perform martial arts on water. It had taken him 1 hour with 600 clones, stretched throughout the length of the river to get water walking down. He heard someone clapping. "Very good, Naruto. That sure was fast." Naruto grinned foxily and rubbed the back of his head. "Aren't I awesome? Believe it." He was more happy to be called by his name from the super pervert, an accomplishment recognition of his strin. Jiraiya chuckled. "Yup, you sure are kid." Naruto gave a bright smile for acknowledgement and then pouted for calling him kid again.
"Sí, Mia."
Jiraiya motions him. Naruto tilted his head in a cute manner, and it took a lot of Jiraiya's willpower to not crush him in a hug. "Damn, this kid is cute." Then he giggled perversely, thinking of what kind of attention he will get from the female populace once he gets through with him. He would be a gold mine of inspiration. I could write whole volumes of make-out just on him. Like make-out. 9 Tails. It up to you to assume what you will of ninja, where a human gets a demonic contract and ends up with further classification will not be healthy for reader's sanity.
Que endless perverted giggle.
I will make him my true apprentice. With his looks, he can swope any girl off her feet, thought the super pervert, continuing his evil plotting to corrupt his godson. When Naruto reached him, Jiraiya handed him a towel, which came from where, Naruto had no idea, and helped him dry himself. Then he did some hand signs and casted a small fire jutsu to warm him up. "Ah!" Naruto sighed pleasantly, heat permitting his entire form. They both sat on a rock using it as mat. It was almost sundown, and they had to leave pretty soon. Jiraiya had something important on his mind. "Hey Naruto." The blonde looked up, his gaze questioning. "What is your reason for fighting?" "What?" "I am asking, why are you fighting? As a shinobi, why do you want to become strong? What drives you?" Naruto made an O from his mouth and replied, "Well, first of all, I want to become a Hokage, so that everyone in the village will respect me. Then, I want to one day marry Sakura." Jiraiya smiled. At least the kid had a clear-cut view on his priorities. "And most of all, I want to become strong so I can protect what is important to me. This village, my friends, the things I will acquire, all of it. Also, when I make a promise, I can fulfill it because that's my ninja way." Jiraiya had a satisfied smile in his mind. Good enough for now, but a little push is needed. But externally he showed indifference, a neutral face. Naruto too noticed it and tilted his head in confusion. "Is that all, Naruto?" Naruto frowned. "What do you mean, is that all? I just told you what drives me to become a better ninja." "I don't mean to offend you, Naruto, but is gaining acknowledgement of the village and a girl is all you want?" "No, as I said, I also want to protect what's important to me and keep it safe." "I heard that, but what about a more stable drive?" Naruto was becoming very impatient. Not understanding Jiraiya didn't help. "Do you have a problem with my goals, good sir?" he asked threateningly. Jiraiya shook his head. "I have no problems with your goals, Naruto. They are very admirable for someone so young. Most teenagers will say glory, fame, girls, or money, or something along those lines. Your goals spoke depth about your character, but I want to know, what would you do when the thing you are protecting is lost? When the village gets destroyed in a war? When the girl you like didn't return your affections have died in the line of shinobi?" Naruto just stared at him, eyes wide and in deep thought. He opened his mouth to say something, but Jiraiya didn't let him. "You are not the only one protecting the village. Every ninja here does so. You know, when I became a ninja, I did so because I wanted to get as many ladies as I could," he said with a chuckle. Naruto too chuckled, despite the situation and the inner turmoil Jiraiya caused. "But slowly, my goals evolved," Jiraiya continued with a sad smile, "became grounded and gave true meaning to my life." He looked at Naruto with a very serious expression. "What I want to know is, what is your goal if not purely material and fleeting? What would you do when you lose your goals? Things you protect? Face the facts, Naruto, nothing remains forever. Everything has a time to fade away. I know for a fact because I am a sage, I have a deeper understanding of reality. More so in our line of work. The death rate is nearly 70% for most ninja. Heck, becoming a missing nin or a bandit will be safer than being a village's shinobi." He paused to let Naruto digest his words. After a few moments, Naruto spoke in a low voice. "What should I do? Jiraiya-sensei?" Jiraiya smiled in triumph when he heard sensei with his name. "You have to find your own answer, Naruto. Do what you view as right. I am not telling you to throw away what you currently strive for, but find a more solid and grounded reason to continue your existence. Because I know what it feels like when you complete your goal. First you will feel satisfaction, then empty, nothing." Jiraiya sighed. "Don't think too hard on it now, I only bought this up so you can grow as a person too. A person with strong ideals or reason he strives, he fights." He trailed off, not liking the expression on blonde Jinchuriki. "Welp, how about it?" Naruto looked up in even more confusion. "Let's go to your favorite place of ramen and I will pay them for this week's worth of money so you can have it as much as you want. We will begin your diet from next Monday. So what do you say?" He wiggled his eyebrows. Naruto gave an uneasy and sad smile, and you couldn't even blame him, as it felt like his very world got destroyed below his feet. The very reason he thought, come to understand, he became a shinobi, was crushed by a wise and experienced man. And that said man wasn't even wrong. Naruto understood that much. He understood that deep attachment within a shinobi life could only bring pain when lost, but he didn't want to think about it. "That's why I even wanted to train harder, so I can keep them safe. His ninja way." "Wait, didn't Jiraiya-sensei say that I have to arrive at my own answer? And my goals are perfectly fine as they are." He grinned mentally, understanding Jiraiya's point. I need a stronger reason to fight, and make my reasons stronger with them. Yup, he cheered mentally. Jiraiya smiled when he spotted the improved mood of his godson. Only time will tell what becomes of him. Tomorrow he will teach him the summoning jutsu, and give him part of his legacy. He was 15 years late in his godson's life due to village security, but no more. But he had no idea what tomorrow entails, as it will change his and Naruto's life, along with the very world, forever. For good or bad is to be found. End. /N. So, there you have it. I made a lot of changes and it takes a lot of effort, believe me. Hiruzen will not be having any active role, as when I revised his character, I didn't like it very much. Jiraiya will be having a more central role and will help Naruto mature into what he is supposed to be. No, even with wisdom, Naruto's core personality will remain the same. Kind, cheerful, compassionate and ready to throw his life for others. Some people thought that my previous chapters had a good amount of philosophy. Well, now you will get a real taste of philosophy. I would say mostly the Sanatani philosophies, as I am a Hindu and have studied almost every branch of Sanatan Dharma and have a decent grasp on its core values. So I will incorporate it into my fanfiction and my own story. Chapter 2. I am the honored one. He felt alone. So very alone. It was a space devoid of color, texture, or sound. A void, an absolute nothingness, the hyperspace. That was both overwhelming and strangely comforting. Yet, within this hyperspace, his consciousness persisted. It was Satoru Gojo, his spirit adrift in a sea of nothingness. He chuckled, a hollow, mirthless sound from his metaphysical mouth. Loss. It was an unfamiliar word to him. He never even thought about the possibility of losing to someone, let alone dying. There was no pain, no fear, merely an awareness of existence. He was a mind without a body, a consciousness without a vessel. He could feel no physical sensations, taste no flavors, smell no aromas. All that remained was thought, pure and unfiltered. He could still vividly recall everything. His defeat at the hands of Sukuna, his meeting with his dead comrades and his only best friend. What would you have done, Suguru? Again, there was no sound nor any ear for such sound. His voice was no more than thoughts. He chose north, the right path, the path of self-improvement, as Nanami put it. He had to become a better version of himself, even in his next life. Because you see, Satoru Gojo, the honored one, understood life only after his death. One of the most selfish humans to ever exist, a person who rarely thought of others or their well-being. What he sought was a thrill of battle, his reason for being a jujitsu sorcerer. But he found none. When he thought he had fun, he didn't. He began to seek what he didn't have. Friends, people close to him. But that changed. Death shatters ego, they say. Well, the monks and yogis weren't wrong. His ego got shattered when he died, the very moment Sukuna used his world-cutting slash. As he thought himself to be invincible and others believed it too. But he lost and died nonetheless. He thought of himself as enlightened, a higher being on the face of earth who has conquered death, but he couldn't be more wrong. He is not enlightened, so he will return to the cycle of reincarnation, samsara, and be reborn. Well, I can't do anything even if I wanted to. I am nothing but a soul with still intact awareness waiting to be reincarnated. Sigh. There is nothing that can be done. Satoru mused. Everything's up to you, my students, he thought hopefully. Looking at them now brought a lot of guilt. In Asian culture, a student-teacher relationship is very special, a bond greater than blood or ritual. But he let them down, all due his own foolishness in seeking the ultimate challenge. To seek someone else who could understand you. As of now, he felt very alone and empty. He chuckled again at his own mental comedy. Yeah, right, like I was alone. In one way he is right. He never was alone. His loneliness was only a mental barrier he created due his perception of others as his inferiors and him being very superior. His arrogance as the honored one, the strongest, the chosen one. There was only one human he ever saw as his equal. Suguru. Suguru compared him to a flower, a lotus. He was right, But if someone tried to understand the lotus, shouldn't the flower let them do so? He didn't. Satoru let his power decide his character. As one's character and mindset are their core and their overall strength, physical, financial, or political, is a layer upon said core. He let that covering decide what becomes of his core, whereas he should have shaped the cover according to his core. He isolated himself after Sugiru's fall from grace and was the one responsible for the death of many thousands, directly or indirectly. But even with that knowledge, he had no regrets, as he died without them. But after his death, what Satoru mostly regretted was his life and how he lived it. And now he is here, Satoru Gojo, the honored one, world's strongest jujitsu sorcerer, lost, broken, and shaken, alone in the vast expanse of an infinite number of endlessly expanding universes. He signed tiredly. I can't even remember when I died. My perception of time is messed up. Oh, Brahma or Yama or whatever, just reincarnate me already. He half ranted, half demanded. It was a very peculiar thrill, being able to witness your own reincarnation, that is, the changes to your very soul, true soul, which only carries a spark of consciousness and karma, rewriting of the laws according to the universe, crushing and flushing of your astral body, which contains memories, ego, biological data, mental landscape aka innate domain and personality, and gaining a new one. Suddenly he felt a strong pull in the back of his mind, or well, his entire being, that is. Satoru grinned. Finally, finally, ha ha ha. He exhaled deeply and then his eyes, even non-physical, glinted with hope. It's about damn time. I will change and again be the honored one, but with a different approach. A true honored one. Nothing happened. He frowned in surprise. What? He paused, then added, is that supposed to happen? Another pull stronger than the last one. But again, nothing. Wait. Does the traditional ice guy shit is about to happen? To me? Really? He looked around the void with his spiritual eyes. Nah, it can't happen. He trailed off, unsure. Sure, reincarnation with memory is possible, but that is counted as a city. Highest level spiritual accomplishments capable of altering the very universe on a fundamental level. Satoru Gojo was many things, but spiritualist was not one of them. Even if he was a spiritualist, he couldn't acquire city. With his attitude and all, as well as the nature of his being, which is tamasic opposed to a city's sattvic nature. After all, jujitsu was derived from Tibetan tantric practices, a tamasic aspect of reality. This time he felt the strongest pull he had felt. It was very similar to his blue, but tenfold in sheer intensity. And in the blink of an eye, the hyperspace was no more, replaced with vibrant colors he could perceive with his 6 eyes. Wait. What? 6 eyes? How does he even have it? More importantly, how can he tell it's his 6 eyes? And he was falling. And now he landed/crashed. What the fuck? Those were his first actual words as he found himself lying face first in a crater. He couldn't get even one good reincarnation? Seriously? He groaned and hard. Karma, you truly are a bitch. He cursed and then added, I really hate you, Lady Luck. And Lady Luck hated one Satoru Gojo in return. Friday morning, 8:15 a.m. with Naruto. The morning sun painted the sky in the hues of pink and gold. Cold but gentle wind cascading Naruto's skin. The sound of birds chirping in content and happiness. Stores being opened and people walking up for their jobs and work. Nothing can be wrong with this environment, right? Wrong. Where the hell is that pervert? Grumbled Naruto impatiently. It's been almost an hour late already. Jiraiya told him to be in training ground 24, same as before, at 7 a.m. Guess what? Naruto came on time. He was punctual. He understood what it means to make someone left waiting, so he broke his sweet sleeping cycle with an ice-cold bath and came. But the Toad Sage was not present. He waited for him, then began doing the normal warm-up Kakashi taught him. He even played hide and seek with his shadow clones, but Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. He did what anyone else has done, search for the old pervert. I swear I will burn what makes him a man once I find him, he said darkly. Naruto was not a patient person. it was never in his nature to ever be patient. He searched for Jiraiya in a bar near his residence, in the Hokage office, and even, reluctantly, in a hot spring. Old man told him he could find Jiraiya there, but he couldn't. And all that brings here, Naruto stomping off impatiently through the central part of Leaf Village in search of Toad Sage. "Hey boss," Naruto heard from behind him. He looked back and found Konohamaru there. His anger momentarily forgotten, he greeted him with a warm smile. "Hey there, Konohamaru. What are you doing here this early in the morning?" Konohamaru chuckled. "I was just getting away from boring lessons Ebisu-sensei gives. Seriously, that pervert has a loose screw when he thinks that reading history will help me become Hokage." Naruto grinned. "Wow, I thought only I found those disgusting books boring. Welcome to the club, Konohamaru." Naruto warped Konohamaru in a hearty hug, which the aspiring ninja eagerly returned. Ending their embrace in the middle of the road, they began walking, and Konohamaru asked, "What are you doing here, boss? I don't take you as a type to wake this up early?" Naruto laughed sheepishly. "I am definitely not the type. I was actually searching for Jiraiya, as he is my new instructor." Konohamaru's eyes went wide. "Do you mean the Toad Sage Jiraiya?" His voice trembled with admiration. Naruto raised his eyebrow in surprise. Yeah, the same one," he replied, not understanding the kid's admiration for the pervert. "Are you kidding me? You are being trained by the Toad Sage himself? So cool!" he exclaimed with shining eyes, and Naruto paused to stare at him. "Kid, I know he is supposed to be a super cool and strong ninja, but he is a mega pervert and claims to be the world's biggest super pervert," Naruto said with a sigh and resumed his walk. Konohamaru deadpanned. "Aren't we the same? I mean, the first time I met you, we tried to sneak into the hot springs, and you have the harem jutsu, the most perverted jutsu in existence." Naruto glared at him. Konohamaru returned it with his own, and after a few seconds Naruto looked sideways, shameful. "Guilty as charged, it seems." "You are right, but at least I don't publicly announce my desires. You gotta hide them from others, you know?" Naruto bashfully said. Konohamaru smirked mischievously. "I totally understand you, boss. Grandpa also hides his books to who knows where. I can't find them anymore." Naruto froze, eyes wide in shock. "You read erotic literature?" Naruto grabbed his shoulders and shook him. "Kid, you are really a kid. What are you, 12? 13? That's not the time to go there." Konohamaru blinked innocently. "How old were you when you made the sexy jutsu?" he asked. Naruto let go of Konohamaru's shoulders, turned and began whistling innocently, trying to deflect the question. "Well?" he persisted. Naruto looked at him with narrowed eyes in annoyance. "Sigh. Fine." Naruto gave in. "I was 11. I got my hands on the cover of the same book the old man reads, and from there I got my inspiration for sexy jutsu." "Happy?" Konohamaru smiled slyly. "Happy?" he replied cheerfully and teasingly. "You are an open-closet pervert." He tapped his chin. "A mixed pervert, I'd say," he added. Naruto just glared harder at him, huffed, and began stomping off again, the anger on Jiraiya rushing back with vengeance. All that aside, Konohamaru began, "What about training with Jiraiya?" "Ooh, we just started yesterday. He taught me chakra control," said Naruto without looking at him. "Like the leaf sticking?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "Like the leaf sticking, but more advanced." "Wow," he said in awe. "Could you teach me? Pretty please." "Huh. Please." Konohamaru was on his knees and was giving the best puppy dog eyes he could muster. They ignored others looking at them. "Ebisu-sensei doesn't teach me anything useful or ninja-related, and Iruka-sensei never teaches anything interesting." Naruto patted him on the shoulder in sympathy. "I understand your frustration, but I myself just began to learn." "What would I teach you?" "What you learn," Konohamaru replied instantly. Naruto sighed dramatically and spoke in a mighty, superior tone. "Sorry, Konohamaru. I really like you, but I have my own duties as a ninja and my training, so that's a no-go." Naruto shook his head in faux sadness. Konohamaru looked crestfallen. But just then, his eyes glinted and a grin found its way to his face. Really, boss? Naruto nodded in fake sadness. Really? I have to go now. You can go play with your friends or train or do whatever. I have to find a pervert, you know? He began heading towards the Burning Leaf Hot Springs, third on his list today. What if I give you a week's worth of ramen? Konohamaru questioned in a knowing tone. Naruto paused, considering. Liar, said Naruto after the pause. You don't have the money for it, you were just a kid, and what do you think a ninja like me will be sold for such a cheap price? If and a big if sold at all. He ended with a scoff. What? What do you expect him to do? Refuse this offer? What good would that do? The kid will just go to his grandpa and request another instructor. And Jiraiya forbade him from eating ramen from now on. Even if he were to disobey him, it would do him no good. The 1-week offer from Jiraiya is already used to pay his dues to the blasted ramen stand. Free ramen is the best ramen in the world. Too easy, Konohamaru thought with a widened smirk. Really? Did you forget that I am a Sarutobi and more importantly, the grandson of the third Hokage? Or did you forget that I am rich enough to have a Jonin as my private instructor? He pressed certain words to have the highest psychological impact. Those basic psychology lessons sure come in handy sometimes. Naruto's eyes went wide in realization, but he quickly shook his head. Spoiled much? He asked rhetorically. My answer is still no. I cannot abandon my duty just to train you, as you said. You do have a private instructor. The great-grandson wiggled his eyebrows. How about 2 weeks?
No.
I will not be sold for any price, Naruto replied heatedly. 1 month. Naruto took a really long moment to consider. 1 bowl of ramen costs almost 150 ryo with discount, and I easily eat about 15 bowls a day, and that equals to 2,250 ryo per day on average, then that multiplied by 30? He began doing mental maths. I suck at maths. Oh my god, Naruto thought, completely baffled. I eat almost 90,000 ryo worth of ramen per month? Adding special days. He chuckled, which confused his companion. I am amazing, he mentally cheered. My answer is still an O kid, he replied, but a tad bit unsurely, debating whether to take up the kid's offer or not, which Konohamaru took notice of. 3 months? That's as far as I can go. How about it? Deal? Konohamaru extended his hand for a handshake. Ah, bingo. I am not giving him even half of my allowance, which I don't even use, and he is ready to give in. Konohamaru, the future Hokage, you are awesome. He patted himself on the back. Done. Naruto took Konohamaru's hand and shook it rapidly with a grin. They both crackled maniacally in the middle of the street and kept people wondering what is wrong with kids these days. When do we start? Naruto hummed for a few seconds. Today is Friday, so from the day after tomorrow, every Sunday, come to Training Ground 3, all right? It will be empty on Sundays. Thanks, boss. I'll see you tomorrow. With that, Konohamaru ran off to his friend's house, probably udon. Naruto too resumed his search. He is going to pay, one way or another, for making me wait like that. Kuma Lane, 9:12 a.m. Naruto ran. At his top speed. Ran from a mob of females. Ran from their righteous fury. It was good that he used a transformation jutsu to look like Tazuna, or he'd be toast. It was his 5th hot spring, but even now Jiraiya was nowhere to be found. Maybe he gave up? Maybe it was only a 1-day thing? I should have known, he thought dejectedly. After all, why would someone want to train me of all people? HN. Seriously, if the Toad Sage was really serious about training him, he'd be on time and not stalling to whatever he was doing. As he continued his mental musing, he crashed into something. Or rather someone. Watch it, Naruto. Naruto heard. As he looked up, he was greeted with a scar-faced individual looking at him with a slight frown. Naruto brightened up. Irika-sensei. Irika's lips quivered up ever so slightly. Hey there, Naruto. How have you been? Naruto gave a megawatt smile. I am doing great, sensei. How about you? I am also doing great. You were in a hurry. So, where were you heading? Naruto laughed a little. I am looking for my new teacher. Though it seems like only I consider him a teacher. If he had any intention of teaching me, he would have come on time. Iruka noted the sadness on Naruto and decided to lighten his former student. I can't speak for them, but maybe they got strangled in an important business? You should give them some time. He said wisely and added, who is this new teacher of yours anyways? I don't see your teammates, so it can't be Kakashi. Yes, it isn't Kakashi. His name is Jiraiya. Iruka's eyes went wide in recognition. The legendary Jiraiya? He asked and Naruto nodded. Then you shouldn't worry, Naruto. I am sure he had very important business to take care of, and that's why he couldn't train you today. More like he is perving somewhere, grumbled Naruto under his breath. Huh. Nothing, Iruka-sensei. Then Naruto's eyes sparkled with an idea. Nah, Iruka-sensei, you always found me no matter where I was. So, can you help me with Pervy Sage? Pretty please. Iruka had a good laugh on Jiraiya's nickname. Hehe. Well, I don't have much time, but I could at least try. But no guarantees, alright? Naruto just gave him a bright smile. Iruka closed his eyes and did a ram seal, changing his chakra into sensory mode and expanding his sixth sense in a wide area, searching for the largest chakra signature aside from Naruto. After almost a minute, Iruka opened his eyes. Sorry, Naruto, with my range I couldn't find him. Range? Naruto wondered but outwardly signed heavily. Wait, Iruka-sensei, what did you do? With the ram sign? Oh, nothing much. I am a sensory-type ninja, so with the ram seal, I changed my chakra into sensory mode, which allowed me to pinpoint others' chakra's location. Sensory ninja? What is that? Is it a super cool ninja like you? Iruka gave a hearty chuckle and said, a sensory ninja is a special type of shinobi with the innate ability to sense others' chakra better than normal and pinpoint it. He added, it's not only the ones who can sense chakra via our sixth sense. For e.g., the Inuzuka can smell chakra. Chakra has a smell? That I don't know of, but anyways, the Inuzuka can smell chakra and the Hyuga have the Byakugan to look kilometers far, so they, by default, are sensors. He also quickly added, it isn't to say others cannot do it. With sufficient practice, anyone can become a sensory ninja, but natural-born have a good advantage in that field. Even I can do it? Naruto asked excitedly. Yes, even you can do it. It will take practice if you are not a natural-born, but if you are, you would be able to do it in a matter of weeks. How can I learn it? Naruto's eyes were sparkling with curiosity. Well, you have to meditate. As simple as that. He shrugged. You have to do the ram seal and sit to meditate. It will be frustrating, but you will reach it with enough practice. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. His voice was very happy, for really today, for the first time today. For telling me this. I won't find out until I try, and if I try, I won't give up until I become a sensory ninja. I can practice this instead of wasting my time finding Pervy Sage. Believe it. With that said, Naruto bid Iruka farewell and headed towards Training Ground 24. Today's goal was set. Even if a Pervy Sage won't teach him for whatever reason he has, he would become an awesome ninja and the Hokage. Believe it. Naruto walked towards a nearby banyan tree at leisure pace. This place is good enough, he said as he sat beneath the giant tree. The tree was old. Very old. Very big too. He began breathing deeply to steady his nerves. The most basic meditation taught to them was one-point focus. In this, they had to concentrate on the feeling of their chakra. He could apply the same principle to feel others' chakra. It was in no way a meditation technique, but a concentration technique. Once his heart rate became stable, he did the ram hand seal and began focusing his chakra senses outwards. Naruto was many things, but incompetent was not one of them. It took him nearly a year to awaken his chakra, the average being 6 months, as it required good concentration, which he always lacked. He lacked concentration but not guts. He never gave up and kept going until he did. So he began his training. Slowly but surely, his thoughts slowed down to the point of being unnoticeable. He began withdrawing his senses, one by one, First was his ears' sound, and the easiest of them all. As his eyes were closed, vision was already checked. His other senses grew sharp immensely to compensate for the missing ones and began bombarding Naruto with a good deal of sensory information. This went on for nearly an hour and Naruto opened his eyes in frustration. I swear this #***. He began cursing rather loudly. Sigh. My progress is really slow. But Irika-sensei said it could take weeks if I am a sensory type, but if not it may take months. He shook his head rather violently.
No.
I won't give up, he declared loudly. Is this the reason why nobody is patient enough to teach me? Because I myself am not patient enough? He wondered. Who is going to tell him that a skill can't be developed in merely hours? Sigh. That was the level of Naruto Uzumaki's patience. Just then, replacing his internal chatter, came a thought which made Naruto grin ear to ear. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, he shouted, and the empty training ground was filled with chakra smoke. Accompanying them were more than 1,000 clones of Naruto. Okay guys, said Naruto to get his clone's attention. When he had it he added, everybody spread out and do sensory meditation. Now all of us have less energy and can sit for a while. If anyone makes any progress, dispel at one. Alright? Naruto's clones chorused a yes sir, and went their separate directions. Naruto also resumed his meditation to detect chakra. Slowly but surely Naruto began making progress, and the extra help from his clones was also welcomed. A clone was able to withdraw his sight, hearing and taste before his chakra senses opened. That clone he instantly dispelled himself. The original Naruto's eyes snapped open. Yes, he yelled on top of his lungs, then resumed his exercise. It was nearly 1 p.m. in the noon, and Naruto made very steady progress. He was able to feel the chakra of everything in the entire training ground, beginning from the very tree he is sitting beneath. He was able to sense the potent chakra the tree possessed. He was also able to sense the state of animals nearby him. Many were hungry, some hostile, and some just lazy. He snorted. They might be Shikamaru's relatives. He dispelled each and every clone, then fell to the ground, clutching his head tightly. Ah! What the fuck? My head! He roared in pain. Naruto also discovered the downside of using so many shadow clones and dispelling them at once. It took a good 30 minutes for him to regain his bearing. He was panting heavily, mental exhaustion hitting in full force. I am feeling tired and sleepy already. Damn it, he lamented. He closed his eyes. It's lunchtime and Pervy Sage is nowhere to be seen. I guess he won't be coming today after all. Well, whatever. He released a deep and tired breath. I will just practice my new sensory jutsu some more and then go home. Then he groaned in more pain. Maybe in 1 more hour. Fuck. That was the day for one Naruto Uzumaki. Burp. Ah, that hit the spot. Thanks, old man, said Naruto while rubbing his stomach with a foxy grin. Tucci just gave him a thumbs up, picked up 20 bowls he so hastily devoured and went to wash them. Now what remained was to practice his sensory ninjutsu in the real world to detect specific people, and Naruto had the best idea on how to squeeze the ability of shadow clones without the damned headache. That was the day for one Naruto Uzumaki. Hell, it gave him phantom pain even now. With that in mind, Naruto paid Tucci and headed towards the Hokage monument to get the best view of the village. Once he reached it, he sat on Minato's head and made the cross hand sign with a wide grin. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he said, and 40 clones materialized behind him, each one having the same grin as their original. Divide into groups of 10. They did so instantly. He pointed at the first group. Go and find Kakashi-sensei. Try spying on our teammates without going into the training grounds. With only your sensory skills. They saluted and ran off. He turned to the second group and said, you go find and monitor Kiba's team. They did the same, saluting and running. You go to Shikamaru's group. Do I really have to tell you again? The third group did what they did. You go, what would you do? He asked his clones and they shrugged. Whatever you tell us, Clone 1 said. You made us after all. How would we know what to do? You are an idiot if you don't even know what to do. The clone 3 said, and all clones, including the original, turned to him, stating, "What?" he asked in annoyance. "Didn't you just call yourself an idiot?" his fellow clones said as one. C3 blinked. "Did I? I mean, it is true, isn't it? We are idiots." "Hey!" the original Naruto barked out, offended. "Who are you calling an idiot, huh, you idiot?" "I am not an idiot." "Sure you aren't." "I am," C3 replied rather smoothly, and other clones began guffawing. Naruto just glared at the offending clone, who blew a raspberry in reply. Then he sighed. "They are my clones, all right. Why don't we search for Pervy Sage?" C5 supplied helpfully. "And how are we gonna do that?" Naruto questioned. "Isn't Pervy Sage supposed to be strong?" C10 nodded. "Yeah, he is. What does that have to do with us searching for him? I mean, wouldn't he have pretty large chakra reserves, which would make him easy to spot, you know?" "Yeah," Naruto said in understanding, but still a little surprised with his clone's better intellect than even him, which was just baffling. "But where to find him? I mean, our village isn't very small, you know." "I have an idea." The only clone who didn't speak till now, C2, did. "Why don't we search in most likely places he'd be? Like the hot spring, the bathhouses, bars and brothels." All clones turned cherry red at the mention of brothels. "Should we really go there? What I mean is, if we found him there, then maybe the Pervy Sage would try and do something to make us perverted. I know we already are, but he might drag us to his level of degeneracy. I wouldn't push it beyond him." Somewhere a certain white-haired super pervert sneezed rather loudly, then resumed his activities. "It's not like we haven't been there before," Clone 7 quipped cheekily. All of their faces exploded like miniature nukes as they spluttered. "Shut up. Don't say it like that. It can be misunderstood." All of the clones and original shouted as one. "Yeah, whatever." He rolled his eyes. "Let's just go. We haven't got all day, you know." All of the clones just glared at the cheeky one. "He is way too cheeky, even for me," Naruto thought in mild irritation. "Isn't it funny, being angry and frustrated on yourself?" Everyone gave a two-finger, left-handed salute and left to their destinations to search for Jiraiya. "Yeah, search." Naruto inhaled a long and deep breath, then exhaled. The sun was still up, but due to the height, the wind was cold. "Man, I love this sensation of wind on my skin." Naruto stretched to give sore muscles some relaxation. He didn't do anything physically taxing, but he was oddly tired today. "I really feel like I would sleep like a log today." He sat down in the lotus position and did a ram hand seal. His perception changed as he began to feel others' chakra. The first one he noticed was the old man Hokage's chakra. It was huge and a mushy mess of multiple things. It also held amusement. Naruto mentally blinked twice, then shook his head. Strange. Then he picked up multiple umbu guarding him. They too took notice of Naruto sensing them and instantly became invisible in Naruto's mind's eye. "I really oughta learn how to do that," he mentally added. Then he began broadening his perception, which was limited to a few hundred meters but was slowly expanding. 60 meters, he was able to pinpoint many ninja going in and out of the Hokage Tower. 150 meters, he could sense normal civilians with little to no chakra and chakra, doing their things. Shopping, talking, laughing, kids crying, and whatnot. 300 meters, and he could make a mental map of the very landscape based on the chakra he is sensing. Am I supposed to sense the chakra of trees, animals, and a little bit of earth? Yeah, there was a strange thing. He could understand the sensing chakra of the living, but earth? How? And more importantly, what was it? It behaved far more differently than chakra, and he could only observe it, how even he didn't know. But it was not as same as chakra within humans, animals, or plants. Chakra of nature. Nature chakra? I have to ask Pervy Sage about it later. Wait. What if I try sensing my chakra? Like seeing the inner you? He hummed. Let's try. Then he delved deeper into his own chakra. This morning, Jiraiya. Jiraiya scribbled ferociously with a shit-eating grin. Yup, you guessed it right, peeking on the girls in the open hot spring. This has to be the best material in months. Leaf Village is the best, he thought lecherously. Just as he was about to savor another moment of scandalous inspiration, a sudden tug on his mind jolted him out of his reverie. His face instantly hardened, and the lecherous grin vanished. With a swift movement, he tucked his notebook away and leaped from the tree. Not a single leaf stirred as he vanished into the dense foliage. This was the level of Jiraiya's stealth. A master of espionage for a reason. He sped through the streets, they were empty, and reached a secluded place. The moment he arrived, puff! A small, yellow toad carrying a small slip of paper appeared. The toad handed the paper to Jiraiya and he paid it in some fresh, alive bugs he kept sealed on his person. The small toad croaked happily and left in another puff of smoke. What could be so important that my important agents would use an emergency toad to deliver a message? He opened the slip and it read, "Meet me in room 72, at 100 Day Paradise, 4th Street, Red Light District. Agent Metatron." This caught Jiraiya in a dilemma. He couldn't figure out what should feel about it. Happy? He is. Metatron Yona was one of the sexiest women in his network. In all of the elemental nations of women spies, and she always rewarded him. She was also one of his only true friends. Okay, friend with benefits, but a friend nonetheless. He giggled giddily. On alert, he was ready to jump in a war on moment's notice. Metatron, again Yona, was a serious woman, and one of the best in the art of espionage. It means she has information which can cause international incidents or at worst, another war. Jiraiya truly didn't know what to think or what to feel.
Surprise.
Happiness, fear, anxiety, excitement. With a whirlwind of emotions within him, Jiraiya's body flickered towards his destination. Jiraiya arrived in front of a brothel, 100 Days Paradise, its promise of pleasure stark against the otherwise serene morning. He ignored the ladies calling for him, and you better believe it took a lot of willpower. With a whirlwind of emotions within him, Jiraiya's body flickered towards his destination. For now, he certainly forgot about his waiting godson. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume and exotic bodies. The dim, opulent interior was filled with a low hum of conversation and laughter even in the early morning. He checked in, paid, entered room number 72 and was instantly propelled back by the blood gushing out of his nose. His specific regions began to hurt like crazy, roaring in approval and desire to be unleashed. You see, the sight greeting him was good enough that any straight man would kill for it. A blonde-haired, curvaceous woman vision of voluptuous beauty, with emerald green eyes, pale, smooth, flawless skin, sensual smile. All this while she laid naked atop of the bed. Her face is the epitome of the word, beautiful, and her body, far better than even Tsunade. That coming from the white-haired pervert was saying something. Yona was a true woman, his type of women, open with her desires and slating them when they arise. "Hey there, handsome," she cooed seductively. Jiraiya looked up and spotted a sultry smile. He grinned ear to ear in return. "Come on now, don't make me wait," she almost whimpered. "Almost. We have a lot to talk about, you know." He took a long wipe to clean his nose off and closed the door behind him. Doing some hand signs at light speed, he casted a S-ranked privacy barrier. Solace infinite. "No disturbance," he all but screamed mentally. "Don't worry, sweetheart. You won't have any chances to even think of anything else once I am through with you." Yona giggled and their morning descended into exchange of information and carnal pleasure. More carnal pleasure than information. All the while a certain blonde-haired, whiskered teen sought after the white-haired pervert relentlessly. With Naruto. Slap. "What the hell were you doing?" "Wah what?" Clone Naruto snarled. "What the hell were you doing? Boss sent you to find pervy sage and not to peep on girls while you listen to them talking." "Oh yeah." Clone 2 twitched heavily. "If you heard them talk, you wouldn't have been able to even think, let alone move a muscle. Think before you say anything." believe it. Clone 1 groaned. Oh God, why? Just why me? But no one answered him. It was a good thing they were away from anyone at that moment, or that outburst might have warned them of a beating of a lifetime. What led these two Naruto clones here? Simple answer would be Naruto's suppressed teenage desires. And a more appropriate answer would be, it's complicated. You see, when clone Naruto 2, the one who suggested the idea to go and check on the red light district, arrived at the Sunflake hot spring, he didn't expect to hear a rather, let's say, interesting discussion. FYI, hot springs in Leaf Village were open 24/7, as there were only 13 of them in the entirety of Leaf. For more than 3.2 million's population, only 13 naturally occurring hot springs were available. It was a small number to say the least, and busy as hell as well. Anyways, what he heard was about blind partner swapping in an orgy. And as any healthy straight teenager would do, he listened, and in very excruciating detail, he heard the raunchiest sex discussion of his God-forsaken life. Oh, my fucking God summarized his thoughts perfectly. If the puddle of blood under his feet was anything to go by. Today, Naruto understood, and the real one would soon understand why Pervy Sage was pervy. And his claim as the biggest super pervert was just that, a claim. Said claim was the biggest piece of dog shit he'd ever heard. There existed perverts bigger than him. Today Naruto will understand that an average woman with an active chakra network has a 7x higher sexual appetite than any male. It makes up 78% of the general population actually, and 88% of the female population, kunoichi or not. Even civilians have an active chakra network for utility's sake. Elemental nations had a messed up gender ratio, with all the deaths on a daily basis and preference of men in most fields. And the opposite is also true. Male with an active chakra have less sexual drive than a male without, as their bodily energies go to generate chakra more than the growth of it. And today, Naruto lost a part of him, a very innocent and childish part which just forever be a memory. Funny thing is, he enjoyed it, and has no regrets. Found him. Ha! Yelled Naruto on top of Minato's head. C7 found Jiraiya in a restaurant near the red light district, in Tobarama Lane. There was also a strange but beautiful woman with him. What they were doing, talking about, Naruto had no idea. Neither the interest to know, feeling the goofiness and funniness of Jiraiya's chakra, and Jiraiya's chakra being present in the lady system gave him a good enough idea. They both are peas in a pod. Total, shameless perverts. He was right. Jiraiya was just wasting time. With a heavy and long-drawn sigh, he ordered his clones to dispel, and was instantly hit with a mild headache. The first batch were quite successful. They were able to observe his team from quite a far distance away and make out of their activities based on chakra fluctuations. Kakashi was running them rigid. Only if he had trained like this when I was still there. Sigh. Wishful thinking. The second group were partially successful, as they were able to observe Team 10. But halfway through, when he tried to probe in on Ino's chakra to understand its composition and how she did her mind thingy jutsu, he was spotted. Then dispelled by a kunai from Asuma. Dang it! Who could have thought that Ino is also a sensory type? No matter. His third group was the only one to fail spectacularly. Kurenai spotted him before he even entered their training ground, followed by Shino's bugs, Kiba's growls, and Hinata's nervous eep. Team 8 were all sensors. And, by the gods, they hit hard. He'd known that Hinata is more than what meets the eye. But being suddenly struck by a chakra-laced finger to the heart and then bugs eating all your brothers is rather painful. Darn it. He already has a mess to clean with other teams, or it might damage his reputation. Whatever that is anyways. Then there comes his eccentric group of misfits. He was blown back by the sheer intensity of the nosebleed he had. Naruto felt dizzy, before his healing factor kicked in and began regenerating his blood. He lay there on the ground on his back, blood gushing out of his nose at rapid pace, and his nether regions reaching new heights. I feel like a hypocrite, Pervy Sage. I totally understand ya, he thought goofily, the mask of at least decency slipping up. He will no longer be suppressing his desires. Decency be damned. But that's a thought for another time. Where were we? Oh yeah, Jiraiya. So Naruto's clone C7 found him in a pretty good restaurant, eating with a lady with a goofy smile and laughter. Genuine laughter and not his perverted one. He also understood that today was important for Jiraiya more than training, so he might let it slide, might being a keyword. If and only if Jiraiya teaches him a new and cool jutsu. Won't hurt to try, you know. With that thought, he got up, whipped a towel out of thin air, cleaned his face and then throttled towards the restaurant. As the sun was beginning to descend, he had nothing more on his agenda today. Castrated pervy sage, talk to him / threaten him to teach him a new and cool jutsu, and leave for home. Best plan ever, right? Jiraiya dodged a well-aimed kick to his nether regions with practiced ease, a smirk playing on his lips. Feisty, aren't we, Naruto? He teased, his voice carrying a hint of amusement, along with apologetic fear. Naruto hissed, eyebrows twitching madly and rage barely controlled. Naruto 6 patience wearing thin, burst into a tirade. You promised to train me, pervy sage, and here you are, spending time with some hot chick. His voice echoed down the street, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Yona chuckled, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Jealous, child? She teased, ruffling his hair playfully. Naruto sputtered, his face turning a deep shade of red. Me? Jealous? Of him? Please! He snorted, then returned to glare at Jiraiya's form. Jiraiya sighed, trying to ruffle Naruto's hair, but failing when the blonde swatted his arm. Hey now, don't be so impatient. I was busy, okay? Naruto's glare intensified. Busy doing what, exactly? Perving on women? Other than that, I can't see anything worthwhile for you. You shameless leecher. Yona laughed, her laughter like tinkling wind chimes. Now, child, don't be so harsh. Jiraiya is a man of culture, after all. Don't call me child, Naruto exclaimed loudly. Jiraiya bowed dramatically. Thank you, my dear. You have an excellent understanding of the finer things in life. Naruto rolled his eyes, but a flicker of curiosity sparked in his gaze. He had never seen Jiraiya with a woman before, let alone one as striking as this woman. Who is she? Naruto asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Yona extended a hand. Yona, a traveler. She introduced herself, her voice smooth as silk. And you are? Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Leaf Village. Believe it. Yona giggled. You have a firecracker as a student, Jiraiya. I can tell he will do great things in life. Naruto puffed out his chest in pride, stroked by this beauty's praise. Anger on Jiraiya all but forgotten. You are an excellent judge of character, madam. That I am. She turned to Jiraiya and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Well, Jiraiya, we will meet again. Until then, she disappeared in a lightning body flicker, leaving the perverted toad sage to deal with an irate teenager blonde, known as the most troublesome subspecies of humans, alone. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Jiraiya, who just chuckled nervously in return. No, Naruto was not jealous. No, not at all. No, just no. Was he? Aha, so you had fun, Jiraiya-sensei? Said Naruto with a sickly sweet smile and glowing red eyes. Jiraiya began sweating bullets, saw an opening and broke into a run. But he didn't go much far, and an unholy scream permeated the streets. Scream of a man, being attacked on his manly pride by his student. He swore that day never piss off Naruto no matter what. Training ground 24, 2 days later. The relentless cascade of water pounded against the base of the cliff, misting the air with a fine spray. Naruto, drenched to the bone, clung precariously to a jutting rock, his knuckles white. 2 days of attempting to walk on water had yielded little more than spectacular failures. His once vibrant orange jumpsuit was now a muddy, tattered mess, clinging to his damp skin. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest, but the spark of determination in his eyes remained undimmed. He took a deep breath, his chakra swirling within him. With a surge of adrenaline, He pushed off from the rock, his body arcing through the air. For a brief, exhilarating moment he was airborne. Then gravity asserted itself, and he plummeted into the icy waters below, the world exploding into a kaleidoscope of white and blue. Why was he doing this? Answers. Answers to his question of what he felt when using sensory ninjutsu, with the energy of earth and all. He and Jiraiya made a deal. Obviously, after the Toad Sage was pummeled to the ground and Naruto had a satisfied smirk. Jiraiya will teach Naruto 2 ninjutsu, give him a summoning contract, and tell him about that dangerous, as Jiraiya put it, energy. Only and only if he completed waterfall walking in a week. Easy, right? He thought that as well. But the universe had other plans, you see. It was one of the most difficult chakra control exercises in all of Shinobi's existence. On day 1, he also learned what chakra exhaustion is. Shadow clones were out of the equation. On day 2, he learned what it feels like to have a cold and bone-rattling ache all day and night. While the blonde Hokage aspirant continued his internal musing and attempted to cling to the waterfall for even a second, Jiraiya watched him. No giggling, no writing, just watching. Like a hawk. I was surprised beyond belief, would be putting it mildly. Oh yes, the day before yesterday, their first real training day. Naruto told him about his newly acquired sensory ninjutsu. Jiraiya already knows, of course, already sensing him sensing for him, blah, tongue twisters. But what he didn't know was the potency of it. The kid could already sense emotions and natural energy. An art which takes decades for a shinobi to truly cultivate on such a level. The blonde had it in spades, and innately. That moment Jiraiya was the happiest man in the whole world. He was not a perfect sage, his first apprentice. The boy's father became, and now his godson will also become one. Could there be anything else to feel more pride about? He guessed it might have something to do with his condition as a Jinchuriki, mixed with immensely powerful innate sensory abilities as an Uzumaki and being a son of a sage. Just to test the blonde, he gave him an impossible task. To reach the top of the waterfall before the end of the next week. Took him, Tsunade and Orochimaru almost a year to do so. A truly impossible task, seeing how much chakra it takes. Plans change all the time, and sometimes they are beneficial all the same. Just because of Jiraiya meeting Yona, Naruto was able to discover his extremely potent sensory skills, and now possessed the best, sharpest chakra control in all of the genin in the leaf. Jiraiya never wanted Naruto to complete this test. It was merely a test of will and determination on his part, which the kid had in spades. From next week, his real training will begin. Nature transformation, espionage, battle tactics, weapon techniques, traps and ambush, shape transformation, basic medical training, sealing arts, and any other he needs. The white-haired sage was making a schedule for the blonde to follow through. Also making a healthy diet plan, as from next week, his eat-only ramen offer will be expiring. As of now, he also had to write a formal letter to the Hokage, requesting Naruto as his permanent apprentice. Officially. Sigh. So much to do, so little time. 4 days later, Naruto. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the training ground. Naruto stood at the edge of the waterfall, his reflection a distorted blur in the rushing water. Another day, another failure. His body ached, his spirit bruised. Sigh. So much to do, so little time. He failed. Again. Nothing new to him, but it was getting ridiculous. He still couldn't do it. Practicing nearly 17 hours a day, from day to night without any break was still or enough. Not even one day he slept well, evident by the dark circles present on his face, and a pale complexion. But he still couldn't do it. Damn it all to hell. A chuckle echoed through the air, breaking the somber silence. Jiraiya, ever the opportunist, strolled up to the dejected ninja. Rough day, huh, kid? For all your talk, you couldn't do it, huh? He teased, a grin splitting his face. Naruto's lower lip trembled, the dam of his composure on the verge of breaking. Funny, he managed to croak out, his voice thick with emotion. Really funny. Jiraiya's smile faltered as he took in the extent of Naruto's distress. Hey now, don't get too down on yourself, he said, patting Naruto on the back awkwardly. Everyone fails at first. Why are you teaching me? Naruto stammered out. Why waste your time with no talent like me, when you could train someone like Sasuke? Why me? His voice was nearly broken and it tore Jiraiya's heart. Who could have guessed that a test and a teasing will nearly break him emotionally? Well, it's not even unexpected. Naruto has been a lonely child, always hiding his true emotions underneath a facade of happiness, hiding his self-doubt under a display of supreme confidence. Were his emotions entirely fake? His cheerfulness, his optimism, his happiness? No. But they weren't completely real either. It was more skin to a skin, a layer upon something you want to change. His emotions such as cheerfulness, his laughter, his happiness and spirit were all too real, but he always hid his pain. Pain of rejection, loneliness, and the pain of failure. Doesn't seem much, right? It is. For humans, just one simple word can cause immense pain. Just imagine going through it all your life. From your peers, strangers, your teachers, your friends. It all equates to unimaginable emotional pain. You'll begin to see only hurt in every negative in your life. Even as simple as not being able to buy a product. You'll curse and in time break down. He'll have to change that, won't he? Naruto, Jiraiya began in a soft voice. It's all right to fail. Failure is a very important part of us. If you never fail, that means you'll never improve either. He knelt down and put his arms on Naruto's shoulders. And to answer why I chose to train you? Because you are worthy. Not everyone can take the training I'll give them. There are many circumstances for why you were specifically chosen to be trained by a higher-level shinobi. Fox in your gut is one of them. Naruto touched his stomach with a grimace. Is the fox the only reason? So if it gets out, you could seal it away. Jiraiya shook his head. No, not completely. Yes, the fox played a large part in it, but it's insignificant where I am concerned. Naruto tilted his head with a frown. As on K, Jiraiya continued, I wanted to train you, Naruto. Few reasons I cannot tell you just yet, and won't be telling you until I can make sure you are emotionally stable enough. Naruto's frown only deepened, but he said nothing. The wind began picking up speed, and Naruto shuddered, as he was still very wet, soaked to the bones. Jiraiya saw this and unsealed a big towel, a set of Naruto's orange tracksuit, and began drying him from the head up, like a child. But most of all, I wanted to train you because I saw a blend of potential, reason, and determination to never give up. Are you saying that you'd rather give up on my training? And what I saw was false. Naruto's eyes went wide, he shook his head rapidly. But now he looked at Jiraiya in a whole new light. Acknowledgement. Jiraiya just gave him acknowledgement. The thing he sought after his whole life. He gained it today. As for the Toad Sage, his features softened further and he smiled. A very fatherly, familial smile. You also remind me of myself when I was a genin Naruto. I was also a failure, never getting good marks, physically weak, and had no ambition other than to get laid. But as I grew up, I acquired what I didn't have. Jiraiya looked up at the setting sun. I made up for my lack of talent with creative thinking and acquired a long-lasting drive for my life. World peace. I fought and grew constantly. You can do the same, fight and grow. Because, face it Naruto, you lack everything. You are nothing but an empty, hollow shell. Naruto's features darkened on his remark, as he looked down and he clenched his fists. But that makes it all the more interesting to train you, to teach you. You are a blank canvas, just like once I was, and the people around are the painters. You didn't have a good environment to grow up in, but I want to change that. I want to give you a chance to become what you desire. Screw your status as a Jinchuriki. Screw the Leaf Village. I want you to find what you truly want with your life, without external influence, completely unfiltered. Jiraiya stood up, his smile never faltering. Say what you will, but right now Jiraiya looked the coolest person to Naruto, and his talking, it was like Jiraiya was teaching his son. Yes, that was the right word for what Naruto was feeling right now, like a father was arguing with his son. A father was motivating his son. A father. Jiraiya gave him a confident and assuring grin. You see, Naruto, because I believe in you, All you have to do is truly believe in yourself and you will reach your dreams. Maybe not now, not tomorrow, but one day you will. Naruto, you definitely will. One more failure means one more trial and more experience from that failure. Naruto couldn't control himself anymore. He burst into tears, completely unrestrained. Let it all out, Naruto. Let go of all you hold within yourself. Jiraiya whispered softly as he hugged the blonde genin. Never take me as someone else, he added in a firm voice. I am your teacher. You are now my responsibility. I will guide you to the best of my abilities. It doesn't matter if we don't share blood. As your teacher, our bond transcends any physical connection. A mentor in someone's life is only second to their mother and father, and sometimes even above them. Do you understand? He just received a slow nod and muffed, "Thank you." It continued for almost an hour. The sun was no longer visible. As the evening descended, they left. Today, Naruto formed a bond. A true bond. A bond with his mentor, and a bond he can truly call his own. He also knew for a fact that this bond will only deepen, and with time, Jiraiya will really be like a father to him, as the blonde already began to see Jiraiya in a new light. Having a father wouldn't be bad, he thought with a genuine, heartfelt smile. Naruto was tired, physically, mentally, and emotionally. All that remained was to rest and retry. Thank you, pervy sage, for believing in me. I won't let you down. Believe it, he thought with all the determination he had. As for now, one Naruto Uzumaki was happy and content. One of the highest points in his life. He chuckled mentally. Truly, the failure of today taught him an everlasting lesson and helped him bond with his mentor on a personal level. Hey pervy sage, Naruto called out. He laid on the ground, battered and bruised by the intense spar he just had. He received a hum of acknowledgement, so he continued, "How did I do today?" "Honestly, very good. It's been only a week, too, if you count the waterfall climbing exercise, and your base has become very solid. Your taijutsu form is improved and you can break out of E-rank genjutsu. I will call it a win in my book," he answered with a shrug. Naruto grinned ear to ear. "Ain't I awesome? Hey, so how long will it take for me to become Hokage now?" Jiraiya sighed dramatically. "Don't get ahead of yourself, brat. You still have years to come to even come close. Now shut up and rest. After lunch, you'll be signing the Toad contract and I'll teach you summoning jutsu." Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Can we have ramen today? Please?"
No.
Naruto just pouted while Jiraiya laughed. "The kid is just too cute. He doesn't even know that it takes a lot out of me to not crush him in a hug. And just in a week, his physique has improved. He'll be a Minato in no time." K perverted and lecherous crackling. A dread chill went up Naruto's spine as he looked at Jiraiya's creepy grinning face. Yup, he's definitely thinking something very perverted. No doubt about it. He thought with the shake of his head. Who am I kidding? I became no better. Not so open, but I have. He couldn't continue his thought as a lot of blood rushed to his face. He shook his head rapidly and slapped himself on both cheeks. He'll have to be on guard just in case. It's not that he hadn't think about getting laid. But he is saving his virtue for Sakura. You fool. The second he thought that Jiraiya was in front of his face, with a wide and knowing smirk. My special senses are tingling with barely controlled excitement. You thought of something amazing, didn't you? Naruto groaned. Shut up, pervy sage. He mumbled but said nothing more, neither accepting or denying Jiraiya. The white-haired pervert grinned in triumph. Slowly but surely, Naruto is accepting the dark side. Welcome to the dark side, kiddo. What now? Summoning jutsu, said Jiraiya with a nod. It's a technique which allows you to summon a being you make a contract with. Naruto nodded slowly, then asked, where do they come from? You know, like, where do they live? Jiraiya paused. As much as I know, they live in a separate dimensional space linked to our own. That makes it possible to visit them via foot from certain places, but it's near impossible to find. Separate dimension? Naruto asked in surprise. It's not as much as a separate dimension as it is a section of space unavailable to us. If you want to compare it, then our universe will be like a big house and different realms in it. Where multiple beings reside are like separate rooms. Not totally one, but not completely different either. Jiraiya explained. With that said, Jiraiya went through the hand seals. Ninja art. Summoning. And after a puff of smoke, game, Jiraiya's personal summon and the keeper of the toad contract materialized. Croak. Wow, that's one big-ass toad. Naruto remarked, and Gamma looked his way with narrowed eyes and an expression like anger? Haha. Toad was angry for calling it a big-ass toad, which it totally was. Naruto began to snicker at the absurdity of the situation. Gamma's anger began rising, and he summoned his armor and sword. Luckily, Jiraiya intervened by bonking Naruto on the head. Shut it, kiddo. You haven't even signed the contract yet, and you are already annoying the toads. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. But you have to admit it is one big toad. That he is. We are wasting time here. He clapped his hands. Gamma. The toad withdrew a scroll from its mouth. Then the toad Gamma disappeared in another puff of smoke. Jiraiya picked up the scroll, unfurled it, and gestured to Naruto to come. Naruto throttled towards Jiraiya. Cut your fingers with a kunai, or bite it enough to draw blood, then sign your name here. He pointed at the upper section. Then smudge your blood on all 5 of your fingers and make a handprint here. He pointed to the section below. Naruto sat down, excited at the prospect of being able to summon powerful warrior toads. He bit his thumb and was just about to write his name but paused. He narrowed his eyes at Jiraiya. Why the pause, kiddo? Jiraiya inquired curiously. I may be dense, but I am not stupid, pervy sage. You said this is a contract, and each contract has a price to pay. So what would it be for me to pay, huh? Jiraiya was really impressed. This kid is perceptive, all right. You don't actually have to pay to just sign the contract. But yes, there are prices on what type of toad you summon and the toad itself. He explained with a smile. Naruto's eyes narrowed further. What does that mean? Jiraiya blew out a sigh for his suspicion. What got him so suspicious? As I said, it depends on each toad you summon. The contract itself is like a link to a network of many toads you could summon depending on your requirement. Naruto blinked and frowned in confusion. So, I don't have to pay them Rio or anything? Jiraiya chuckled. No, you don't have to pay them Rio. Let's see it like this. You go to a ramen store. Naruto perked up. The contract represents the store itself. Now, if you, let's say, order a miso ramen, you'll pay a certain price, won't you? That represents what category of being you're summoning. And if you add pork or beef, it will represent what individual being you are summoning. Do you understand now? Naruto nodded rapidly. His stomach grumbled with all the ramen talk. Can we have ramen today, pervy sage? Please, just today. Naruto pleaded. Jiraiya rubbed the bridge of his nose.
All right, brat.
But no more than 5 bowls. Naruto hugged him. Thank you, pervy sage. You are the best. He resumed what he was doing. He signed and stamped his handprint on the scroll. The scroll automatically furled and disappeared in a plume of smoke. Jiraiya gestured for him to follow, which Naruto did. They arrived near the river and then Jiraiya began. Now the hand seals are boar, dog, bird, monkey, and ram. Then you have to slam your hands with the right amount of chakra for the summoning. And yes, while you do the hand seals, specifically after the dog, you have to mentally chant a phrase for the technique to work. Then Jiraiya handed him a slip of paper with a mantra on it. Naruto blinked in surprise. Ninjutsu has chanting? He wondered aloud. Jiraiya shook his head. Not normally, at least not elemental ninjutsu or purely combat-oriented ninjutsu. But ninjutsu does have chanting with hand signs, as ninjutsu was derived from some ancient practices of exorcism. But why is chanting necessary? To mold the chakra and create the necessary technique formula for the spatial transition. And also each ninjutsu is unique in its chakra composition. You just don't do hand seals at random. Shout a name and a technique is born. No, it takes time, effort, research, and a lot of brain to craft even the simplest of techniques in any branch of ninja arts. Naruto tilted his head. What the heck is a technique formula? And spatial transition? In due time, Jiraiya dodged his question. Naruto huffed. You always say that, even when I told you to teach me wind style after we discovered it. Jiraiya repeated with a smirk. As I said, Naruto, all in due time. First you'll have to master the summoning jutsu, then any other jutsu. Okay. Naruto clicked his tongue in frustration. It was always like this. Jiraiya never answered him directly. It took a few minutes for Naruto to fully digest what was said to him. And here I thought, if I do random hand signs, then I can create my own ninjutsu. It has to be this easy. He thought sarcastically, then grumbled, which raised Jiraiya's eyebrows, but both of them said nothing. Naruto made 50 clones to memorize the mantra and 50 to practice the hand sign without infusing chakra for the technique. 1 eternity later. Summoning jutsu, Naruto shouted on top of his lungs. After a huge plume of smoke, a tadpole appeared. He face-faulted, ignoring a laughing Jiraiya in the background. He whined, "Why aren't any super cool toads appearing?" Biting his thumb, which was healed from the previous cut, he drew blood, doing necessary hand signs and chanting the necessary mantra. He tried again. Nothing. Put more chakra into it. He heard Jiraiya from behind, who was scribbling something from his notebook onto larger sheets of paper. With the same old perverted grin and added nosebleed. Naruto snorted, then returned to his practice. One more try, but still nothing. Naruto groaned. What am I doing wrong? Hey pervy sage, tell me already. Jiraiya closed his notebook shut and glared at his godson.
Patience, brat.
You aren't getting anywhere if you keep that attitude, he reprimanded. Naruto rolled his eyes in boredom. That's not the first time you are telling me this, and it won't be the last time. Jiraiya muttered something about disrespectful brats, but came to him. It's gonna take at least a week to summon a toad if you're gonna keep that attitude. Then he paused. Say, Naruto, you are decent with sensory jutsu, aren't you? The blonde in question nodded. Then activate it and sense how much chakra I am putting. Try mimicking it. Alright? Naruto did as he was told, and gauged the amount of chakra it took Jiraiya to summon a palm-sized kunai-wielding toad. That's like 4x of how much I used? Yeah. After showing it to him, Jiraiya returned to writing his smut. Naruto did the whole process again and failed, multiple times, as it took good concentration to pull enough chakra and mold it at the same time. Puff. Yo! Said an orange palm-sized toad with a blue jacket. Name's Gamakichi. Are you the new summoner? He asked while looking at a panting form of Naruto. Took a few seconds before he was able to speak. Oh yeah, I am the one who summoned you. My name's Naruto, future Hokage. Believe it, he continued panting. He was able to summon a real toad. Naruto did a few mental backflips. It was difficult, damn it. He had to concentrate on controlling his chakra, chant the mantra to make the summoning array, even if mentally, then do the hand signs. It was confusing and difficult as fuck. But he did it. Gamakichi hopped closer to Naruto, eyeing him with interest. Future Hokage, huh? You've got spirit, I'll give you that. But summoning me ain't enough, squirt. You've got potential, but you're gonna need to work harder than that. Naruto nodded in agreement, still panting. I know. I just need to practice more. Just then, Jiraiya looked up from his writing, eyeing Naruto with concern. Naruto, you're pushing yourself too hard. Here, drink this. He threw Naruto a canteen of water. Naruto took a few sips, still trying to catch his breath. Thanks, pervy sage. I just need to get this down. Jiraiya shook his head. Not now, Naruto. You're going to exhaust yourself. You were able to stabilize the summoning array enough. That's great. Practice projecting that same array until you can get it down within 4 seconds. Then we will move on. I have a plan. But that's after you rest. All right, Naruto replied, not having enough energy to argue. Few hundred attempts, and losing almost a liter of blood will do that to anyone. Jiraiya started at Naruto, deep in thought. He has a massive amount of chakra, but it's just so hard to control that he wasted nearly 80% of it. It will really be hard to teach him how to dispel E-rank Genjutsu without any internal injury though. He mused. It will literally be life-threatening to teach him how to counter Genjutsu, as it involves releasing a minuscule amount of chakra into your system, but with Naruto's shitty control, he would rupture any organ he applies chakra to. A big problem considering his supposed rival is an Uchiha, and he is a Jinchuriki. An hour later, Jiraiya brought Naruto to Training Ground 9. It had everything Training Ground 24 did, with few added things no one knew. It's wonder why it is an Umbu exclusive zone? They approached a cliff. Naruto began to grow nervous, but has trust in Jiraiya. He spoke up, Pervy Sage? Why are we here? Jiraiya looked at him with a neutral face, and it didn't ease Naruto's worries. We are here to help you tap into Nine Tails chakra, as well as summon Gamabunta, the boss toad. He is a giant, so we are clear to summon him here, as this forest has a self-repairing seal around it, courtesy of Tobarama Senju. That's why. It's an Umbu exclusive zone. How? How do you remember? Naruto thought for a moment. Well, I was very pissed off when the bastard was dead. To me at least. And I was injured too. So it's rage and danger. We will be emulating the danger here. What danger? I don't see anyone here who can be any danger to me when you are here. Jiraiya felt a knife stabbed through his heart. Damn it, Naruto. Why do you have to say that? He thought. It was baffling how much trust Naruto had in him, and they didn't know each other for more than 2 weeks. Well, Naruto at least. He won't let anything happen to him. His shadow clone has already been stationed to catch him in case of failure, and a summoning array with enough chakra to summon Gamaken just in case he was away from the clone. But it was very painful to hear such words before you plan to throw someone off the cliff. Literally. And damn, it hurts. If his twisted face is any indication. It could jeopardize their still developing relationship, but it needs to be done. Naruto may hate him, but his life and development is more important. He mentally shook it off and motioned Naruto to come. The blonde did and then saw the depth. 2,450 meters. Jiraiya said. What is the danger? Jiraiya with a straight face said, You'll be jumping off this cliff. Naruto stared at him, then began launching. Ha ha ha. Really, Pervy Sage? You take me for a fool? I won't be jumping from here. I ain't stupid. Believe it. While you fall, you'll get approximately 22 seconds before you reach the bottom. So quickly gather as much chakra as possible, then summon. And remember, what you want to summon is the biggest and strongest toad you can. Naruto stopped laughing and frowned deeply. Are you stupid or deaf? I just said that I won't be jumpy. But before he could finish his sentence, Jiraiya pushed him off the cliff into the caravan. Just do it, kid. I believe in you. Let's meet again if you survive. He heard Jiraiya's voice saying to him. But he was not focused on that. Jiraiya pushed him. His heart sank. The pain of betrayal and such thoughts began to plague his mind as he began free-falling. Was he the same as other villagers? Hating me for the fox? What did I ever do to them? Why? Tears began to gather in his eyes. Due to the fall, such thoughts were squashed from his mind and were overtaken by Jiraiya's words. He will not let him die, and that's for sure. He just knew it. Call it a hunch if you will. So he began concentrating. The amount of adrenaline released in his body allowed him to pull a massive amount of the fox's chakra. Jiraiya had tweaked his seal a bit to allow him to access more chakra. A shroud of red chakra visible formed around him. His azure blue eyes became red slits, whiskers grew and became like a cat, nails and hairs. Everything grew. Power, unimaginable power coursed through him, elevating his very being. Along with his negativity. Jiraiya also felt it and smirked widely. You got it, Naruto. As for the blonde, he began chanting and doing hand signs, as the sense of danger gave him immense mental clarity. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and slamming his hands in the air. Once the array appeared, he thought about what he wanted to summon. The most powerful entity, wise and strong, who is on the top of their field, someone who can help me become a Hokage. a strange thing happened. Instead of the usual white smoke which indicates successful summoning, a black smoke and a strong black light appeared. How the hell can light be black? But that's not the issue here. Then that black smoke morphed into a circle and no, two figures fell from there. Why? Am I going to die now? Is this it? End of everything? He thought as he approached the end. He closed his eyes, everything flashing before him, but nothing happened. Fuck. Well, he is tired of nothing happening. He opened his eyes to stare at the figure who caught him. He has the same azure blue eyes as him, but with the added glow, snow-white hair with the touch of extremely light purple. Hey there, Blondie. How'd you doin'? The figure man said, and he also heard a croak. Did you summon me here, tadpole? A small green toad croaked out. Naruto couldn't take it anymore. His physical exhaustion catching up, and Nine-Tails' chakra being withdrawn, he fainted. Everything hitting in full force. Satoru time of landing. Satoru tumbled to the ground, cursing under his breath. His hypercognition kicked in, instantly analyzing the situation. He knew he had to intercept the blonde, orange-clad teen. With a fluid motion, he rolled to his feet, dusted his clothes to have some style, and caught the falling teen without even looking up before he could hit the ground. He grinned upon spotting the same shaded blue eyes as his, without the glow. Hey there, Blondie. How'd you doin'? He asked in a lackluster manner. Did you summon me here, tadpole? He heard the toad speak. Despite the situation, he was calm. A talking toad? The toad, seemingly unperturbed by Satoru's lack of surprise, introduced himself. I am Fukasaku, also known as Pa, a sage of Mount Myaboku. Welcome to the world of shinobi sorcerer. Satoru raised an eyebrow. You know who I am?
Pa nodded.
Your arrival in this world was unconventional. Your soul, still in flux, is using an immense amount of natural energy to stabilize and accommodate new laws inscribed on it. It's a signature that's hard to miss. We were aware of you from the moment you entered this universe's dimensional void. Satoru frowned curiously. Nature energy? Do you mean ambient cursed energy? No, there is no cursed energy in this world. A phase created by the Sage of Six Paths filters all negativity from natural energy on our planet. This world has chakra, a mixture of one's physical energy and spiritual energy. Nature's energy is the source of all things, permeating and binding everything in the universe. Did it not exist in your world, Satoru boy? This time Satoru was not able to hide his surprise. You know my name too? How much do you know about me? As for natural energy, it did exist but was out of reach for humans due to the amount of cursed energy always corrupting it. Other than forms of sustenance such as food, water, oxygen, sunlight, etc., there was no way to consume natural energy for people in my world.
Pa smiled.
You'd be surprised by how much I know. It would be everything. The Great Toad Sage saw everything in your life, and we are aware of who you really are and how you arrived in elemental nations. Good to know, Satoru said with a shrug, then laid Naruto down. Hey, Pa, I am just curious. How is my soul using natural energy? My body using it? I can understand. Isn't natural energy supposed to sustain the physical world and not the spiritual one? Pa chuckled good-naturedly. Even for all your knowledge and power, you overlooked it, didn't ya? Did you forget that nature energy also has spiritual components? Or did you forget that every plane of existence, or higher dimensions as humans call them, overlap each other in every universe? Their energy is collectively called natural energy? Before Satoru could reply, a powerful presence descended upon them. Jiraiya, using wind style to cushion his landing, spotted the unconscious Naruto and the strange white-haired individual. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he drew a kunai, unaware of Pa's small form near Satoru's feet. Who are you and what did you do to him? Jiraiya said in a very threatening voice, aware that a toad has been summoned. Chakra rolling off in spades, a visible blue shroud resonating with anger and the need to fight in force to the strong individual. An oppressive pressure made Satoru hard to breathe. Hey, hey! Satoru raised his arms in a sign of surrender, with the same grin. I didn't do anything to him, old dude. He was falling and I just caught him. That's all, he declared. Despite his casual tone, Satoru felt a surge of unease. Without the ability to use infinity or cursed energy, as his soul was still unstable, he was at a disadvantage. Calm down, Jiraiya boy, Pa interjected, dispelling the oppressive aura. Satoru sighed in relief. This new world was full of powerful individuals. Jiraiya snatched Naruto and spoke in a not very friendly tone. Talk. Who are you? Why are you here? Satoru straightened his posture, but he had a superior smirk on his face named Satoru Gojo, the resident jujitsu sorcerer and a newly reincarnated, summoned individual. At your service, old dude. He bowed dramatically and it lessened the tension on Jiraiya's shoulders. Jiraiya quirked an eyebrow towards Fukasaku. Pa? You know this one? Fukasaku nodded with a minuscule smile. This situation was a mirthful one. Indeed I do, Jiraiya boy, but I'd rather not explain it multiple times. Hiruzen boy is watching us. No doubt the amount of chakra Naruto boy released alerted him. Let's go to his office and I'll explain. Jiraiya nodded and began climbing the wall of the canyon at high speed. Fukasaku perched on his shoulders whispering things. Satoru watched him and his 6 eyes analyzed the strange energy, which his body now possessed as well, used to stick to the wall. He was able to understand it, and thanks to his blasted eyes, which granted him absolute control, began climbing after them previously. Satoru straightened his posture, but he had a superior smirk on his face named Satoru Gojo, the resident jujitsu sorcerer and a newly reincarnated, summoned individual. At your service, old dude. He bowed dramatically and it lessened the tension on Jiraiya's shoulders. Jiraiya quirked an eyebrow towards Fukasaku. Pa? You know this one? Fukasaku nodded with a minuscule smile. This situation was a mirthful one. Indeed I do, Jiraiya boy, but I'd rather not explain it multiple times. Hiruzen boy is watching us. No doubt the amount of chakra Naruto boy released alerted him. Let's go to his office and I'll explain. Jiraiya nodded and began climbing the wall of the canyon at high speed. Fukasaku perched on his shoulders whispering things. Satoru watched him and his 6 eyes analyzed the strange energy, which his body now possessed as well, used to stick to the wall. He was able to understand it, and thanks to his blasted eyes, which granted him absolute control, began climbing after them. The Hokage office. Kakashi strolled through the corridor of the Hokage office. He was summoned here after he informed the old leader of Naruto's absence. As he entered, he saw the old god of shinobi reading a mission scroll with a serious frown, displeasure evident by the scowl on his face.
Ah, welcome Kakashi.
The old Sarutobi greeted him, not looking up from a mission report scroll. Kakashi knelt down on one knee, the Leaf Village style of salute, and lowered his head. What can I do, Lord? He inquired, expecting a high-ranking assassination mission. No, I didn't summon you here for a mission, just to give you a heads up and some changes. And what would that be, sir? Naruto, from today to the foreseeable month, will be under Jiraiya's care. I am taking Naruto from you, his godfather has returned. You lost your chance. That was the interpretation Kakashi got. For an instant his features crumpled, but he masked them well with stoic calm. Why, sir? Jiraiya returned earlier than planned, and voiced his desire to train his godson. Is there any problem? No, sir. His jaw clenched, eyes flashing with irritation, but he quickly veiled them with a calm gaze. Am I lacking in any way, my lord? He asked. Lacking? Hiruzen's frown deepened. Not in the terms of capacity or ability, but in terms of responsibility. Yes, you are lacking. I apologize for any actions which offended you, sir. But please, not Naruto. A tremble crept up his voice, threatening to spread and shatter his composure. The old Hokage sighed heavily. Kakashi, I know how much Naruto means to you. You have always protected him from the shadows. But there are other aspects which he needs to grow and you didn't let him. As much as I hate to even say it, Naruto is a Jinchuriki, a village asset, and he needs training. He puffed his pipe as silence descended upon both of them. After the long pause, Hiruzen spoke. I would suggest you up your game. You are weaker than your Umbu days, and I am aware how you train your genin. I never said anything because I knew your pain, but Kakashi, it cannot go on forever. Do you understand? Kakashi did not look up but replied. Yes, Lord Hokage. The monotonous voice was not unexpected by the old leader. If there is nothing, then I'll take my leave. Have a good day, Lord Hiruzen. Kakashi body flickered towards his training ground. Looks like it was time to truly grill his remaining genin, and hope Naruto would be willing to remain in Team 7. It was an unwritten law in the Leaf Village, as they valued teamwork above all else, that if a person is unhappy with his team and is unable to coordinate with them or is stunning their growth, then they can freely change it. And Kakashi absolutely did not want that. Naruto was his brother in all but blood, and he will not lose him. That's why training for the team was lax solely Naruto. He cared too much for the blonde to not keep an eye on him. Okay, he was lazy too, but Naruto was the major reason. With a frustrated sigh, he approached his stunned and gawking genin, Sasuke and Sakura, in the third training ground. Is my timely arrival that surprising? The Hokage office with Hiruzen. Hiruzen scribbled ferociously. Writing porn? Nah, he ain't Jiraiya. You fool. Filing paperwork, as he had quite the mass piled up. I will definitely strangle Jiraiya for this, he muttered, then chuckled evilly. The reason for his foul mood was the request Jiraiya made. Remove Naruto from Team 7 permanently. Out of the fucking question. Kakashi won't be letting him live very long if that happens. But there is also no other way, as Jiraiya is officially requesting him as an apprentice. There is a way, promoting Naruto. But that is also very risky and difficult due to Naruto's nature and hunger for higher-ranking missions. Along with his inexperience as a shinobi. Sigh. Quite the troublesome group of subordinates he got there, no? Then he chuckled. I just sounded like Shikaku, he thought in mock horror. Then he felt a mental link connect with him and stopped his filing. In a serious voice he spoke. Speak, Yamanaka. What's the matter? The mental link to the barrier core, comprising almost all the Yamanaka and other ninja keeping up the village-wide sensory field and monitory. The Yamanaka on the link spoke up. Makoto Yamanaki reporting, Lord Hokage. We have felt a titanic amounts of chakra buildup in Training Ground 9. Don't worry. Jiraiya is there with Naruto to make him summon the Toad boss. That's not the problem, Lord. We know what Toad's chakra feels like, as it is present in the chakra registry, but there is an unfamiliar signature along with Naruto Uzumaki, Master Jiraiya, and Lord Fukasaku. That individual is immensely powerful. The concern is that he appeared at the same time as Lord Fukasaku. Like he teleported. Hiruzen frowned deeply with worry. Thank you for notifying me, Makoto. You needn't worry, as Jiraiya is there along with Lord Fukasaku. I highly doubt that other than another Kage will be even a match to them. But I'll check just to be sure. You may resume your duties. The barrier core member mentally nodded and then cut off the link. Hiruzen opened the middle left drawer and withdrew the crystal ball. This ball was made by Mito Uzumaki using the shadow clones as base principle. It creates a chakra astral body, a sort of spiritual copy using chakra, which is akin to a pseudo-soul, and transmits visuals and sound over vast distances through said body. Pseudo-soul being from shadow clones and sensory transmission from a secret Yamanaka ninja art. And squawked when he heard Fukasaku say, the world of shinobi sorcerer. From then on the conversation was enlightening to say the least. Then he heard Fukasaku that they were coming here, so he began waiting patiently. Satoru admired the view he was getting in slow motion as he along with others hopped from rooftop to rooftop. Wow, it's just like old Japan, he exclaimed, then added, but with a, let's say, different touch. No one said anything. Naruto just stared at the mysterious white-haired man, who had fucking glowing blue eyes. Even if the glow was light, he had been awakened a few minutes ago from his blissful unconsciousness. Satoru was just looking here and there. The white-haired old man said that the Leaf Administration building is half an hour away from the training ground they were in, if they moved at high speed. Which they were doing. But scenery and natural beauty was not the only thing he was interested in. The most interesting aspect was this chakra energy he now possessed. His 6 eyes, which he had no idea how he possessed it, seeing it was tied to Master Tengen by fate, gave him complete information about it and complete control. This strange energy is strange. I mean, it is using my body's energy and combining it with my spiritual energy before my spiritual energy turns into cursed energy. It is far, far more potent in terms of raw power and versatility than cursed energy too. Very interesting indeed, he mused. Another thing was, this world really didn't have any cursed spirits. Just as Pa said, the cursed energy released by humans and other living beings is being filtered out and is actually nourishing this planet. That's fucking amazing. And people with chakra don't even produce cursed energy. He thought in admiration of this sage of the 6 paths person. Suguru would have had a field day here. If he was really here, he added with a downcast expression on his handsome face. He shook it off, then he looked up in front to stare at Jiraiya's moving back. This old man has so much more chakra than me. Jiraiya's chakra reserves, which were almost 6x more than him in sheer quantity. It might be because nature's energy is clinging to him like a cloth, just like Pa, but far less than him. There was that too. He was now able to visualize the natural energy of the world along with cursed energy and chakra. But it shouldn't be possible. Perceiving spiritual energy of the world is a nearly godly feat. It makes you a literal god. If you could perceive, you could influence it, and being able to influence the heavy energy of the world meant you can literally do anything. Creating matter out of literally nothing? No cursed energy or energy in general. Possible. Waking the dead? Easy feat. Reviving the dead when the body of the deceased is not available? It has been done before by some Tibetan monks and Himalayan yogis. Becoming agelessly immortal? It was the practice of Xian. It was also called senjutsu, wasn't it? Heck, you could manipulate the fundamental laws of reality how you please. Change concepts and flip logic upside down. True omnipotence. For a true master of nature energy, only imagination is the true limit. So this sage of 6 paths person may be a true master of senjutsu to create an overlapping barrier on an entire planet. Simply amazing. Then he turned to the right towards Naruto. This kid. No, this young man, he reminds me too much of Yuji and Yuta. And that seal. No doubt he bears a curse too. Anger boiled within him. Children are forced to bear such curses no matter what world. But that's not all. He also possesses more cursed energy than Yuta, and his curse also has actual infinite cursed energy. I don't know what monster or god he would make once he learns jujitsu. Then he raised his mental fingers and began counting. Burden? Check. Unwanted and forced? Check. Very alone and sad? Double check. Extremely cheerful? Triple check. He is not only like Yuji and Yuta but also me. Minus all the pain and sadness and depression. Satoru seemed relaxed, though he was anything but. How can he? In front of him was a man who far exceeded him in terms of power and experience, and there were almost a platoon, 20 shinobi, of grade 1 fighters, circling him and others. What's up with this world? Wondered Satoru. What up with so many freaking strong individuals? Arrogant he was, and still might be. But Satoru Gojo always acknowledged strength and strong individuals. Understanding the gloomy silence, Satoru spoke up. Hey, when haven't we introduced ourselves, no? Well, I'll begin first. Named Satoru Gojo, a jujitsu sorcerer and a recently reincarnated individual. He said in a chippy tone, a wide grin on his face. He was looking at Naruto with anticipation. Jujitsu? Reincarnated. Naruto didn't know what was going on, or who this mysterious individual was. But it will be a cold day in hell, if that stops him from meeting new people. He cracked a grin of his own and began. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the most awesome ninja in the whole world and the future Hokage. Believe it. This bled any tension remaining within the group. Fukasaku, along with Jiraiya, chuckled at his enthusiasm. Satoru got a mysterious glint in his eyes. The Hokage, huh? He echoed, his voice laced with intrigue and curiosity. I suppose it's a higher position in your leadership? Ayup. Interesting, Satoru muttered. Then he grinned a toothy grin which caused others to raise their eyebrows and Naruto to shiver. It's decided. I'll teach him jujitsu. He has a lot of conviction and I can see myself in him. Potential is limitless. I wonder what his innate technique is. And just like that, Satoru began plotting, thinking and crackling like a madman. Satoru sent a predatory grin towards Naruto. Oh, we are going to get along splendidly, you and I. The way he said it made Naruto a little nervous, not in a bad way, no. His aerially glowing, ethereal blue eyes did not help. Fukasaku spoke up before Satoru could drown in his schemes and color his soul black with all the plotting he was doing. Well, tadpole, I am Gama Fukasaku, the great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku. You may call me Pa, Naruto boy. He received a nod from the blonde. Okay, Jiraiya said, gaining back his cheer and normalcy. I am Jiraiya, the toad sage of Mount Mayaboku. He puffed his chest. And the writer of the best novel in all existence, he declared proudly. Naruto scoffed hard. A trashy porn writer would be more accurate. He interjected in a low voice with a smirk. Jiraiya looked offended beyond belief as he glared at the smirking genin. Shut up, cheeky brat. You'd never know the wonders of my work. Don't you dare insult my masterpiece. At least not in front of strangers. They are boring. He instantly regretted the slip-up as he was greeted with silence. Naruto himself understood what he just said and whipped his head fearfully towards Jiraiya. Everyone blinked. Once, twice, thrice now. The super pervert's eyes widened like saucers. You read make-out tactics? A lone tear escaped him. With a smile of immense pride he wiped it off. I knew my apprentice was not a total wimp when it came to the fairer sex. Naruto, my boy, you do your master proud, declared Jiraiya solemnly. Naruto's face exploded with vibrant colors, all the blood and heat rushing to his face. Shut up, pervy sage. I ain't a pervert like you, he exclaimed, trying to hide his embarrassment. Denial is a bitch. Satoru crackled up. I don't see any problem here. Aren't you a growing teenager who will get curious about those things? Adding his own 2 cents, the shit-eating grin still adorning his features. It looked like Jiraiya would burst into full-on wailing any time. Yes, you are not a pervert. With a sagely nod he agreed. You are on the path to become a super pervert, just like your master, my son. Jiraiya moved Naruto from his shoulders and hugged him with a lot of strength. Can't breathe, came the blonde's muffled voice. Pa smacked the old pervert on his head with the ever-present black cane of his. Let Naruto boy go, Jiraiya boy. Do you want him to die? All Umbu watching the interaction sweat dropped. Unable to their surprise on how one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live was smacked around by a palm-sized toad. Jiraiya let Naruto go and chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the swell on his head. Naruto took many deep gulps of air. Then he sent a sharp glare at the white-haired pervert which looked more cute than intimidating. Such adorable child, this one, thought Pa with a smile. Must resist cuteness, thought both white-haired men. Before it could get more heated, and he lost control, Satoru chimed in. I think we arrived, he said while looking at a building with a kanji for fire on it. The guards there let them all go when they spotted Jiraiya. Every warrior following them also dispersed to who knows where. Satoru entered the office and spotted a very old man, who also was damn shitty powerful. Sigh. Again, what is the fuck is this world? He asked the higher powers. Just want the level of battle they'd do? And the destruction they'd cause? He sighed very heavily. What? This old man was the 5th individual in the special grade he saw today. Jiraiya? Pa! A green spandex-wearing man who shouted youth, and Naruto. Naruto solely on how much cursed energy he possessed. And how this old man, whom everyone called Hokage. The old man bowed to the toad. Had no surprise there. Pa was actually very, very old. Welcome back, Lord Fukasaku, said Hiruzen, still bowing. Pa also bowed in respect. Thank you, Hiruzen boy. The great toad sage eyed the elder Hokage. You are getting weak. You should soon select a successor before you kick the bucket. He joked. Everyone in the room laughed. I still have years to go, Lord Fukasaku, said Hiruzen. Besides, Naruto cut in, grinning. I'll be the one to snatch his hat. Believe it, he declared with all the confidence in the world. Hiruzen and Jiraiya looked at him with pride. I truly hope so. And for soon too, the old Hokage muttered. Then he turned towards the otherworldly sorcerer and narrowed his eyes unnoticeably. Naruto, my boy, began Hiruzen in a soft voice. Naruto perked up. We'll be talking about important stuff. You should go. Naruto shrugged. Then Hiruzen took out a coupon from his drawer which caused Naruto's eyes to sparkle. Take this, my treat, he said with a wink and smile. An unlimited meal coupon. At fucking Ichiraku. A boon of the divine for the ramen-loving ninja. Hallelujah. Or would it be Jai-Ho? Whatever. Naruto grinned ear to ear. Thanks, old man. Ichiraku, here I come. With that said, he practically skipped the Hokage office, moving like a storm.
Jiraiya chuckled, fondness evident.
Just like Kushina. Just as the adorable blonde teen left, Jiraiya weaved some hand seals and said, Ninja art. Solace infinite. He casted the strongest privacy barrier he knew. Hiruzen did the same, repeating, Ninja art, sync solace infinite. For a good measure too. But instead of creating a separate barrier, he invaded Jiraiya's and then reinforced it by linking it to his chakra. Why, you may ask? Because Naruto exists, so on him rules and logic never applied. And you'll never know when he decides to pop up.
Pa nodded in satisfaction.
Let me add something. Sage arts, lost to time. He too knew that precaution was better than cure. Gee, paranoid much? Thought Satoru inexaggeratedly. Then in amazement. These barriers are the strongest I've ever seen. Far more powerful than any domain barrier too, especially the Sage Arts one. It actually created a separate space-time within this subspace. I mean, it's not impossible, but it should take more time, damn it. So, the old man on the chair spoke up. Who is he? Lord Fukasaku? Ignoring the disrespect he felt, he smiled and turned his head towards the old Hokage. You know, old man, if you were going to ask a guy about him, then the least you could do is to ask him directly. Hiruzen said nothing for a few seconds, opting to narrow his eyes at the white-haired mystery. Then tell me, who are you? Why and how did you come here? He sighed. Let's not beat around the bush, young man, he said, his voice firm. We need answers. Your arrival, the nature of your abilities. They raise many questions. Satoru's smile faltered slightly, but he recovered quickly. Of course, old man. Ask away, and I'll do my best to answer truthfully. Jiraiya and Pa chose to silently listen for now. Your name? Satoru Gojo, head of the Gojo clan and world's strongest jujitsu sorcerer, well, former strongest. From where did you come? A different universe would be the best answer to that nasty question. Hiruzen's gaze held Satoru's. Tell us, Satoru Gojo, about your world, about the power you wield. Satoru leaned back slightly, a thoughtful look replacing his usual playful demeanor. The world I come from, he began, is a lot like yours, but with a hidden side. There exists a power called cursed energy, a malignant force born from negative emotions like fear and hatred. Every human has negativity and thus cursed energy, but some people have more than others, and then they are able to see cursed spirits. He gestured vaguely. The cursed energy leaked from humans can manifest as monstrous entities called cursed spirits. These spirits prey on humans, causing chaos and destruction. To combat these threats, Satoru continued, we have jujitsu, and jujitsu sorcerers. We learn to channel and manipulate cursed energy to fight these spirits. We also have allies, special creatures called Shikigami that we can summon to aid us. They are also manifestations of cursed energy, but Shikigami are created by a sorcerer for a specific purpose. Jiraiya leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. So, these curses are like demons then? Not quite, Satoru said. They're more like lingering negativity. The stronger the negative emotion, the stronger the curse. Seeing their intrigued expressions, Satoru elaborated. Some jujitsu sorcerers, like myself, are born with unique abilities called innate techniques. These techniques are incredibly powerful and vary greatly between sorcerers.
Innate technique?
So, are your abilities unique to you? Jiraiya inquired. Satoru nodded. Yes, many jujitsu sorcerers have innate technique and many don't. Some innate techniques are hereditary and are passed on to one's offspring, like my limitless and six eyes. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. They are just like bloodline limits but more versatile. A hint of pride flickered across his face. In my world, I belong to one of the three most powerful jujitsu families, the Gojo clan. I was also blessed with two very rare innate techniques of my clan, the Six Eyes and Limitless. He explained how the Six Eyes granted him unparalleled perception, hypercognition, and allowed him to see the flow of cursed energy, analyze anything he can perceive, such as others' innate technique and even the weak points of techniques. Limitless, he described, was a complex technique that granted him the ability to manipulate space down to the subatomic level, and he used it to create a barrier of infinity around himself. I was considered the strongest jujitsu sorcerer of my era, Satoru admitted, a hint of sadness tinging his voice. The honored one. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Strongest? But how did you end up here, in our world? A heavy silence descended upon the room. Satoru took a deep breath. But even the strongest can fall. I learned that the hard way, he said, his voice low. I perished in a battle against the king of curses, Sukuna, the most powerful jujitsu sorcerer turned curse spirit from the Heian era. During the fight, something unusual happened. Again, a heavy silence descended upon the room. Pa, who had been intently listening, spoke up. But that doesn't answer how you ended up here? He knew, but he wanted the sorcerer to answer. Satoru's gaze flickered to Pa. A flicker of hope rekindled in his eyes. I don't know exactly. Maybe a side effect of my infinity clashing with the world-cutting slash? Because I was dead and that meant reincarnation. But my original body was summoned into this world and my soul was rewritten according to this world. It was like I got reincarnated into my own body in a different world. Yeah, or maybe something else entirely. All I know is I woke up and was falling. Hiruzen, the Hokage, stroked his beard thoughtfully. A world beyond ours. Jujitsu sorcerers, cursed spirits. It's a lot to take in, Gojo. But for now, we'll hear you out further. However, understand that your presence raises concerns. We'll need to assess the potential threat you pose, and, he looked pointedly at Satoru, investigate your claims further. Satoru sighed, a hint of his playful demeanor returning. Fair enough. I understand your caution. Just know, I have no desire to cause trouble. I'm just trying to figure out how to live my new life to the fullest. Because after dying and being reborn, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. When I died, I entrusted everything to my students and passed on without regret, and my dead comrades/friends opened my eyes. For real, but when I was in hyperspace, the thing I regretted most was my own life of self-isolation. Lord Fukasaku? Sigh. Pa hopped on the table from Jiraiya's shoulder. It was about time. It would be better if I showed you. He closed his eyes, clapped his hands together in Ajna Mudra and began to concentrate. Sage arts, creed of samsara, spirit genesis. Their world went black. Their vision was filled with vibrant colors, swirling like a tornado. It went on until they arrived someplace unrecognizable. Then they witnessed the world shift. Presence of one man change everything. The two old lead shinobi saw a monster in human skin, or either a god. A person so powerful that it caused the world to adapt to them, instead adapting to the world. A person who mastered almost anything effortlessly and became an even bigger monster than what he already was. His talent fueled his arrogance beyond control, and he began to change into what his arrogance wanted him to be. An attitude of cold indifference to the people is deemed beneath him. Amidst the isolation, a flicker of warmth appeared. Suguru Geto, another prodigy burdened by his own darkness, became Satoru's first and perhaps only true friend. Together, they were an unstoppable force, their combined power awe-inspiring. But those times also changed when they were tasked to protect Riko, and in the end clashed with Toji. changed everything. Suguru became the person he himself hated the most, and Satoru's awakening gave more fuel to his bigger-than-solar-system ego. Suguru left him and everyone, falling from grace as others called it, to pursue his own path. And that broke him, changed who Satoru Gojo was. The weight of that betrayal bore heavily on him. He began seeking talented individuals for his own goal to fix the rotten jujitsu system and follow his own path. They watched as he took care of Megumi, the son of Toji, as he promised his deceased enemy. He began making progress in his quest to cleanse the Jujitsu Society when his first true student, Yuta, appeared. They witnessed what love can do to a person. The biggest curse of human nature, ability to love. With love comes hatred, and that same hatred and attachment made Yuta a special grade. Satoru Gojo became more devastated when his first pupils had to kill his first and only friend. But he was far too gone to even show remorse and care. Life continued, bringing new challenges. Yuji, a young man who became a vessel for the monstrous Sukuna, entered Satoru's life. The trio of Yuji, Nobara, and Megumi became his new pupils, their growth a source of pride and hope. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Pa witnessed Satoru's prowess in battle, the near invincibility granted by his infinity and his 6 eyes. They saw him strategize, lead, and fight with unwavering determination and arrogance. The events of Shibuya unfolded, a devastating battle that left scars on the jujitsu world. They saw Satoru sealed within a special prison realm. But even sealed away, Satoru's spirit remained unbroken. He emerged from the prison realm, stronger than ever, ready to face a new threat, Sukuna, now wielding control over his another vessel, Megumin, and had access to the 10 Shadows technique, specifically Maharaga. The final battle was a display of power. Satoru pushed his limits, unleashing the full might of his techniques. But in the end, Sukuna's world-cutting technique proved too powerful. The scene shifted, a desolate world bathed in an ethereal glow. Satoru, his form fading, found himself surrounded by familiar faces, Suguru, a hint of remorse in his eyes. A sense of peace settled over Satoru as he embraced the afterlife, reunited with his friend. With the understanding that his life was unfulfilled and fulfilled at the same time, they exited the mental space they were in. Respect evident in their eyes and immense trust too. Why wouldn't they? Trust comes from knowledge, and they know everything about the Gojo. Slowly, the white-haired sorcerer opened his eyes and saw a softly smiling Hiruzen. He too smiled in response. How long has it been? He had no idea and no sense of time either. A sense of relief washing over Satoru. He stretched, his joints protesting mildly after the experience. You've shown us a great deal, young Satoru, Hiruzen continued, his voice low and respectful. Your world, your power. It's unlike anything I've encountered before. Satoru nodded, understanding the weight of his story. I apologize if it was overwhelming. Hiruzen chuckled, a dry sound. Overwhelming, perhaps, but also undeniably impressive. You've earned my respect, young man. That much is clear. Mine too, Jiraiya seconded. And you already had mine, young man, Pa croaked out. A beat of silence hung in the air. Then, Hiruzen reached into his robes and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden pass. This is a Leaf Village pass, he explained, extending it towards Satoru. It grants you safe passage within our borders. We trust you. Satoru's gaze flickered to the pass, then back to Hiruzen. A hint of surprise crossed his features, quickly replaced by a genuine smile. Thank you, he said, his voice sincere. That means a lot. Hiruzen gestured to a chair. Please sit. Now, tell me, Satoru, what do you intend to do now? Satoru leaned back in the chair, a contemplative look settling on his face. Honestly, the same thing I did in my world, he finally said. Fight for what's right. Protect people from those who would harm them. And this time for real. I only fought for thrill in my past world, but not anymore. He paused, then added with a wry smile, though maybe this time, I'll try to do it while making some real connections. Form some bonds. In the end, well, I don't know how long I will live, but I wouldn't mind having some people around when it's all over. Hiruzen listened intently, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He glanced towards Jiraiya, who wore a similar expression. It was clear Satoru's words resonated with them. "Have you considered joining the Leaf Village, Satoru?" Jiraiya finally asked. They could not let such a powerful individual go. Satoru raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. "The Leaf Village, huh? Why not? After all, I don't exactly have another place to go." He paused, a playful glint entering his gaze. "But," he continued, holding up a hand, "on one condition, I want to mentor Naruto. There's a lot of loneliness in him, a deep well of pain. And I also saw—" His voice trailed off, his brow furrowing as he focused. "Two types of chakra, and a truly immense amount of cursed energy," he concluded, his eyes locking with Hiruzen's. "He reminds me of someone Yuta and Yuji from my world. Like Yuta, Naruto seems burdened with a curse he didn't choose." Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly. This was unexpected, but not unwelcome. Gojo was a well of power, and it spoke volumes about his visual prowess to be able to witness so much in a brief glimpse of his favorite blonde. "I'd like to train him," Satoru finished, his voice firm. "Help him learn to control that power, use it for good, become a better person, and maybe I will also become a better person along with him." He wondered. With a shrug he said, "Who knows?" A slow smile spread across Hiruzen's face. This was even better than he could have hoped for. A powerful ally, willing to share his knowledge and experience with the next generation. The future of the Leaf Village seemed a lot brighter. "That," Hiruzen declared, his voice filled with quiet authority, "can be arranged." Satoru grinned. "You know, I like you, old man. Really do." "Feelings mutual, young man. Feelings mutual," Hiruzen replied with a smirk of his own. "I just hope Kakashi understands and does not strangle me." Naruto's apartment. Late night, on the very same day of Satoru's appearance, a toad came to him and gave him a scroll containing his new schedule. He had 2 days off, and Jiraiya gave him some scrolls to read on sealing along with some sealing supplies like normal paper, a book containing basic kanji, and sit him along with a brush. "Am I really that poor?" mused Naruto. He did not had even one book in his apartment. It might have something to do with his strong dislike for books. And no matter, Jiraiya had many ways to persuade him. The blonde will be devouring the materials like nothing else. The schedule stated that he had to visit Old Man the day after tomorrow for something important and then come to the 24th. Same training ground. "What would the old man want from me?" he muttered to himself, then shrugged. Whatever. We'll see the day it happens." Then he left his apartment, leaving a fuming shadow clone to read the given materials with a smirk. "Gotta love the shadow clone jutsu," he sang happily. The Hokage office 2 days later. Naruto marches inside the old man's office with a mischievous grin. With a snicker he spoke. "Hey old man, still reading the trash I see? Heh, pervy old man can't control his little me." Hiruzen quickly hid his make-out tactics on Aunt Vasna and resisted the urge to scowl. "Damn you fate, I was just getting to the good part." Clearing his throat, along with controlling his blush, he said, "Ah, welcome Naruto. Having a good day I see," he said a little too animatedly. Naruto's grin widened. "Oh, did I come at the wrong time?" He wiggled his eyebrows. "Were you gonna use your crystal ball to peek?" Hiruzen said nothing, and began looking everywhere except Naruto, which caused the blonde genin to laugh. "Haha, sigh. Old man, I could go on forever, but I have my training and the pervy sage still didn't give me any jutsu. I am gonna grill him. Why did you call me here?" Hiruzen shook his head and withdrew his scroll. "An important reason. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose." The old Hokage threw the scroll to Naruto, which he caught. "Genin Naruto Uzumaki, from today onwards you are removed from Team 7 to your promotion to Jonin. Furthermore, you are now an official apprentice of Jonin Satoru Gojo. Effective immediately," Hiruzen said in an authoritative voice. Naruto's eyes widened and it looked like they would pop out any time. "What?" he choked out with a trembling voice. "Are you not satisfied, Naruto?" Naruto rapidly shook his head.
No.
It's not that. But, you just can't expect me to be promoted out of nowhere and not be shocked. For fuck's sake. Language, young man, Hiruzen reprimanded. Naruto rolled his eyes. Naruto gave a Cheshire grin. Old man, did you finally recognize how awesome I am? Ha ha ha. I am the best. Take that Sasuke bastard. I am a Jonin. Now Sakura will go out with me. I will be the Hokage in no time. Ha 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 ha. He cheered, continued his borderline mad crackling. Hiruzen's sweat dropped. Naruto, he did not get any response. Naruto. Hiruzen pressed a little more, voice stronger than the last time. Naruto. That snapped him out. The blonde blinked. Huh? What? Sigh. Naruto, Jiraiya, and Satoru are already at the training grounds. You should go now, don't make them wait. Now shoo. Run along. Naruto gave him a salute like a soldier on duty. All right, I'll see you later, porn-reading old man. Then the blonde storm disappeared. Very hypocritical of him when he himself had read the make-out books, don't you say? Whatever. I'll never be like these dirty old leechers. Having an appreciation and being a dirtbag are two different things after all. That what Naruto would say if you asked him. He is never going to let that go now, will he? Muttered Hiruzen in resignation. Then resumed reading his gift with a massive blush and a little bit of blood coming out of his nose. Naruto. Naruto sauntered towards the training ground 24 with a determined grin. His feet bouncing with joy, holding the scroll given by the Hokage like a lifeline. The scroll contained his new license, a bonus of 150k Ryo, the Jonin flak jacket, the golden medical card and entry pass to the Jonin section to the Shinobi repository. Heh! I am Richie Rich. I can finally rent that apartment in the Blue Beast complex I've been browsing. The medical card was also special. This card allowed him to gain access to the best medical facility in Leaf, free of charge. It also contained a medical insurance which was proportional to the amount of missions he'd do in future. A security for his family. The sweetest deal was the entry pass. I am so gonna master the heck out of every jutsu there is in the library, and take awesome weapons from the armory. The Shinobi repository was a facility for only active shinobi, which consists of a library for each ninja art within Leaf, and an armory. This was the place which provided them with ninja tools, paper bombs, scrolls, or any other things they might need or want, free of cost. As a ninja was state servant, they had free access to unlimited tools within reason and report. Individuals cannot buy them themselves as they cost a lot. Of course, genin would not have access to anything worthwhile. The most they can get was D-rank genjutsu and basic non-combat elemental ninjutsu, aside from mediocre martial arts forms and styles. They didn't have much option in the tools as well. Kunai, shuriken, senbon, normal katana or chikudo, everything of low and basic quality. As he arrived, he saw Jiraiya concentrate on something with a ram seal. The old toad sage looked like he was constipated. On the other hand, Satoru was reading through some scrolls. He was wearing a dark blue, high-collar zip-up jacket with a straight slanted placket and golden buttons, along with matching slim-fit black pants and black dress boots. /N, his original outfit. He was also wearing a blindfold? What? Even if ridiculous, it made him look fucking cool. Someday I'll also be just as cool as him. He refocused on Jiraiya and saw that the old pervert was slumped to the ground. With a teasing grin he greeted, "Yo, how's it going?" Constipated, pervy sage. Jiraiya looked up, face sweaty and exhaustion evident, but still smiled. "Hey kiddo, welcome." He greeted back with little to no enthusiasm. But the white-haired sorcerer was there to fill in for Jiraiya. "Hey there, little one." His voice was more chippy than usual. "Watch your reading, old man?" "I am not old. I am barely 30. Satoru refuted without any anger or malice. "I am reading the theoretical parts of time dilation fields and barriers." "Out of your league, kiddo," teased Satoru. Naruto pouted and blew him a raspberry. Naruto stared at Jiraiya and Satoru for a few unsure moments, then nodded to himself. "Hey Satoru, After a short pause, the blonde said, "You know, when you said that you are reincarnated, what did you mean by that?" Satoru looked at him. "I meant what I said. I died in another world." "Another world?" "And was reincarnated here. Summoned too, as actually it was your chakra which brought me and my body here in this world." Doe-eyed, Naruto asked, "Wait, Naruto Uzumaki," he pointed to himself for emphasis, "brought you here?" he asked while pointing at the jujitsu sorcerer in question. Satoru nodded with a smile. "You sure did, kid. Though I have no idea how that worked," he said with a careless shrug. Naruto opened his mouth but no voice came. Again and again. He gave up and then laughed sheepishly. "Geez, I never thought something like this could ever happen. Anyways, what about my training?" "What about it?" replied Satoru with a raised eyebrow, pointing at the panting Jiraiya. "I will train you in jujitsu, hand-to-hand and chakra manipulation. Any other art will be taught by the old pervert." Satoru paused, a finger going to his chin. "Jiraiya did tell me that you can make a lot of shadow clones, correct?" "Yup, I can make hundreds to thousands of shadow clones. Believe it." "Then make 300. Came the voice of Jiraiya, who seemed fine now. "Pervert recovered fast for sure." "Why?" "Satoru is borrowing you for jujitsu today, so I thought I'll teach you about nature transformation." "What the hell is that?" "Wind style," he ignored the blonde's cry of happiness, "and help you in your chakra control." Naruto grinned, made the cross hand sign. "All right, multi-shadow clone jutsu." With the plume of smoke, 300 grinning Naruto materialized beside him. Jiraiya made shadow clones of his own and divided them into groups. Then lead them away from him and Satoru, who as for now was looking very intrigued. What now, Gojo-sensei?" "I'll give you a crash course in jujitsu," said Satoru excitedly. Jujitsu means sorcery. It is a system like ninjutsu, in which you don't utilize your chakra but cursed energy to accomplish many feats. Naruto groaned in disappointment. "Cursed energy? I don't want to curse anyone, Gojo-sensei. I want to be the best Hokage, not a cursing wizard. Believe it." Satoru had a good laugh on cursing wizard. The more funny thing is that he is absolutely right. Jujitsu is not only about cursing someone, Naruto. It is more about harnessing your negative energy for the purpose of exorcising evil. The blonde's expression soured. "Not me. I don't have negative energy, Gojo-sensei. I am a good boy," he exclaimed, waving his arms fanatically. "How innocent he is." The jujitsu sorcerer coughed, maintaining his calm to not crush the blonde in a hug. "Let's move on. Next on our agenda is cursed energy. It is the energy generated by our mind when it is plagued by negative emotions. The stronger the emotion, the more powerful cursed energy will be. For the record, you have more cursed energy than me." "What? How? Why?" Relax, relax, kiddo. It's because of the fox in your belly you have such massive potential for jujitsu." Naruto nodded absent-mindedly. You didn't tell me what I can do with jujitsu, Gojo-sensei?" "A lot of things. You can enhance your physical characteristics for one." "Physical chara what?" Instead of getting angry, Satoru calmly stated, "You can become stronger, faster, have more stamina and much more." "That's it? I can already do those things with chakra." "No, not only that, but you can create barriers. And they are one heck of a powerful ability, and you can even heal." For a demonstration, he broke his own finger. The sound made Naruto wince, then began applying RCT. The finger began convulsing and repaired like nothing happened. And best of all, if you have innate technique, then you can do shits no one else can do.
Innate Technike?
What's that? Innate technique is a very special formula engraved upon our brain. It is very unique to each and every person. You can think of it as a bloodline which only you have. "What? I have a bloodline? Like the bastard's Sharingan?" The blonde shouted more than asked. Satoru didn't know who this bastard is, but Sharingan meant the last Uchiha, the blonde's former teammate. "Easy there, kid." Satoru ruffled his messy locks to calm him down. fingers laced with positive energy for maximum effect. Not now, and I never said that you do. His shoulders slumped. Because innate techniques are very rare and I can only get a reading when I see their cursed energy. So today, we will be activating your cursed energy. What is your innate technique, Gojo-sensei? I have two. One is my 6 eyes. Removing his blindfold, he pointed at his glowing orbs of divine cursed flesh. These eyes are the strongest there is. The only comparison I could find in this world is the famed and mythical Rinnegan or the Samsara eyes of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Naruto's eyes widened as big as saucers. Are they really that powerful? Yes, I can see cursed energy, chakra, natural energy, someone's technique, inside their body, and a whole lot more. With a deep breath, he continued, my second technique is called Limitless. It allows me to manipulate space down to subatomic levels. I can make spatial barrier, attract things towards me, push them with violent force, and even teleport. What does subatomic means, Gojo-sensei? And teleport? Seriously? Like the 4th Hokage? You can do that. Easy there, said Satoru with a chuckle for his enthusiasm and infinite patience. Subatomic is a very small measuring quantity. It's irrelevant to you for now, and no, I cannot teleport like the 4th Hokage. Your father, he mentally added. But I believe I can achieve it as I have chakra now. He began contemplating something and said, Naruto, hit me as hard as you can. That took Naruto off guard. Why? He said incredulously. Just do it, he ordered with a grin. Naruto obeyed and punched him with a minor chakra enhancement. But his punch never reached, as it was stopped by some unknown force. Naruto looked at him with curiosity. Satoru nodded. With a sly smirk he said, this is infinity which makes a barrier around me. Simply, anything physical or attack which can harm me will never reach me. Wow, Naruto stammered out. Can I do that too? As I said, I don't know. You may have a useless innate technique, or you may have even more powerful technique than me, or you may not have it all together. Then teach me. Satoru's smirk fell into a soft smile. That's what I am here for, my apprentice. Now let's begin. Lesson number 1, learning cursed energy. Naruto perked up. How will we do that? The answer he received was a palm strike to his stomach. He felt a massive drain on his chakra. The world spun. As he began feeling dizzy, his everything began spinning. Unconsciousness threatened to take over. Weakness so much so that he nearly missed Satoru's calling out, 5-element hypersealing. Pain shot through his entire body. He screamed, what the fuck? What are you doing, Gojo-sensei? Again, instead of reviving the answer, he received a fist to his ribs which nearly broke it. The offending appendage was of Satoru. The easiest way to awaken cursed energy is near-death experience. Since you have chakra, I have to seal it and completely drain your stamina so you will experience it sooner rather than later. If you really don't try, you will die, Naruto. Now come on. Show me the true resolve. You have to become the fire shadow. Satoru explained seriously, voice devoid of any emotions. His charming features turned into cold indifference and neutrality. Satoru did the fire mudra, similar to the seal of confrontation but with the thumb facing upwards as well, instead of touching the ring finger, and began chanting. Emerge from darkness, imprisonment from stillness, tighter than shackles. Bind that which would break free, seal that which would intrude. Heavy chains of void descend, suffocate with empty air. Shroud in shadows that confound, lost in labyrinth of the mind. None shall pass without the key of mind. With that said, he jumped high in the air and remained airborne. And a very black barrier formed. Then it began expanding, Naruto being the center of it. A surge of earth erupted from the ground, forming a colossal golems that towered over Naruto. Naruto's breathing became uneven. Can't breathe. It was like the air became very thick. At the same time, he was nearly crushed by an earth golem. Where did it come from? Naruto had no idea. Naruto began running, which seemed very difficult as it felt like he became heavy if someone was sitting on top of his head. He dodged a right hook, skidded and threw a kunai, then resumed his running. He dodged a drop from another piece of shit, earth who was determined to squash him. Why the fuck do I always have to end up with teachers hell-bent on killing me? Brahma, your creation is flawed. His mental whining got him nowhere. He kept running but began slowing down. Gojo-sensei sapped my chakra and even sealed it. I can't even infuse it anymore. With all the crap in this god-forsaken black barrier, I really am going to die. He grimaced when he said, going to die. Not again. This was his reference to when he met Satoru, which was 3 days ago. Same old, same old. He didn't know how long it had been. For how long he was running, dodging, tanking brutal attacks, and cursing. Uzumaki's stamina endured for all its fame. His mind became a haze, vision blurry, and other senses completely dull. It was like someone or something was whispering death into his mind. His body throbbed with exhaustion, each breath harder than the last one. Fear, doubt, anger, despair, they swirled around him. A typhoon of emotions that attempted to consume him whole. He felt himself slipping, losing control, being dragged down into the abyss of despair. These were the thoughts his mind was bombarding him with. Relentlessly, the harder he fought back, the harder and more vivid the thoughts became. The detailed illusions of different betrayals and painful scenarios didn't help. Then, a flicker of light pierced the darkness. A spark of defiance ignited within him, a refusal to surrender to the negative forces that sought to consume him. This was the press of death. But within him was the defiance of death. He channeled his rage, his frustration, his very essence, into a surge of power. Orange energy erupted from his body, a swirling vortex that enveloped him in a protective cocoon. The darkness retreated, replaced by a blinding light. His eyes flashed, a new intensity in their gaze. He was able to see those hideous creatures on each piece of shit earth. They were whispering sweet things to him, some cursing and some just saying gibberish. Glowing claws, sharp and deadly, manifested on his hands, made and imbued with the same orange energy. With a feral snarl, he lunged forward, slashing at the earth golem that had been his relentless pursuer. The golem shattered, its earthen form reduced to rubble, the hideous creature in its back fading into black particles. Naruto stood amidst the destruction, panting heavily. "Manus autonomous," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. The world around him faded to black as consciousness slipped away, along with the orange-black energy made claw. But before he slipped into blissful unconsciousness, he heard two people clapping and sensed their pride and happiness. With a smile, he began embracing the earth. But someone caught him. Previously, he was able to see those hideous creatures on each piece of shit earth. They were whispering sweet things to him, some cursing and some just saying gibberish. Glowing claws, sharp and deadly, manifested on his hands, made and imbued with the same orange energy. With a feral snarl, he lunged forward, slashing at the earth golem that had been his relentless pursuer. The golem shattered, its earthen form reduced to rubble, the hideous creature in its back fading into black particles. Naruto stood amidst the destruction, panting heavily. "Manus autonomous," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. The world around him faded to black as consciousness slipped away, along with the orange-black energy made claw. But before he slipped into blissful unconsciousness, he heard two people clapping and sensed their pride and happiness. With a smile, he began embracing the earth. But someone caught him. Chapter 4, Life of a Maelstrom Jonin Part 1. Naruto. New. The chakra-enhanced shout reverberated through the Leaf Village. "Shut the hell up, brat. You'll make everyone deaf," came the booming voice of Jiraiya as he nursed his bleeding ears. "He's right, you know, that was very uncalled for." Well, the white-haired sorcerer had complaints too. He was also nursing his ears while using RCT to heal the damage. What's going on, you may wonder? These two white-haired men are committing blasphemy. They burned his entire wardrobe of expensive, exquisite, and amazing orange tracksuits. Not only the fuck that, but these bastards bought the only store which sells any orange within the Leaf Village and set it aflame. Jiraiya, Satoru and Naruto stood sat in Naruto's case, before the burning store. The flames contained within a light blue barrier, while the only customer of the store watched all this unfold in horror. Can you believe the cruelty? Him, in nothing but a blue hospital gown, tied down in tears falling like a waterfall. This store committed bigger crimes against humanity that you can ever fathom, brat. Be glad that I took it upon myself to clean this mess, explained Jiraiya. Not to mention this store contains a very strong curse I detected. The easiest and most effective way to deal with that was to burn it with the sacred samadhi flames. Satoru nodded in agreement. The cursed energy emanating from this place was overwhelming. Not counting the deaths this place has. It's crawling with low-grade vengeful spirits. I wonder just who keeps this ghostly shop afloat. This clothing store, named Fashion Flowers, was built upon an ancient grave of some extremely powerful being, and it had a special grade curse upon it. Cursed energy rolling off on waves like no other. But that was not the problem, it laid in identification. Because neither Satoru nor Jiraiya can recognize the cursed energy residual as human. It may be because Jiraiya only has known jujitsu for 1 day, but for 6 eyes and more specifically Satoru friking Gojo to fail.
Impossible.
So they bought the store. Jiraiya did. Satoru still had to earn even a Ryo. But it mattered not for Jiraiya as he was the richest man in the entire world, which just happens to be selling the most hideous clothing they had ever seen. And their apprentice/godson wore those, and you get 2 very happy men for the job. Satoru set up the veil, a translucent cube, and Jiraiya wrote the array to summon the sacred treasure of Mount Myaboku, the strongest flames in existence, samadhi flames, capable of incinerating mountains within minutes, far surpassing the famed Uchiha's Amaterasu in terms of raw power and destructive ability. But back to Naruto. For him, these 2 white-haired demons were the true curses of the world. Fucking pricks. 2 giant, sadistic, grinning, lunatic demons. As of now, their cruel smirk sent shivers of dread through his spine, and their airily glowing eyes made him quiver in fear. While he agreed on a certain level, it didn't mean they had to burn the whole damn thing and his wardrobe. His nascent cursed energy senses and higher-than-before spiritual awareness screamed at him to just run away, as this place was crawling with those cursed spirits, but they didn't leave and just stood there, inviting him to come in. The phase should have filtered all cursed energy, but the amount is just so great that a special grade can survive. Why you'll pay for this? That was my favorite store. Gojo-sensei could have easily killed every curse there is. That statement fell on deaf ears. Jiraiya chuckled a little too animatedly, amusement evident. Favorite store? Ha! This place was an affront to fashion. We're doing the world a favor by ridding it of such atrocities. Satoru smirked. Besides Naruto, you need a wardrobe overhaul. There was a very uncomfortable pause. What would be next? Master Jiraiya. Tapping and scratching his chin in thought of how to make Naruto suffer more. His eyes flashed. Let's buy off Ichiraku. Naruto gaped, mouth open to its limits. Had enough pain, and he did what would be appropriate in this situation, fainting. Not able to take any more of this cruelty upon his innocent mind. Satoru and Jiraiya both sweat dropped. We are not going to burn this Ichiraku you adore so much, Naruto, said Satoru as he picked up the blondes on his shoulders. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes on both of them. Satoru, you know, will not get any better chances to make him our dressing doll than now. A sly smirk crept up his face as he wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. How about we get him something proper to wear, along with a proper company? Easy on the eyes for the ladies and have some blackmail material just in case, if you catch my drift. It took a few moments for Satoru to catch up. When he did, he broke into full-blown laughter. Jiraiya, you are diabolical. I am up for it. I don't want my little brother to be a stranger to the female species when his big bro is the most handsome man in the world, said Satoru with a raised head as air filled his lungs to full capacity. Big brother, eh? Jiraiya raised a white eyebrow, while having a soft and ghost of a smile. I never took you as someone who will familiarize with an almost stranger so quickly? What changed? Both white-haired sorcerers, new one in Jiraiya's case, began walking towards the central mall of Leaf Village. The cursed shop was completely gone, and Umbu came for cleanup. Not that there was anything to clean. Nah! Satoru waved him off with his left hand. It's not about being quick. It's just inevitable. Don't tell me he didn't grow on you. That he did. Then it's the same for me too. Just a few hours I spent with him and I desire to see him reach new heights. A class no one has ever attained in this world. The honored one. Just see so much of myself in him. I don't even know how that works when our mentality and pasts are so different, but you could say that he is a dumb, down-powered version of me. But he is his own unique person. So it's inevitable that we'll become family, on all fronts I might add. Jiraiya contemplated Satoru's words. It's true. That brat did grow on me on day one, and I don't think my life in Leaf will be the same without him. I am still his godfather, you know. You'll have to get my permission if you want to adopt him. The statement was rather haughty. Satoru smirked widely. Getting jealous? Chuckle. Don't worry. This will take a few months. Once I establish my business and the Gojo clan here, he tilted his head towards Naruto. He will be Naruto Gojo and not Uzumaki. There will be complications due to his lineage on both fronts, Satoru. Satoru frowned in thought. Those old cronies? I don't give a pig shit about them. Be blanched, face twisting in disgust. He quickly shook it off. Complications be damned. I never cared for them anyways. For a few seconds it looked like Jiraiya wanted to add something, but held it. Instead he smiled and said, I look forward to it. Flashback. Okay, said Jiraiya with the clap of his hand. He made the cross hand sign and 5 clones of himself materialized. Make a group of 50 Narutos. Yes, sir. The horde of blondes complied. Each clone of the super pervert took 50 of Naruto and he was left with 50 himself. Folding his arms, he took a deep breath. Divide in groups of 10. Naruto tilted his head sideways. Why in a group of 5 pervy sage? Jiraiya had no desire to look at Naruto, so he began pacing back and forth. I will be teaching you all 5 elements, that's why. Naruto's mouth hung open, eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? You'll really teach me all the elements? Will I be able to do the hand-crackling thingy Kakashi-sensei did too? He asked in childlike wonder. Chidori? You'll have to learn it from Kakashi if you want. It won't be easy, Naruto. I am only going to teach you basic transformation to all 5 elements, and not mastery. To master them, it will take years, even with shadow clones. Naruto's shoulders slumped in disappointment. With a sigh he asked, What's the difference anyways? Jiraiya smiled. Glad you asked. Happy to show off his intelligence anytime. There are in total 6 levels of each elemental transformation and 2 types of nature transformation. There are theoretical advanced transformations too, which is known as a bloodline limit. Jiraiya paused to look at Naruto, waiting. Naruto nodded. Everything so far has been okayish. The first to 3 levels are the ones widely used and known as mastered, and the first type is known as nature state transformation, NST. But each element is different in this regard. Like for example, wind style, your primary element has 4 levels of NST. In NST you mimic one or more property of a certain element, and not truly transform your chakra into said element. Then there comes the true bitch, transmutation. In this level, which is primarily level 4 to 6, you change your chakra into a pure physical element. You, Naruto, will be able to create your own oxygen and even water inside your body. Amazing, muttered Naruto in a low voice. One more fact about ninjutsu. It's mostly spiritual energy. Jiraiya whispered in a way like he was telling the secrets of the universe to the blonde. You see, light and shadow, yin-yang, are the fundamental components of chakra. You already know that, right? Naruto bobbed his head slowly and unsurely. Yin is the spiritual energy from our mind, our soul. Yang is the energy of our body, the vitality of a man. Light governs life and animation. It is the force which makes you move, and the force which makes your body healthy. Shadow, on the other hand, is the power of imagination, the form-giving aspect, the matter and everything of universe itself. Most ninjutsu fall under shadow style because we only use spiritual energy to generate matter and shape it in our desired form. The look on Naruto's face told Jiraiya that he understood jack shit. The white-haired pervert groaned and moved on, giving up on teaching theories to the blonde. With a little fake cheer, he said, I will help you attain fire style to level 3, and wind to level 2, which I know myself. How many elements do you know, pervy sage? I know all 5 actually. Benefits of being a sage. Haha, but I only have mastered 4. What? Mastered? As in 6th level? Yes? Anyways, we are getting off topic here. Get in 5 groups and pluck a handful of leaves from that tree, said Jiraiya while pointing a finger towards a tree. Naruto and his group of clones did as was told. Naruto Group A, you will be doing fire style. Grab the leaf from the petiole between 2 fingers in both hands and channel chakra into it. Imagine your chakra heating up, setting that leaf ablaze. He got a series of blonde nods. He began to walk towards the second group. You, Group B, will be doing lightning style, he said in a tone full of authority and power. Put those leaves between both your index fingers and imagine channeling chakra from one finger to the leaf to the second finger. While doing so, imagine your chakra as extremely light and moving very erratically. You have to vibrate your chakra as fast as possible while making it move as fast as you can. When the leaf shrinks within seconds, your exercise will be complete. Group C, he addressed the third horde of blondes, will be doing wind style. Each wind master has their own unique way which they train in it, but mine is pretty simple. Imagine your chakra as very scattered gas, then compress that said gas into very sharp blades and cut that leaf in vertical half. If you imagined your chakra as only rubbing, grinding blades, then you will lack the crucial components of wind, pressure and force. So my method will give you both. For Group D, it was water style. They had to examine and extract the water from the leaf and then shape the same water into leaf shape. Last but not the least, Group E were doing earth style. They had to place the leaf on the ground and then stimulate the dirt particles, then funnel them through the leaf to make it crumple. You all practice it diligently and I'll go check on others, alright? Alright, pervy sage. We will master this exercise in no time. Believe it. Jiraiya waved at them and began walking towards his other clone's location. Sit down. Jiraiya heard his own clone command. You want to control chakra better? The best way would be meditation. You should sit down, take deep breaths, and then focus completely on your chakra and chakra alone. No need to worry about control just yet. Now sit down in lotus position and do Anjani Mudra. He showed the 2, by joining both his hands together in a clapping fashion in front of his heart. You can also chant a mantra to concentrate, and most importantly, imagine your right hand being inside of your chakra and left being the yang. Then you balance them both and bam, you will have better chakra control. He finished with a grin as Naruto nodded, as instructed. Chakra cloaking already? A valuable skill if he wants to fight on caliber of his rank and not rip his body asunder. Internal enhancement is way too much for him as of now. Cloaking, usually only used on weapons and not on the human body, but Jiraiya disagreed. His own idea of cloaking the human body was the foundation of Tsunade's super strength technique. As a genin, he lacked the proper chakra control, and with all the war going on, he had no time to properly train in it. Thus, cloaking was born. Slowly but surely, a sizable cloak of golden yellow chakra formed around Naruto. It was not stable by any stretch of imagination, and there were a lot of whips of chakra being wasted, but it was far more stable than when the brat infused massive amounts of chakra. It now has a shape resembling an oval, akin to a flaming teardrop shape, making him look like he was set on fire. As for other clones, they were having a hard time to say the least. The batch practicing leaf sticking with water walking were getting very frustrated due to the lack of progress. Some were falling here and there, but all of them were determined to actually complete this exercise before sundown, or partially at least. The first batch of 50 clones were practicing how to better use a kunai and not just throwing it, while half of the same batch were working on their aim with shuriken and senbon on moving targets. The second batch was learning how to channel chakra into weapons to increase their durability and power. The third batch was practicing basic forms of Jiraiya personal taijutsu style, the Flaming Hermit. And last, but not the least, batch was practicing shadow clone coordination and battle tactics. So far so good. With a satisfied smile, he strolled towards the original Naruto and Gojo, spotting a very black dome and Satoru hovering over it. Sigh, troublesome youngsters. Tisk! He exclaimed in irritation, already guessing what was going on within the barrier. Jiraiya took a deep breath and his hands formed the tiger seal. Earth style, density control. Slowly his body began hovering above ground. The contents of his breakfast rose to his throat, but he choked them down. That's why I hate this jutsu. It makes me puke and completely disoriented. Fucking hell. With deep breathing for a few minutes, he gained his footing while being 1 meter above ground level, levitating. He began doing hand signs which ended on horse. Fire style, torch. A simple touching technique was enough to propel him. If that is not strange, then I really don't know what is. Can't you use a wind-style jutsu to propel, Jiraiya? What are you, an academy student? Behave like a sage, please. Can it, narrator? My life, my rules. Stink eye. Sigh. He floated towards the white-haired sorcerer and stood side by side. What you got there for the brat, Satoru? Nothing special. A magnified training field for jujitsu, if you will. Jiraiya snorted a nosy snort. Just a training field? I'll say it again. For me, this is nothing special. What about you? How is your jujitsu clone coming along? Still trying to separate my chakra. It's bitchy. Sage mode helps, as I can do it in that state, but not a battle-ready thing that is. Enough about me, what about the brat? Coming along nicely. That's all you have to say? He is in mortal danger, you know? It is simulated. There is no real harm to him. Does he have it? Yes, he does. His innate technique is very powerful. I cannot figure out its mechanics without it manifesting, but I can say that if he was able to master his technique and control the cursed energy of Nine Tails, he will really be invincible. Jiraiya scoffed good-naturedly. No one is, Satoru. I thought you would know this better than anyone. Satoru just gave him a sharp grin. I know. I am not talking about the theoretical invincibility, but practicality. Jiraiya dropped it. What about my innate curse technique? What is mine? Satoru removed his blindfold and looked at Jiraiya for a long moment. His eyes gained more glow by the passing second. Then he placed the blindfold back and released a tired sigh. I cannot tell. You will have to manifest your cursed energy first, Jiraiya. This world's mechanics behind jujitsu are different. I was only able to tell the basics of Naruto's technique because of the overwhelming, for others and not me, presence of his seal. Satoru looked at Naruto and narrowed his eyes. Jiraiya was able to tell this much. Innate curse technique is akin to a dormant organ within yourself. You will know its name, what it does, and its basic functionality innately.
Anciennette technique.
But it's different in this world. Here, innate technique is more than just a formula on the brain. It is more like a part of one's soul and far more spiritual than physical. Before Jiraiya could say anything, both of them felt a massive amount of negative energy wash over them like a high tide upon a goldfish. Satoru's lips curled upwards, giving him a wild and feral, crazed look. Jiraiya was not doing any better, as he had the front row seat to watch as orange claws made of energy ripped the golem apart like paper. The sheer amount of cursed energy released by the blonde was enough to shatter the entire barrier like glass, and push them away from their position. The blonde inside began falling as the barrier collapsed. Both white-haired men dashed and caught him. Manus autonomous. They heard him mutter. So this is Naruto's innate technique and cursed energy manifestation, which by coincidence is orange, inquired Jiraiya. Satoru nodded while applying his amplified RCT upon Naruto's unconscious form. Yes, Manus autonomous, the technique which allows him to manipulate his body and mind. To what extent is to be found out, though. You already know, don't you? Asked Jiraiya with a questioning glance. Satoru shook his head.
No, Jiraiya.
I cannot see someone's technique in its entirety. At least not here in this world. I can only tell that he can manipulate his body and mind. You are not going to tell him? I suggest you not. Yup, neither you nor I can spoon-feed him everything. He paused to pick Naruto up in a bridal style. He is exhausted and low on chakra. Let's get him to a hospital. He deserves rest. We can resume his training when he gets better. No? While his clones can keep going at it. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Took the words right out of my mouth, Satoru. Then we can begin the training of true shinobi, us old man, said Satoru with a condescending smirk. Jiraiya's grin had too many teeth to count. Don't underestimate me, young man. I am not old, damn it. Women still quiver in lust at the mere thought of me. Gojo rolled his eyes. I know, and defeating you will establish my position as the strongest in the Leaf. My reputation precedes me, after all. We will see, said Jiraiya as his voice carried the challenge. Flashback end. Naruto. The sun painted the sky in hues of gold and pink as Naruto approached the imposing structure of the Leaf Administration building. His appearance had undergone a huge transformation since his last visit. Taller and leaner, the once scrawny boy had turned into a handsome young man. His facial features are sharp and angular, losing all his baby fat and gaining more muscles. It gave him a wild charm. All in 3 days due his innate technique, Manus Autonomous, and its passive ability, Prime Time. Prime Time kept his body in the best possible condition no matter what, cured any and all anomalies, and made his resistance to poison and diseases infinitely more powerful. Broken would be an understatement, considering that he has no control over his technique. Yet, not being able to generate cursed energy and all that bullshit. Still thought, I look hot with capital H. That red-eyed asshole is no match for me now. Don't get envious of anyone, Naruto. You have always been more handsome than anyone, except me, of course. Ladies will swoon over you for sure. There was this too, a white-haired demon's voice in his head. That damn broken sorcerer, implanting a genjutsu on him. It's not a genjutsu. It's my new thought transmission technique. Sai, chakra can do wonders if you have 6 eyes. You said it works similar to genjutsu, something about shadow style, no? Yes? Again, that damn broken sorcerer, implanting a genjutsu on him. You are my testing dummy and you can't do anything about it. Say that again, you arrogant jerk. I did it for your own good, my little Vincenzo. I want to guide you to be a better person, starting with fixing your inferiority complex. Simply, think of others below yourself. Don't show it, but just think, and bam, you are one step closer to being the fire shadow. Thanks, bastard sensei, for taking away my privacy. Humph. Again, you agreed to it. Why won't I? You promised to teach me that blasted RCT of yours. This will be gone today anyways. Besides, don't you love me? Naruto scoffed. Of course not. I hate you. Love you too, Blondie. Enough of that. That's not all there was. Now clad in an outfit which made him a sight to behold. A combination of dark blue full-sleeve shirt with golden buttons, a matching loose-fitting pants, and his traditional shinobi sandals. For now, wear these. They are a million levels better than the orange monstrosity you wore in the past. I'll get your custom jiu-jitsu student outfit ready in time. Alright? Is what I said. Do you want me to repeat it again? Naruto glared at no one in particular, feeling infuriated. Those words of a lovable bastard after he attended the funeral of his beloved orange tracksuits. The change was welcomed though, as his new look was gaining him the attention he so always desired. He marched towards the Leaf Administration building with purpose, to pick up new equipment for his first Jonin-ranked mission. Awesome. The description goes as, go to Fire Capital. Amaterasu along with another qualified team, which is Team Roy, pick up some noble pricks and their spoiled children along with their fattier than buffalo wives and drop them on their ass to the land of lightning capital Raijin. And blah blah blah. Like he and Satoru needed anyone to go with them. Sigh. The nerve of people. You are so right, little Vincenzo. Shut up. I detest that nickname. Don't even know what it means. It means shut up. He cut off the mental link using sheer willpower. So, for the mission he had to pick up appropriate gear. A sword, a short bow staff, kunai, shuriken, medical kit, food pills, vest, and many more such shit he never even uses. Well, he is getting a crazy expensive sword for free, so who cares? He walked through the gates of Leaf Administration building, towards the entrance of Shinobi Repository. Jonin section. It was on the 6th underground floor, full of security of all kinds. For Genin, it was the 2nd underground floor. For Chunin, it was from 3rd to 5th floors. As he walked by, many guarding ninja watched him like a hawk, just waiting for him to make a move and slit his throat. He shuddered. So bloodthirsty, this lot of them. In his path lay intricate markings of various languages. Seals, he thought, a Chunin in every step, watching every incoming and outgoing shinobi, and every step to descend gave colder chills still. Finally, he reached his destination, the Jonin section. Strangely, it had no guards and no one to monitor, just a lion on fire emblem eating everyone's pass. Eating? Lion? When did they become vegetarian? Naruto Uzumaki! The lion boomed with glowing eyes, startling Naruto. Place your entry pass here. It gestured towards its mouth. You may collect it once you leave. Behave inside, and beware you are being watched. Deciding not to comment on this strange situation, Naruto did as he was told and the gates opened for him. His eyes shone like stars as his eyes fell into the exquisite collection inside. Fuck yeah! His excited shout garnered a lot of attention. Every Jonin in earshot looked his way, many thoughts running through their head. The kid? The Jinchuriki got promoted? Who promoted him? And all such. One Kakashi Hatake was not one of them. He was ecstatic,
Sad.
happy, heartbroken, surprised, many more, but he chose to settle on happiness. Naruto, came Kakashi's lazy, drawn-out voice. Naruto looked here and there as Kakashi neared him. Congratulations are in order. Nice outfit, by the way, said Kakashi. Naruto beamed. Thanks. I am a Jonin now. Believe it. I even got an awesome kick-ass master too. He taught me jujitsu. Cursed sorcery? His eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Who would that be, Naruto? He inquired. Satoru Gojo. Naruto answered with chirp. And pervy sage too, he added. Kakashi, despite his nonchalant attitude, snickered at the nickname. Good for you. You no longer need me, no? I'll take my leave then, said Kakashi with faux sadness. Naruto panicked. No, Kakashi-sensei. I wanted to meet you after my promotion. Promise. I wanted to show you how awesome I am, he said fanatically. Kakashi couldn't resist it. He embraced the panicking blonde in a tight hug. With a huge smile on his face, evidence of his elevated mood, he said, I was joking, Naruto. Of course you still need me. Naruto sighed in relief, then huffed. What are you doing here? Taking a calming breath, Naruto said, I came here to pick up equipment for my first A-rank mission. What are you doing here, Kakashi-sensei? A rank already? I came up to pick up some medical supplies. A chikudo for Sasuke and a knuckle duster with extension blades for Sakura. Naruto's mood darkened for a second, but he bounced back in a flash. Oh? Will you help me get the supplies needed then? It's my first time here, you know? Kakashi's eyes gave the reply with a smile. Of course. Everything for my cute little Genin, former Genin. He ignored the flash of anger and hurt on Naruto on the mention of his former team, or his current treatment of them. They strolled through the sections with books and scrolls, both having nothing to say. What are you looking for exactly, Naruto? Kakashi finally let out. I want an uchigatana and a short bow staff along with one set of senbon. Do you even know how to use those? Naruto pouted. What do you take me for, Kakashi-sensei? Of course I know how to learn. Wait, learn. Duh. Kakashi just shook his head. If you want, then I can teach you how to wield both bow staff and uchigatana. Only if you want. Naruto paused, considering. If it is not much for you, then I'd appreciate it. It was then that Kakashi froze. Did Naruto reply formally and tactfully? So promotion does mean something. Then come to training ground 3 after your missions, all right? Oh, the wonders of having Monus Autonomous and its passive enhancements. Enhanced intelligence and sensing being one of them. Not too much if you ask anyone, though. Naruto smiled happily. I definitely will. Believe it. As Naruto approached the section which held swords, his eyes darted towards a section where a big-ass scroll was being used by 25 shinobi. Were they shinobi? Naruto tapped Kakashi's shoulder to gain attention and then pointed towards the giant red scroll. What is that, Kakashi-sensei? That? Kakashi let out after following Naruto's finger trail. Is the scroll used to create chakra metal of all kinds. Its name is Forge of Roots. Huh? I thought chakra metal came from Earth.
No, Naruto.
Chakra metal is an artificial creation. It is a special compound obtained. It is made by melting the normal metal and then constantly infusing it with chakra to turn it into chakra metal. Why the scroll then? Shouldn't they be using, I don't know, a forge? Kakashi chuckled. That is the Forge Naruto, the Forge of Roots. It is the scroll which contains a very special formula. That formula makes a pocket space where any metal sealed inside matures extremely faster, and it also traps every bit of funneled chakra inside. It also has the ability to blend to unlikable elements like perfectly merging oil and water. It was the scroll given to the Leaf Village by Ashina Uzumaki. Naruto stilled, eyes widening, thoughts jambling. Uzumaki? Yes, the Uzumaki clan head of that time gave this scroll as a sign of good faith. I think it's older than the Leaf Village. Naruto said nothing, having nothing to say anyways. I had a clan? Kakashi-sensei. Answer me truthfully, all right? Kakashi nodded, a bit surprised. Am I the last Uzumaki if the Uzumaki clan existed? Kakashi paused as he was completely caught off guard. What is up with Naruto today? When did he become this quick on the uptake? I thought I would ease him into his heritage slowly, but he is already a step ahead. In our village? Yes. Naruto, you are the last Uzumaki we or any village knows. My mother? Or father? Who was the Uzumaki? Should I tell him? Of course I should. Your mother, Lady Kushina, was the last Uzumaki clan head. She died on the day of your birth. Naruto's eyes moistened, unshed tears gathering within. Kakashi quickly moved to comfort him, but stopped when he saw Naruto wiping it off and smiling. Honest to fucking goodness smiling. Finally, I know the name of one of my parents. He muttered in a low, crackling voice. Anyways, Kakashi-sensei, I came here to get equipment and not cry. You can tell me all about it when I return from my mission, you know? Let's go. He forced a bright but shaky smile, his broken voice transforming into his usual cheer. Kakashi's eyes welled up with tears as he gazed at Naruto, his heart swelling with pride and nostalgia. He remembered Kushina's warm smile, her fierce determination, and her unwavering love for him and his team. He bit back his emotions, not wanting to be a public display. Yeah, you are right, he drawled out. A comfortable silence descended upon them as they moved towards the designated counter for melee weapons. What you want, a Kakashi Uzumaki? Asked the lady behind the counter. How does she know our name's Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto suspiciously. Kakashi, I smiled. She has the surveillance display with her. She has our license and ninja registration number with her for verification purposes. All counters and keepers here have one on their person. Besides, I am very famous, you know. Kakashi, Uzumaki, the lady sighed. I haven't got the time for chatter. Name what you want and get out of here. She sent a very nasty glare towards Kakashi. The blonde paused. I want an Uchigatana and a short bow staff, a pack of senbon and standard A-rank gear. The lady looked at Kakashi impatiently. Geez, be a little more patient, Hataru. I want a chikudo and a modified knuckle duster with added curved blades. Wait here, she said dryly. Naruto saw her going and scowled. What's her problem? Job frustration and dealing with Guy for a few months straight will do that to anyone. She likes the field and not the counter. Guy? Another very, very eccentric jonin who always shouts about flames of youth. Like you are any less. Do I want to know? No, Naruto, you don't, said Kakashi plainly with a shake of his head. The now named Hataru bought everything requested. Take this Uzumaki. She presented him a very elegant-looking Uchigatana, the latest in the stock, a special series called Kaiju. This is the 8th blade named Kafka, made from Titan steel, a steel and titanium alloy. Supreme grade chakra treated. The Uchigatana blade was pure glowing silver, with dark navy blue lines running across it. The grip was warped in navy blue threads with 6 white rhombus on each side, and a golden guard with a very elegant and complex design of a tiger. All in all, it suited his current style perfectly. Supreme grade? Chakra metal has a grade. Yes, Kakashi answered him. There are low, medium, high, and supreme grades of chakra treatment. The highest grade is reserved for most covert and dangerous missions. If you are his babysitter, then teach him before you bring him here, she snapped. I haven't got time for this shit. I will be careful from now on, was a rather simple, if a bit naughty reply. Poor Naruto had no idea what was going on. Hataru handed Naruto the rest of his tools. This bow staff is an experiment. It is made from graphene and titanium layered upon each other. The staff was pure black and looked really cool. Rest of supplies were shown, then sealed in a scroll which was thrown to him. As for Kakashi's request, Hataru didn't bother explaining and just handed him the scroll with all the contents inside them stomped off. She is not this snappy usually. Sorry about her. There is something going on between you and her, and you somehow pissed her off, didn't you? Before the lazy Jonin could reply, someone else cut in. Let me explain it then, said a low-pitched, gray-haired old man. Heya Kakashi, he waved. Hey Ichibai, Kakashi waved back. Naruto, this is Ichibai Shiki, one of the blacksmiths here. Give me that scroll, said Ichibai and snatched the scroll from Kakashi, then unsealed its contents. This knuckle duster is made from carbon steel with special seals. He demonstrated by channeling chakra to the rather simple-looking knuckle dusters. He created spikes, or rather spikes appeared on its surface. He punched the air to show them. These spikes are capable of popping out and retracting. He channeled his chakra again. The blade glowed momentarily and sharp. Shiny blades popped out from below pinky fingers. I modeled them after Asuma's trench knife, but they are more versatile than his. This was made on Guy's request. But I thought Guy only used his nunchuck for a weapon? Not for himself, but for his mini-me. That team is a lunatic one. 2 training maniacs, a fate-obsessed Hyuga, and a weapon-loving girl. Oh man, I am glad I don't have to deal with that shit. Ichibai gave Kakashi a sideways glance. A bit of anger gleamed. What happened with you and Hataru anyways? You know what? Don't tell me, just apologize to her. Okay? Kakashi chuckled uneasily but didn't say anything, just nodded. Naruto sighed and began to walk towards the exit with his former Jonin sensei. How about we go to Ichiraku, my treat for your promotion? Naruto's expression broke into a huge smile. With that, Naruto left with much more brighter mood. With Naruto clone the same time. A clone of the blonde sorcerer stomped towards the Western Leaf Shinobi Hospital, an uncharacteristic scowl on his usually grinning face. Suck it, Satoru, he grumbled. Not out loud, Naruto. Didn't I say not to curse so much? He took deep breaths. Oh, I'd never, but you and Pervy Sage forced me to. No need to snap. It's for your own good anyways. Didn't you want to learn RCT? Did you even bother to tell me that I have to study? I would have never agreed. Medical knowledge is important to use reverse cursed technique. It will be at least a year before you learn it. I'd say you expand your medical knowledge, you blonde dumbass. You are dumbass. Am. Not. Yeah, and I am an ostrich. Not when you threaten to curse me with tasteless ramen for eternity. You have to eat other things anyways. No ramen for you. Jiraiya said as much, didn't he? Not when I had to eat crap in hospital for 3 days. You were a glutton, don't lie. That was because of prime time. Your words, not mine. Dumbass. With a huff for the losing banter, Naruto did the ram seal and cut the connection. But he felt Satoru connect with him again. What now? Don't tell me you didn't notice someone stalking you? I can connect to your senses and it's clear as day that a girl is stalking you of all people. Fuck you too. I will check it, okay? His newly acquired senses, though specializing in negative energy sensing, when coupled with his chakra sensing, can give him details about almost anything. It makes a mental map of all chakra he is sensing, which Satoru calls as reading aura of environment, but Naruto had a flashier name. The power of observation. Observation haki. No need for any hand sign or changing chakra to sensory mode to sense. Cool, right? Yeah, a spur of the moment name, but it's his technique, so he can name it anything. Anyone with a problem can shove it up their asses. But a stalker, eh? He smirked. They will be getting what they deserve if they have any creepy intentions for me. I am no Uchiha who will tolerate stalking from his fangirls. Don't delude yourself. You have no fangirls. He growled but didn't reply. Doing the tiger seal, he body flickered towards said stalker. Almost 150 meters away, near a tea house, behind the pole. "Yo, how'd you doin', Miss Stalker?" he greeted. His stalker yelped and jumped, then whipped her head towards him. A beautiful girl with indigo hair and white eyes. Her face flushed crimson and her eyes wide with surprise. "What? Hinata? Hinata."
Hello en Naruto.
"Hi," he said, his voice laced with amusement. "What are you doing following me around like a scared bunny?" Hinata's stutter intensified, her cheeks burning a new shade of red. She fidgeted with her fingers, avoiding eye contact. Naruto, with his newfound abilities and already existing perceptiveness, noticed her shyness. It wasn't a quality he found bothersome, but rather endearing in its own way. In fact, he found it kind of cute. Rapid blinking. What the hell am I thinking? Average teenager thoughts? Only Sakura. No Banshee for you. I won't ever approve of it. Like I need it anyways. Humph. You don't even know how lovely Sakura is. Oh, believe me, you really do. And if she is lovely, then I will eat dog shit. Which I would never, ha ha ha. He bit back another growl and chose to focus on his former classmate. His eyes narrowed as she looked down. There was more to her nervousness. He will find out if this was the last thing he did. He tried to focus and delve deeper into her feelings and aura, but it was not strong enough. Whatever she was feeling was causing her heart to race and adrenaline to humpy jump. Not only that, her dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin were on rampage. Kinda like when Sakura gushes on Sasuke, but far more deeper. Confusing. What do those terms even mean anyways? Where did they even come from? Wait, you did that, didn't you, Satoru? Yup, can't have you being all chumpy-brained and idiotic when you are my apprentice, you know. He released a tired breath which startled Hinata. He was broken out of his thoughts when a pair of lavender eyes met with his cerulean blue. Again, a wave of emotions washed over him, radiating from Hinata which he couldn't recognize. As for the girl herself, she saw him and her breath hunched in her throat. There he was, the boy she was helplessly in love with, bathing in the otherworldly glow of morning sun, locking eyes with her. But he wasn't the same Naruto she remembered from the last time she saw him. He was taller now, taller than her, and his skin had an indescribable glow to it. His eyes now displayed maturity along with playfulness, and his outfit just made him look even more incredible. Everything went downhill. Blame her maturing body and biology, not her.
Pure tofts. Pure tofts. Pure tofts.
She continued chanting within her mind, attempting to prevent the blood from leaking out from her nose. So, he continued when she didn't say anything, tilting his head to the side. Is there a reason you were, following me? Hinata's blush deepened further. She seemed to shrink a few inches under his gaze. Taking a deep breath, she finally managed to stammer out a response. I just wanted to tea-talk to you. And Naruto, she mumbled, her voice barely audible. But I didn't know how to. Naruto grinned, understanding dawning on him. He remembered how Hinata used to shy away from him during their academy days. Seems some things hadn't changed. Well, you could have just come up and said hi, he offered with a friendly shrug. No need to follow me around like a lost puppy dog. Hinata flinched at the comparison, a small whimper escaping her lips. Naruto quickly realized his playful jab might have landed a little too hard. He held up his hands placatingly. "Hey, hey, I was just kidding," he exclaimed, his voice full of reassurance. "See, this is what I mean. You don't have to be so scared to talk to me, Hinata. I don't bite. Well, not usually." A faint smile flickered across Hinata's lips at his attempt at humor. She seemed to relax a fraction, her shoulders losing some of their tension. "So," he began again, extending a hand towards her. "What did you want to talk about?" And motioned her to walk with him. She complied. I wanted to just tea-talk TT to you. Why, like friends do." "Oh," Naruto realized. "Well, I am doing quite amazing. How about you? I have been promoted too. Isn't it amazing?" Her lavender eyes widened. "See, congratulations," she stuttered out after a few seconds. "The gap between him and B has just widened. Can I ever reach him like this? Be the person who can stand by his side as his equal?" Her eyes began watering ever so slightly. Naruto did not notice this and looked up to the sky. "I am going to the hospital to register for the medical program. What about you? How has your training been?" "And nothing special. I can't take advanced tea training for my family. I am far too weak for them to bother teaching me." Naruto stopped and gazed at her incredulously. She thought that she somehow offended him and opened her mouth to apologize but was cut off. "If you are weak, then I hate ramen." She looked at him questioningly. "You are the strongest kunoichi in our class, Hinata, and I bet you are even more amazing in person." She blushed adorably. "Don't beat yourself over what others say." He began walking and Hinata following. Hinata stammered out. "Are you interested in becoming a medical ninja? And no offense, but why you have too much chakra to control properly for medical ninjutsu." "I know," he sighed, "but my lame-ass master is forcing me to take it up. I know for a fact that I am gonna fail the first test they will give me and will be thrown out of class for sleeping there. But I just gotta do it, we had a deal. But I swear I'm gonna smash his stupid face," he said, his fists balled and shaking with controlled fury. Hinata giggled lightly. Naruto smiled. At least she opened up a little. He thought, "What about you, Hinata? What were you doing before you stalked Dash? Saw me?" "Yeah, saw me and decided to chat. I was also going to register for the medical program. My teammates get hurt a lot, especially Kiba. The mutt has always been trouble for everyone," he interjected. "Don't say that, Naruto." She chided him softly as he struck out his tongue, which caused her to giggle even more. "Yes, so, I am not a good enough fighter. But I have Byakugan and am naturally very good at chakra control, so I thought I could be a medic." "That's a great idea. But won't your family make a fuss? I mean, the pervy sage said that Hyuga are pretty suck-up pricks and don't even bother with other branches of ninja art except taijutsu. No offense to you." She didn't know who this pervy sage is, but she said, "None take. It's true, actually. I am having a normal conversation with Naruto." "No. I am having a conversation with Naruto." She did a few mental backflips. "I have permission to pursue any field I desire if it doesn't hamper my training with my clan." Her beautiful features turned sour and downcast. Naruto had an instinctual urge to say something nice and make her happy again. Sadness didn't look good on her. "I am weak after all. I can never achieve anything," she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. Naruto became completely motionless and gave her a hard look which made her take a few steps back. "Don't ever say that or even think that, Hinata," he nearly growled. Hinata panicked. "I am sorry," she said with a deep bow. "I messed up again." His features softened. "No need to be sorry, Hinata." He grabbed her by shoulders and lifted her up. "I am not angry at you, but what you said. Just who told you that you can never achieve anything?" Hinata paused for a few seconds. "And no one." Her stutter returning. "I am a failure. I can't even perform intermediate gentle fist properly and I am weak. What else am I supposed to be?" Her eyes moistened. Naruto said nothing, but instead embraced her. She stiffened in his arms, caught completely off guard but relaxed after a few seconds. Her heart rate reaching new heights and her head began spinning. "Don't faint." She repeated it over and over. Never let anyone tell you what you can or cannot do. If I had let them, then I'd be dead and 6 feet under. Hinata, you have potential, and I believe you can do anything if you put your mind to it. Always aim for the top and work your bones off. You may not reach the top, but you will be at a height you could never have imagined. When did Naruto become so wise? She wondered as she enjoyed his body heat and his musk perfume. I am doing the same, he continued, gaining her attention once more. That I may never become the Hokage, that's a fact. But I won't accept it. I will fulfill my dream of reaching the top, and I will work harder every day till I gain what I want, or I'll die trying. You can do the same, just set a goal and work, work and work. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but one day you will reach your dreams too. He quotes his godfather. A lone tear escaped her wide lavender eyes as she tightened the hold on him, making him incredibly flush as her chest was pressing on his. Soft and amazing sensation rushed through his entire body. She quickly wiped her tears off and gave Naruto a smile that melted his heart in one fell swoop, as he himself looked like a boiled lobster, but capable of hiding it. Good thing the current location was completely devoid of life. Suspicious, no? Like some higher power wanted them this way. Hinata's eyes gleamed with limitless determination. She gripped his shirt, making him raise his eyebrows. Then I will be the girl you can be proud of and be together with. She muttered low enough to not be heard. What? I didn't hear you. Nothing. Let's go. We may be late for our registration. Naruto whispered in her ear, making her jump and her blush to intensify. Okay, she said. Let's go. We don't want to be later than we already are. What is this new feeling? Naruto wondered once Hinata began walking in front of him, as his blush became apparent. Hey Satoru. What? What is this feeling I am having in me? My heart is racing like it will burst open. When I am a clone and don't even have any organs. And there are butterflies in my belly. It's weird. Snicker, you have to find it out yourself. Come on. Please? No. Young love mumbled. What? I don't quite catch that. Nothing. He sighed exaggeratedly, made another shadow clone who dispelled instantly, sending memories to the original. Let the real me deal with it. I'll enjoy my life, it's short as is. Good choice. Kakashi and Naruto Ichiraku. Extra large vegetable miso ramen with extra pork, and keep 'em coming. I'll have a normal bowl of shrimp ramen with some green tea if you have it. You got it, said Tucci with cheer. You have been awfully busy, Naruto. Naruto turned his head dramatically, a coy smile on his face. What can I do, old man? Responsibilities of a jonin are many, you know. You have been promoted? Said both Tucci and Ayam. Yup, 3 days ago. Tucci chortled. Then your ramen is in the house. He looked at Kakashi, who was giving him a grateful look of appreciation. I saved your wallet, didn't I? Certainly. With his piece said, Tucci left for the kitchen, preparing the dish for his customers while Ayam cleaned the dirty dishes. Kakashi refocused on Naruto. Naruto, what is this jujitsu? And who is this Gojo fella? I never heard of him in the entire rooster till now. Oh well, sorry, but I promised the old man that I won't tell no one about how he came to be or where he came from. But you can trust the guy. Old man and pervy sage approve of him, and it's good enough for me, I guess. I am his apprentice, you know. Even if he is an arrogant bastard with a foot-long pole in his ass. Do you love me that much? Naruto scoffed mentally. Don't you dare hear what we are talking about. Give me some privacy, damn it. Kakashi shrugged low and slow. Good enough for me too. No, he was lying from his teeth. Suspicion is an ugly sin, a strain which doesn't go away easily. About your training? I am just curious. Naruto gulped down a glass of water. One word. Kick-ass. Learned jujitsu, wind style, became good at taijutsu, and pervy sage even taught me his own taijutsu style, the flaming hermit. And oh man, it's brutal. I gotta say, as pervy as he may be, he is one hell of a teacher. Believe it, gushed Naruto. What is this jujitsu you keep talking about? It does mean cursed sorcery. You know, what is that about? Milk Naruto for all the info he has. He is a simple-minded teenager with a lot of default trust in others. A bad quality in the line of ninja, but a quality which makes Naruto Naruto. Jiu-jitsu? I don't know much about it. I was in the hospital till this morning when Pervy Sage pulled a crap-ass move. I only trained in jiu-jitsu for a day, you know. I learned cursed energy or how to generate it. I even have an innate technique, Manus Autonomous. What is cursed energy? And an innate technique? Questioned Kakashi with raised eyebrows, curiosity piqued. Cursed energy is like our dark side of spiritual energy. At least that's what I got from Gojo Sensei's explanation. And you can call innate technique as a personalized bloodline. A bloodline? Naruto nodded with a smile. And yours is? Manus Autonomous. It allows me to control my body and mind. I don't know what and how much I can do with it, but it's broken. The passive ability of it. Prime time gave me this body and made me handsome. Believe it. That's how he gained this amazing figure in less than 3 weeks, or 3 days. Here I thought he changed his diet and because of 9 tails. And can you show me? Your bloodline, that is. No can do. Why? Don't you trust me, Naruto? Sigh. It's not about trust, Kakashi-sensei. It's more like I cannot do it. I cannot still generate cursed energy without completely sealing my chakra, and Pervy Sage said it's very dangerous. Very dangerous indeed, he agreed. Say, how do you generate cursed energy? Naruto opened his mouth to answer but found his voice completely shut. With a frown, he tried to say anything about cursed energy above the general description, but no sound came. Then he realized. Hey Satoru. Why can't I tell him about cursed energy? Because you and I made a binding vow. Sorry Naruto, but you are naive and gullible. Way too pure to lie properly. You give sensitive information easily even to the enemy. That's why our vow was that you cannot tell anyone about what I taught you or will teach you, more than a basic description. This vow will end once you learn how to properly lie. And remember, breaking a jujitsu vow has uncertain consequences. Punishment when you least expect it. Why can't I remember the terms then? And the vow itself? That was one of the terms, that you'll forget about the terms and the vow completely. Just a failsafe. Naruto, are you okay? Asked Kakashi with worry as he spaced out. Naruto blinked rapidly. I am fine, sensei. Look, ramen came. Let's eat. You haven't answered me. I can't. I made a binding vow to not speak of anything about jujitsu other than general description. It's not like I can say and I won't, I just can't, as in inability. If I break this vow, there may be uncertain consequences. Kakashi's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Unease groaned at him. I'll just ask the Hokage then. Tucci placed the shrimp ramen in front of Kakashi, and Ayam placed the pork miso in front of Naruto. Thank you for the meal, both customers said and began to chow. The blonde received a flash of memory and frowned, but said nothing, opting to enjoy his first free bowl of ramen in more than 18 days. And 15 more after that. After having a good meal, Naruto rubbed his stomach in satisfaction. But there was still a lot on his mind. Hey Kakashi-sensei, I want to ask you something. Okay? Don't laugh or I am gonna be pissed. Kakashi looked at him, but when saw his cheeks dusted with pink hue, he giggled perversely. This is gonna be great. I can taste it. All right, I won't. Promise. Sigh. Promise. But nothing for giggles.
Perfect Ultra Pro Max.
Number 0.2 foot. You are no different, Naruto. I said give me some damn fucking privacy. Besides, I don't ogle and leer at every passing woman. Neither do I peek at them while bathing or read a porn in public. Okay, no need to snap. Again. You see, my clone, while going to the hospital to register in the medical program, met Hinata and I felt a very weird feeling coming from her. I can't place my finger on it. That feeling is pretty similar to how Sakura feels whenever near Sasuke, but it's far deeper than her or any other girls. What is that? Some kind of effect blushing and nervous girls have? Medical program, huh? Good idea. Not only for Naruto, that is, Sakura. Thought one. He met Hinata, though too. He can detect emotions? Since when? Thought 3. And many more such thoughts came to his ever-analytical mind. Did something happen afterwards you two met? Yes. She was down and I cheered her up. She was also registering for the medical program, by the way. My clone also hugged her. Kakashi's eyes widened a fraction, but he quickly recomposed himself. And I felt something very weird too. You know, like, there were butterflies in my stomach and my heart felt like it might explode, said the blonde with a confused sigh. Why is that? He added. Kakashi regarded him for a long 5 minutes, while he sat in uncomfortable silence, beneath his senior Jonin's gaze. Just wow, thought Kakashi in amazement. I never thought Naruto would develop a crush on Hinata, the girl who is on borderline love with him. Is this good or bad? Oh, who am I kidding? He is a 15-year-old teenager, he would have a crush. Good thing too. Should I tell him? Kakashi began comparing the pros and cons of his next statement. While he wanted to give an offhand, witty and teasing remark, he cannot as his little brother is asking him for important advice. On one hand, it will lead him to be free from his foolish obsession with Sakura, who is very abusive towards him, blinded by her own puppy love for the last Uchiha. A girl who had a crush on you the size of Mount Myaboku from age 8, proven by her wish to spend her last day with Naruto, and is in love with you versus a girl who claims to love someone else and beats you every chance she gets. The choice is obvious. While on the other hand, it will change his relationship dynamics with his former classmates very rapidly. Here goes nothing. Let's have some mercy on the poor girl whose heart Naruto broke every time he asked Sakura out. He sensed her feelings anyways. I don't think it will be much longer before he realizes naturally. Naruto, what do you think of Hinata? As a girl, that is. Kakashi asked very seriously. His mind conjured the image of her smiling face as he blushed atomic red. Kakashi suppressed the urge to giggle. Be serious, he chided himself. I think that she is a great person. She is kind and doesn't like fighting even in spars, and that's why she didn't become the Kunoichi of the year. Not to mention she is so beautiful. He blushed brighter. He looked towards the sky, recalling, she is pretty smart too. Pervy Sage said that she had second highest marks in our batch, just 3 marks below Sakura. Kakashi nodded in affirmative. It was well known between Jonin senseis. She is a little weird, but I don't think it's her fault though. More like family circumstances make her very shy, that much even I can say. Being an idiot and all, you know. But she has a lot of potential to grow. Pervy Sage said that weakest people have the highest growth bars. Too true, agreed Kakashi. Naruto, you are developing a crush on Hinata. These signs are of infatuation. Kakashi gave him an eye smile. You now began to reciprocate her feelings. She always had a huge crush on you, even in the academy while you chased Sakura like a lost puppy. Naruto blinked, twice, thrice, once more to whatever, then broke into a fierce blush and began sputtering incoherently. Kakashi chuckled, paid Tucci, and left Naruto to think this private matter over. Bidding the still sputtering blonde farewell, he body flickered towards his training ground where his remaining genin awaited him. Haven't been late in a while. Will be a refreshing experience. His thoughts went back to his little bro. If he goes after Hinata, then Master Jiraiya will be having a gold mine. I can just tell that he is going to be a chick magnet with his looks and lovable attitude. A line of blood leaked from his left nose as he giggled thinking of just how many books can be written on the blonde Jinchuriki. All the while said blonde sat rooted on his spot. His brain is still in the process of rebooting. Oh, to be young again. I am not old, but still not a teenager either. That part was not transmitted. But what was something like this. Did you seriously ask him that? What if I did, huh? You damn asshole refused to answer me? Language Naruto, language. And haven't you read the old pervert's books? Book, as in singular. Yes, I have. My curiosity got the better of me, so I did. Zatash anyway. Why do you ask? That I can agree upon. Do you remember anything about the plot? Like what a girl's reaction is whenever she is near her crush. They blush and sputter? Fucking God. I am an idiot. I agree. Welcome to our side, Naruto. A certain white-haired pervert couldn't be happier or intrude on someone else's mind transmission. Remnants of Team 7. Ja! With that war cry, the pink-haired girl broke into a run, croaking her fist backwards for maximum impact on her demonic Jonin sensei. Her breathing labored, body full of bruises and speed diminished after using all her chakra. Kakashi, while reading the new makeout, Fun Fest, sidestepped to the left, dodging a poorly aimed punch to his chest. Not even looking up, he grabbed the wrist of the stumbling loud-mouthed girl while she yelped and spun her full 360, before throwing her towards a nearby tree. Pathetic. He actually spat. I told you, Sakura, that if you don't change your diet to improve your body and train for real, I will beat you down with an inch of your life every single day. And all I see is you disregarded every warning I gave. But I do eat more, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura refuted with little to no heat. I eat a lot more than I previously did. But not enough to give you a decent chakra supply, is it? Why even try being a shinobi when you are not serious about it? Sakura? Countered Kakashi with narrowed eyes, while Sakura cowered in fear, unable to make eye contact. If you don't improve it within a week, I will recommend your expulsion from the shinobi program altogether. You won't even work on a desk. He warned, believe me, I have a lot of influence in the Leaf military system. The pinkette's eyes widened in horror. You wouldn't. You can't! She shouted in fear, her expression borderline hysteria. Kakashi uncharacteristically chuckled, a dark and low sound, sending chills towards the other occupant of the training ground 3. I can and I will if you don't improve. Leaf spends a lot of resources to train one shinobi. If you are going to waste that, then there are many in line who deserve a chance. Now shut up and rest. You can go home once you can move.
Sasuke, come.
Without any warning, the Uchiha watching from the sidelines launched himself at his angry Jonin sensei, engaging him in a kunai versus sword fight, drawing out his chikudo while channeling chakra throughout it and his body. Useful to even survive in the new training regime, he had to come up with the idea himself. He succeeded in doing so. The title of genius was not wasted on him. But not before electrocuting himself a dozen times, to later find that he has a rather strong lightning affinity, and lack of chakra control caused him to have mild shocks. But he couldn't be any happier. After 2 months, he began receiving real training. Training meant for people like him. Only after the blonde bouffon left this team. And soon the bothersome Banshee will too. Both were hinderace and bad omen for him anyways. This is all his fault, the pink-haired girl's inner persona screeched. If that useless idiot hadn't left the team, we would have been on a sweet date with Sasuke and not beaten down daily to death. I will kill him. Cha! While her outer persona couldn't help but agree. All this began the day that blonde idiot who can't take a hint left the team. Everything went to hell from there on. Who knew that their sensei had such, might be unhealthy, amount of attachment to their team's resident prankster and troublemaker? Well, former point still stands. Team 10. Too much of a drag, just say it, Asuma. Don't hold out on us, wheezed out the lazy Nara genius. Yes, sensei. When why you have become so? Ino trailed off, not having enough in herself to complete the sentence. Demonic, the ever-helpful Choji supplied, laying face first on the ground, trying to reach for the canteen near the foot of their jonin. Despite being tired, Shikamaru smirked. Ruthless, blood-sucking asshole? After a few moments, the platinum blonde regained her breath. Hard S is what I was going to say. But seriously, what is up with you, sensei? First of all, Asuma took a long and heavy drag from the ever-present cigarette in his mouth, then blew a huge plum of toxic white smoke, making his genin's face twist in disgust. His right hand found his temple and began massaging it, reliving the migraine. Many things. What many things? Damn it, sensei. It looks like Ino didn't have any patience to deal with her sensei. Asuma said nothing, picked up the canteen, threw it to Choji and sat down, motioning others to do the same. Others complied, ready for a long and boring lecture on something menial. Sigh. What a drag, muttered Shikamaru. Dad, began Asuma. Our Lord Hokage gave me a heads up on the state of my team. Choji and Ino blinked owlishly. Heads up. A soft way of saying warning, Shikamaru answered. Why would he warn you, Asuma-sensei? Asked Ino curiously. Weakness. Asuma sighed out. Honestly, I agree with him. Kids, our world is not of sunshine and rainbows where you go on a mission to defeat tyrants and save princesses. We are shinobi. Ino scowled. Stop being cryptic, sensei. Just tell me already. Shinobi, what can you tell me about us? Ino? Shikamaru? Choji? Ino paused, her expression turning thoughtful. Shinobi are guardians of their lands. We protect the innocent and help them. Choji continued too much on his chips, which he got from where, no one had any idea, and said, Same here, munch, munch. We also try a lot of food, and we keep the bad guys away and punish them. Asuma smiled softly, but his smile also had a hint of grimace. His head turned towards right, to his most intelligent genin who had his eyes closed. We are glorified mercenaries, said Shikamaru rather plainly, stating a fact. We are paid to do anything we do. No shinobi will ever do a squat without something as a compensation. And, considering the death rate and how it is increasing lately, I wouldn't blame the Hokage for needing more capable ninja. Isn't it right, Asuma? Asuma nodded, his face unreadable. You hit the nail, kid. He paused to take another drag. Normally, you wouldn't be sent on higher-ranking missions until we, your Jonin sensei, deem you capable. But the time is changing like always. So, I have 3 months to whip you all into shape. And remember, there is a very high chance that one of you may die under 10 missions. He stated. The first death for a genin team being their 10th or less than 10th C rank or above mission. Shikamaru looked at Choji worriedly, then at Ino. Will we be ready? He couldn't help but ask. It's up to you. All I can do is guide you. I can't take you to your destination of strength. You all choose the path of ninja. No, I don't think as children you had much of a choice. But you have now. Either drop out or grow up. We will be having our first C rank after 8 days. Choji gulped. Ino looked horror-stricken from the moment possible death was said while Shikamaru stared at the clouds, expression neutral. What a drag! The Hokage office. What is the meaning of this, Hiruzen? Danzo's voice low, annoyance evident in his eyes. Hiruzen calmly asked, Meaning of what, Danzo? Danzo's jaw clenched. Don't play games with me. Who exactly is this Satoru Gojo? And why have you promoted the Uzumaki to Jonin? Hiruzen leaned back on his chair, the old leather creaking softly. Satoru Gojo is an exceptional man with a strange but powerful ability. A great asset to our village. Danzo soughed hard. And you would trust a stranger?
No.
Then how exactly did you promote him directly to Jonin instead of probationary status? Why even allow him join our village, let alone our military? Because that would have hampered his plans, and development of perhaps the strongest shinobi and our own village at large. Is your age really getting to you, friend? Sigh. Danzo, they are my subordinates. It is always up to me how and what to do with them. Danzo narrowed his eyes. No, you cannot. There is a system in place to ensure that no one becomes a tyrant. And I am aware of that. See, what I am trying to say is you should focus on our outer defenses, like your job dictates. Let me handle our internal matters. I am a Hokage for a reason. Speaking of internal matters, what of the Uzumaki child? Hiruzen's eyes hardened, losing their shine. What about him? Danzo was not deterred. Why did you promote a literal child with no experience to Jonin? And placing him under an outsider? Preposterous. He spoke in a dry voice. That was on request of Jiraiya. He is Naruto's supervisor. Even if the young man is under a new Jonin. Hiruzen. He is our greatest weapon. A child is not a weapon. No one is. This village is our family. Danzo, our family. Have you forsaken the teachings of Hashirama-sensei? Danzo scoffed. Now you are just being a hypocrite. You yourself manipulate the shinobi of this village to ensure their loyalty. And those methods don't work. The old Hokage's eyes narrowed dangerously, lips pursing together. I don't manipulate our own. I just make sure their loyalty lies with us, while considering their own well-being. And it yields amazing results, replied Danzo, sarcasm dripping like rain. By producing most missing nin in the entirety of elemental nations with no order of elimination. Because most of them are new chunin and they have every right to be free, unless they become a threat or endanger our village. I cannot, in good conscience, kill our own family. Hiruzen stilled for a moment. Danzo, tell me, friend, what is the village to you? What do you consider worth keeping safe? Danzo froze. The innocent and foolish civilians. He replied without hesitation. And before you say that I abduct innocent children to make them ruthless, emotionless killers, it is done for the masses. I don't enjoy it, Hiruzen. At some point, even I began to resent myself for the horrible things I do. Still, sometimes, for the good of many, few have to be sacrificed. An act you are incapable of. Danzo blew out an exparagated sigh, got up and began leaving. Turning to his old teammate, he said, "This soft heart of yours will one day cost you greatly, old friend. For this village, for my home, I will do anything. If it means putting certain people down, then so be it. Even if that someone is you, friend." Hiruzen gave a defeated smile, all his age truly visible. The weight of responsibilities pressing down. That remains to be seen. 3 majestic sorcerers. Hinata Hyuga, nice choice, came the voice of a grinning white-haired pervert. Shut up, pervy sage. The muffed shout was the answer. Whatever you do, you have my blessings. Good luck. And good fuck. Gods above, that Bahi never has made the cut for you. Naruto just blushed brighter. He might have made some resistance if not for his current condition and situation. Situation he was in made him immobile from blood loss. Blood loss? Oh yeah, his situation. He realized when his mind rebooted, while still retaining sensual awareness. Just how many fucking times does he have to end up like a punching bag anyways? This sucks. Currently not better than a pining cushion, with broken arms, legs, cracked jaw, fractured skull and bleeding eyes, yet everything was fine. This was the training Jiraiya meant for him. If not for Gojo, he'd be 6 feet under. 3 times just today. Strangely, his pain receptors have dulled rather remarkably. It's not to say he didn't feel the pain. No, he did. But it was a different than normal definition of pain, as he was aware of how and where he'd gotten hurt, but not the sensation itself. Another wonder of his innate technique, he might have guessed. If he was not almost dead, that is. Should I be worried that he doesn't value my approval, but yours? A grumpy Jonin grumbled to Jiraiya flatly, while he applied RCT on Naruto to stabilize him. How did you intrude on our mental transmission anyways? How the super pervert did that anyways. He never shared the mechanics and its blueprint of his rather unique telepathy technique. No one should have known. Who is getting jealous now? He asked rhetorically with a chuckle. Ever heard of not broadcasting your mental wavelength? Have experience doing those shits. You have to not be mind-fucked in sleep. Add being a sage and natural sensor and you may pick up any stray transmission. Heck, any decent sensor might have felt and might have connected to you. I am not jealous. Satoru grumbled again. No one else did. Only you have enough balls to do so and live. I aim to please, said Jiraiya cheekily. Satoru sighed in resignation. He then began focusing on Naruto's laying form. I don't think I have enough juice to spare if you broke him again today. Concussion, broken ribs, fractured lungs, nearly crushed artery. Are you kidding me? Damaged retina of all things? Do try to hold back. I can't always heal him. I am no doctor. Jiraiya waved him off. The brat is as tough as diamond. Cheesy, I know. But you can't refuse the progress he is making with my method. He looked at Satoru challengingly. Yours aren't much different. Last statement being rather dry. But, he drawled out, curiosity slipping up, How do you heal him exactly? I saw you even regenerate the fingers and skin chunks I carved off. And his body mass remained the same. Also, I know for a fact that you are not using RCT as I can sense your chakra. He questioned. Why do you want to know? Reverse curse technique would be meaningless for you. Natural energy always heals you. The amount of abuse your body has suffered should have caused it to break down, but it didn't. Jiraiya grinned, a sense of superiority washing over him. Slate my curiosity. With a disgruntled sigh, Satoru said, I use a combination of RCT and Mystic Palm. I channel positive energy directly into the wound with my left hand and use Mystic Palm from my right to redirect it and heal without causing mutation and save some energy. RCT on others works much differently than yourself. Question mark. That short explanation left Jiraiya confused. That's not possible. He calmly said, brows knitted together. Cursed energy and chakra can't be used simultaneously. Who said I do? Satoru mocked. Having 6 eyes grants me complete control over my internal energies. I can near instantly switch between chakra and cursed energy. Unlike a certain sage I know. In the end, he smirked widely. Jiraiya blew some air in defeat. Your Mystic Palm is the shadow style variation, isn't it? Light style Mystic Palm would work by relocating the amount of life force in the patient, healing them effectively but also reducing their lifespan, stretching the telomere after every use. And this technique cannot create mass out of nothing, so it will utilize body's reserves for the process, either relocating bodily reserves to heal or use massive amounts of chakra to make them. While the shadow style variation, a far more rare and complex technique, works by creating new cells, but using the body's DNA as a template. It will not reduce the life force, but is far less effective and useless for more than skin-deep wounds for the most part. Again, no ninjutsu belongs to only one family. That is against the very base principles the ninja art is created upon. Light-style Mystic Palm having the ability to create mass for healing is one of them. Not an easy feat though. Only a select few till date have shown it. Hashirama Senju, Tsunade Senju, Mito Uzumaki, Tsuchikage, and other handful of people. Yes, answered Satoru. I am constructing mass out of shadow style and using RCT to energize them with vitality. I don't have much chakra, as I lack much physical energy, but I have more spiritual energy than anyone else. Maybe. With a smirk of acknowledgement, the Toad Sage said, You really are something else. Satoru soaked up the praise but didn't show any outward reaction. Have I ever been anything else? How about trying piece of absolute dog shit? Satoru just rolled his eyes and continued healing his charge. Teammate. Thanks Hinata. You're the best. Thanked a grinning Inuzuka, giving the nervous girl a good-natured thumbs up. Hinata blushed and began twiddling her fingers. Thankfully for her, her Jonin-sensei came to rescue. I guess this is enough for today, HM? Or can you 3 go for more? Asked Kurenai. Kiba paled slightly. No, I think that today is enough, sensei. We are very tired, believe me. Woof woof. I agree, added Shino, fixing his tattered and dirty coat. Why are you being such a hard-ass, instructor, sensei? I mean, if Hinata hadn't known about medical ninjutsu, then I would have been hospitalized. Said girl just blushed brighter, not used to compliments, and chose to hide behind Kurenai. Kurenai narrowed her eyes. No, you wouldn't have, and because I made a bet. A bet? All 3 genin asked simultaneously. A bet, Kurenai confirmed. Whose genin will first reach Chunin? Kiba tilted his head to the left in confusion. Chunin. The next rank after genin. There are many ways you could get promoted. Chunin exams are one of them, and it's only 6 months away from now. So I want you 3 to be ready and grab that promotion, said Kurenai with uncharacteristic cheer. Shino looked rather skeptical. May I inquire about the reason behind your enthusiasm, sensei? Kurenai smiled. Because we 17 Jonin made a betting pool with a lot of money. The winner gets all kind one. I never knew you were into GG gambling, sensei. Shino nodded in support, the question still hanging. It's not for the Jonin, Kurenai said with a sigh. Have a little more faith in me, would you? All that money will be allocated to the winning team along with one technique of every losing Jonin speciality. Kurenai explained, non-secret ones. She added. Everyone's eyes widened to epic proportions. Seriously? Quired Kiba. Yes. Hell yeah. Me and Akamaru are gonna win this. Agreed. We as a team shall win this unofficial tournament. After all, acquiring highly valuable techniques is alluring enough for anyone, be it of use or not. I will try my best, sensei. Naruto is already so far ahead. Maybe this will help me catch up to him. I won't be a useless fangirl pinning after a boy. I will be strong. Wait, Jonin? Will Naruto teach me too? Kurenai smiled in amusement, then shook her head. She began walking with her genin, talking about their schedule for the next day and the plans she has for them. Naruto, next day, unknown location. What are we doing here? And where is the pervy sage, Gojo-sensei? Asked Naruto as he stood in an empty grass field, wind blowing at high speeds, making his and Satoru's hair to sway and wave in hypnotic fashion. After the whole Hinata has a crush on him ordeal, and being beaten down by Jiraiya, he was exhausted and just went home. Luckily, he was granted the leave as Satoru had something to set up, giving Naruto enough time to think everything over and rest. The conclusion he arrived at is that he will deal with his newly developing crush on Hinata later and focus on his mission for now, along with his training. And today Satoru came, told him to be ready for something awesome and teleported him. Yes, you heard it right.
Telefutsking portotion.
As the white-haired sorcerer came, he made a clone who began writing scripts, runes, and began drawing unrecognizable geometric diagrams on his floor. At the end of it all, Satoru said, "This is the beacon of my technique, the blink in the void. Flash. It will become invisible once it dries. It will allow me to teleport to your home, as I have discovered the way to teleport. You can't expect anything else from the god of space after all." He scoffed, cocky bastard, claiming to be a god. His honored one claim was already grand enough, but now this. Does the honored one and god even have any difference? He wondered. With the ever-present grin on his handsome face, he answered, "Jiraiya will come in a few minutes. Don't worry, he went to pick up food and medical supplies for 6 months." Wait, 6 months? Our mission is that long? And why today? I thought we still have 2 days left? I wanted to squeeze in some training until then, said Naruto with a pout. Not Mission Naruto. It still is on schedule given by the Fire Capital. Naruto's brows scrunched together. Are we abandoning our mission? Satoru placed his hands on his heart, an expression of mock hurt.
No.
He bellowed, "We are not. How can you even think that? You wound me, my little Vincenzo, you wound me." Naruto rolled his eyes. Then how do you explain this 6 months thingy, huh? Just then Jiraiya's body flickered near them, looking a little tired, breathing heavily and sweating profusely, carrying a large backpack. This grass field is almost 600 miles away from the Leaf. No one's gonna disturb us. I made sure no patrolling units have any duty here for the next day. He gestured towards the backpack he was carrying. Got everything we need here. Satoru gave Jiraiya a thumbs up, which Jiraiya reciprocated. Now, Jiraiya had already come. So why don't we begin the ritual? Question mark. Look of total and utter confusion crossed the blonde's features. What ritual? Was the blonde's intelligent response. The ritual to make a pocket dimension with time dilation. Jiraiya answered instead of Satoru, now mysteriously recovered but sweat still marrying his body and attire. That is? We can explain everything once we are inside. Just do the hand signs and chant along with us. Trust me, Naruto, you are gonna love it, said Satoru beamingly. Naruto just narrowed eyes, eyeing them with hesitation. After seeing their reassuring smiles, he shrugged. Okay. Satoru and Jiraiya bit their thumbs, Naruto following after. Then they began going through an unknown set of hand signs at slow pace to let him watch and learn. And began chanting mantras in Sanskrit? Yeah, it was Sanskrit. Satoru told him about it in the hospital. one of the best languages for mantra weaving and formula creation. He parroted them, and after 140 hand signs he can't recognize, nothing happened but the set was completed. And they began repeating it. Again. And again. Once again. This was the 5th cycle and nearly an hour has passed. Naruto's frustration rose, but he dared not to interrupt the ritual for whatever this was. Just then, he felt a pull on his very being, and the entire world around him became black and red. He panicked, and was pushed back violently by some unknown force, landing on his butt with a groan of pain. He quickly gazed at where he was standing and at his masters, but saw something he'd never expected. A copy of himself. But not like a clone. That copy was made entirely of his chakra, golden yellow form, and was weaving after Jiraiya and Satoru at extremely rapid pace. Hands complete blur and chants become incoherent. It went on for almost another hour. Naruto found himself mesmerized by the scene, even if he didn't have a shred of idea on what was happening. The world spun, like a giant vortex, raging and raving to swallow all things. The very next moment he found himself where he was. But this somehow felt different, like he is there but not there, like he is someplace far but very close. Confused, asked a panting Jiraiya, to which Naruto nodded. Blood dripping from his nose and mouth, utter and complete exhaustion evident. He collapsed onto the ground, now laying in a very uncomfortable position. Naruto looked towards Satoru, and the white-haired sorcerer was not faring any better. Blood gushing out from his nose too, his beautiful eyes, red, and his chakra fluctuating. He collapsed but sat in a much better position than the self-proclaimed super pervert. "Are you two all right?" he asked worriedly, hurrying towards them but found no strength. Exhaustion hitting him like a truck at once, face pale and devoid of blood. "How much time did we get, Satoru?" asked the panting Jiraiya. "For months and 10 days," replied an equally exhausted Satoru. "What are you talking about? Answer me, damn it." Despite his exhaustion, Naruto found enough energy to shout the last part. "Give us a few minutes, brat," said Satoru, then he fell unconscious. Satoru sucked air through his teeth, clicking his tongue in irritation. "We wasted 4 days already," a scowl adorning his features. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "You couldn't have done anything. We were unconscious the whole time. Don't worry though, we still have plenty of time on our hands." "You are right. Still, it hurts my pride that I can't even tank a simple chakra exhaustion." He sighed. "No one can. If it makes you feel any better, I was knocked out cold too." "Oh, I know," the limitless inheritor snickered. "What the fuck is going on?" roared Naruto, anger bubbling over. "Gee, you don't have to shout to ask," said Satoru dryly. "You forced me to." "Pipe down,
Brat.
warned Jiraiya dangerously, not in the mood to hear nonsense. Naruto gave a stink eye, huffed and sat in the lotus position with folded arms, while he glared at the two white-haired men. "Simply, we are in a pocket dimension now," said Satoru. Naruto took many long, deep breaths to calm himself, aware that anger will do him no good, but the famous Uzumaki flare is still acting up. "But what is that?" he asked in a low and soft voice. "Haven't I explained it to you already?" inquired Jiraiya, raising a delicate eyebrow at the calm voice of his godson. Naruto looked to the right with a sheepish expression. "Have you?" He chuckled at his own idiocy. Both white-haired teachers facepalmed. "In the words a donkey like you can understand, we are in a different room of our world," said Jiraiya, while gulping down an unsealed glass of water. "Really?" "Yes. In this room, the flow of time is very different. It's slow, and that is known as time dilation." Both of his mentors sighed. Satoru began. "We can spend 4 months worth of time and only 1 day would pass outside this massive barrier. We won't age physically too, as I and Jiraiya took that factor into consideration. This barrier is mine and Jiraiya's masterpiece. Behold, ultimate ninja art. Barrier. Hyperbolic time chamber." Satoru began crackling like a madman. opening his arms for who knows who while looking up into the sky. Naruto, doe-eyed, began grinning, excitement radiating at the implications of such a magnificent creation. But a question remained. How did you make it in 1 hour? I didn't, said Satoru while shaking his head and pointing at Jiraiya. Remember our first day of training? I have been preparing ever since. I wanted to create a barrier like this where I can control time, to a certain extent at least. And boom, here I am. But without Jiraiya's help it wouldn't have been possible. He did half the work in creating the formula. Satoru withdrew a metal card, as large as an average man's palm with strange symbols on it. And we ended up with this. With this card and sufficient chakra we can make a hyperbolic time chamber anytime, anywhere. Me, Jiraiya, and our 100 clones write the formula for almost 3 days straight. Ha ha ha. How much chakra is needed? Tell me. Far more than you can think of, brat. Jiraiya reprimanded him. You will die if you try to use that tag. It took us your chakra of 2 days, your first day of jujitsu training and technically today, and our 5 days worth of chakra to make a time dilation of 4 months and 10 days. That tag also contains vast amounts of the sacred oil of Mount Myaboku, so this barrier also consumed massive amounts of natural energy and is still doing. He took a deep breath. We have 4 months and 6 days left before the barrier collapses. Satoru chimed in happily. This is not a thing to use regularly, Jiraiya warned. You can go mad by the amount of your mind maturing and body staying the same. It's more like a one-time thing to make sure your mission becomes successful. You are escorting the family of a Fire Nation's diplomat. Then why are we wasting time? Let's grind till we become paste. Believe it. The joke caused all 3 of them to erupt into laughter. I would like to warn you, Naruto, after this training period is completed, you won't be the same, physically or mentally. Everything about you is going to change, said Satoru seriously, his 6 eyes gleaming with power. Despite the rising sense of danger, Naruto grinned. Bring it on. I can take on anything. Believe it. Naruto's tranquil slumber was shattered by Jiraiya's boisterous voice. Rise and shine, Naruto. Today's training begins now. Naruto groggily opened his eyes, only to shut them again. Just 5 more minutes, pervy sage. Please? Jiraiya's expression turned stern. No more snoozing, Naruto. We've got a long day ahead. But, pervy sage, just 5 more minutes. I'm begging you. Naruto whined in desperation. Jiraiya crossed his arms.
No, Naruto.
Now, get up. Undeterred, Naruto pleaded once more. 5 more minutes. Please, sensei? Jiraiya's patience wore thin. Naruto, that's enough. Still, Naruto persisted, his voice growing more dramatic. Just 5 more minutes. I'll never ask for anything again, I swear. Jiraiya had had enough. With a sly grin, he pulled out a water bottle and sprayed Naruto's face. Rise, young ninja. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he sat up with a start, sputtering, Ah, pervy sage, you're the worst. Jiraiya just laughed, his raspy voice echoing in the empty field. It's only 4:37 a.m. Why did you wake me up this early? For God's sake, the sun hasn't risen yet. To tell you your schedule from today to the next 2 months. I just wanted to tell you how you will be Tortu-Air trained. Jiraiya chuckled menacingly, while Naruto shivered. Satoru came to his rescue. You will run 50 kilometers with weights at full speed without chakra. Then we will have breakfast. Then you will be doing all the physical exercise needed, making 300 clones for other ninja arts. The real you will be working on consciously generating cursed energy for the first month. Before lunch, and after lunch we will have combat practice with tactics till dusk. Got it. Sir, yes, sir. Good. Now let's begin. 3 majestic sorcerers. Where is the bathroom, anyway? You still don't know? Satoru asked, raising a brow. It's my first day in this massive house, Naruto retorted. Your place is. No, Naruto, Satoru interrupted, his voice softening. This is our house. The honored complex belongs to the Leaf Village's 3 special grade sorcerers. You're one of us now. This is your home too, he asserted. Naruto bobbed his head uncertainly, glancing around the vast expanse of their new home. Having a big house was one thing, but having nothing to do with it felt empty. Having a house, let alone this big, this grand, was something he never thought about. The sheer size of the place was overwhelming, 3.14 kilometers square. It was a mini village, capable of housing thousands comfortably. One thing, though, Naruto began, glancing at Jiraiya and Satoru. You wasted way too much money buying this thing. Jiraiya threw his head back and laughed. Ha! This place is not even 1% of what I've got. I could feed the entire Leaf Village for 30 years and still live like a king in Amaterasu. A perverted grin stretched across his face, and a blush followed as his imagination took a familiar turn. And with you, Naruto, I know you'll have a legion of girls after you. I'll have plenty of grandchildren and a lot of research material. Instead of the usual embarrassment, Naruto's response was cold and detached. I have no time for that, pervy sage, and I'm not interested. What I do with my life is my business. Jiraiya raised a brow, intrigued by the shift in Naruto's demeanor. You want to die like a monk or something? Would it matter if I did? Naruto asked, his tone flat. Yeah, it'd matter. Satoru chimed in, still grinning. You need to at least honor the Gojo clan and raise a child. Doesn't matter if it's yours or adopted. Pass on jujitsu and all that mumbo-jumbo. Don't encourage him, Jiraiya protested. Naruto needs many hot girls by his side. I vow, as the biggest pervert of the elemental nations, that Naruto will live every man's dream. Naruto's eyes flickered with annoyance as Jiraiya's declaration was followed by black and blue chains manifesting from the ground, binding the older man. Both Naruto and Satoru blinked in surprise as the chains disappeared. Seriously, Naruto sighed, shaking his head. You made a jujitsu vow? You know what happens if it breaks, right? Jiraiya looked unfazed. Of course I know, and it won't happen, he retorted, puffing out his chest proudly. Well then, Naruto stretched his arm in a similar manner of pledging, suppressing any emotion on his once expressive face. I, Naruto Uzumaki, vow that. Before he could complete, he was smacked on the head by Satoru. Hard. Don't do that. You do not know how uncertain life can be. Go with the flow like you always do, Satoru scolded. And you are a Gojo now, not Uzumaki, he added. Naruto grumbled angrily, eyes flashing red. Still won't do that though. I'll never be that pervert, he mumbled. And I am still Uzumaki. Heh, Jiraiya interjected quickly. You definitely will. I'll have a field day making the biggest romancer out of him yet.
No.
I would never. Your father did, kid. What are you when I made a kid into a true man, the yellow flash, huh? Ladies swarmed him on every step of the way. The blonde's eyes darkened. I don't care. Jiraiya chuckled, not so good-naturedly. Just give it a go. I promise you'll love it. Not like it will be your first time. The blonde pounced like a raging fox on its prey, face and eyes red with both embarrassment and shame. Hands become deadly sharp metallic claws, glinting lowly in the soft light of the room. The metallic claw never reached the perverted sage, as a blue translucent barrier formed between him and his godson, stopping the irate blonde effectively. From there on, it devolved into a cat fight, or a toad versus fox fight to be more precise. Satoru face-bombed at the foolishness of his fellow special grade, shaking his head with a sigh. Without another word, he stripped naked, casually jumping into the rather large bathtub in the bathroom. The bath was enormous, resembling a small hot spring, with steam rising from the water's surface, creating a cozy aura. Holding the angry child by his neck, face to the floor, Jiraiya chuckled, letting Naruto go as he stepped in behind Satoru, the water splashing against his skin. With a content, pleasant sigh, he submerged deeper, water reaching his chin. Kid, you might want to learn a thing or two from Satoru here. He's got the whole cool guy thing down. Naruto rolled his eyes but couldn't help the smirk that crept onto his lips. Yeah, right? And the only thing I'm learning from you is how to be a pervert. Hey, I'm a professional and a super pervert,
Super RPRVRT.
Jiraiya exclaimed, his face the picture of mock indignation. You'll thank me one day. This prompted Satoru to laugh and the blonde to grumble incoherently. Naruto stood before the mirror, adjusting the collar of his sleek, black uniform. It was a high-collared jacket with a straight, slanted placket that angled to the left, giving it a sharp, modern edge. The fabric hugged his frame comfortably, its dark color contrasting with the golden buttons that ran along the side. Each button bore a subtle, black tornado-like spiral, a nod to both the Uzumaki clan and the unique design of Jujutsu High. His current attire is not much different from the uniform Satoru wore in his high school days. The uniform's simple yet striking look exuded a sense of professionalism, much like the traditional jujutsu sorcerer attire worn by his mentor/brother. The black pants, perfectly tailored, completed the outfit, along with sturdy, but soft parlor shoes that allowed for swift and silent movement. Satoru, standing on Naruto's left, stepped forward and pulled out a sealed scroll. With a flick of his wrist, he unsealed a pure black cloak, hooking it over Naruto's shoulders. The cloak shimmered for a moment before mending itself, the chakra fibers weaving together seamlessly. Are you ready? Satoru asked, his trademark smirk barely hiding the seriousness beneath. Heh, I've always been ready, Satoru, Naruto replied, a confident grin stretching across his face. Don't forget your mask, brat, Jiraiya chimed in, his tone gruff. Yeah, pervy sage. I won't, Naruto grumbled, his cheeks puffed out in irritation. Naruto tilted his head, a small smile forming on his lips. He put on the fingerless gloves on. I do look a lot like Dad, he muttered, eyes scanning the reflection. Jiraiya, leaning against the doorframe, smiled. Yeah, you've got his looks all right, he said, his voice carrying that familiar warmth. But your personality? That's all your mom. Naruto straightened his shirt and grinned back, his usual confidence surfacing. Believe it. You've got the best of both of them, little Vincenzo, Satoru said, giving the cloak a light tug. Now let's get going. Time to show the world what you're made of. Damn right I will. Did you make your parallel existence? Leave him with Jiraiya so you can set up our business registration. Satoru's question came out casually, but it had a serious undertone. Naruto nodded slowly, fixing his collar. Yes, I did. He's currently doing some elemental training. Jiraiya, his curiosity piqued, leaned in. Naruto, how did you create that marvel of a cloning technique anyway? I can guess. Satoru didn't tell me. So, how'd you do it? Glancing at the super pervert, Naruto smirked, the corner of his lips tugging upward with pride. I no longer have a hey flick limit, and my body automatically produces uncontrollable RCT. He took a calming breath. I figured it out myself. Now I can perform RCT and create an RCT-based extension. You can call it DDAD in short. He explained. It's not a reversal of my technique, but something which consumes positive energy, so it cannot be called that. He paused again, watching Jiraiya's incredulous expression before continuing. I divide every cell of my body to produce a biological clone, then infuse it with half of my real soul. The trade-off? The clone can't use chakra, can't eat or do anything important other than the task I gave it. Exists for a limited time. Oh, and it cuts my strength in half. That half strength will not return for 10 minutes from the moment the clone is killed. Broken, Jiraiya muttered, a low whistle escaping his lips as he shook his head in disbelief. Yup, Satoru added casually. Extremely broken.
Naruto faut scold.
I don't want to hear that from a guy who can manipulate space, and definitely not from the guy who can blast things out of his ass and call it, I am atomic. Who even names their technique that? Only an overgrown, perverted teenager would. A flush crept up Jiraiya's cheeks as he looked away sheepishly, while Satoru just beamed, his grin widening as he watched the exchange. And who names their extension DDAD? Huh? Satoru teased. I know a certain blonde, whiskered kid who did. This time, it was Naruto's turn to blush, turning his cheeks a vivid shade of crimson. That's death, Decay. Another day. My RCT-based extension.
Lapse Extension CTR.
He explained quickly, trying to brush it off. Naruto felt a wave of unease wash over him, as if he'd just opened a can of worms he wasn't ready to deal with. The secondary lapse, if it could even be called that, of Manus Autonomous displayed contradictory attributes depending on the aspect in use. Yes, it had many and multiple aspects, defying the fundamental nature of what an innate technique is and how many applications one lapse or an extension can hold. One being his clones and other find out in near future. At least this is what Satoru told the other two. Aha, sure it is, Satoru chuckled. But Naruto knew he wasn't getting away that easily. Naruto's innate technique, though extremely powerful, was still a mystery, even to him. Jiraiya, shifting the conversation, warned, Be safe, brat. You only have half your cursed energy reserves now. Same for chakra. Perfect control or not, you lack the raw output that Satoru and I have. Satoru clapped a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't worry, I'm with him, Jiraiya. I'll always keep my little bro safe. Naruto scowled deeper this time, his voice rising. I am not little. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh. All right, off you go. Naruto grunted. What would you do, pervy sage? Got no missions. Jiraiya waved his arms in the negative. Nah, I am on vacation. Do you even know how long I worked before coming back home? Besides, I have some important research to do. Rolling his eyes, he bid Jiraiya farewell, and both Jujutsu Sorcerer's body flickered, flashing outside of their vast residency complex, near the gates. The morning sun glinted off the rooftops as they emerged into the open, the breeze carrying with it the scent of fresh, damp earth. There was nothing to be seen anywhere for a long distance except huge trees, birds singing happily, and insects buzzing with morning energy, the honored complex being far away from the village and all. Let's roll, Satoru cheered, his voice echoing. He began hovering a few feet above the ground. Within a heartbeat, he took flight, soaring upward with dizzying speed like a rocket, his white hair whipping in the wind. Come on, show me what you've got to counter my coolness, Satoru taunted, his fingers making teasing come-here gestures as he floated effortlessly in the air. A smirk found its way to Naruto's face. He stepped forward, his expression calm, closing his eyes and extending his hands, in a similar way to praying. Then he clapped them hard in Ajna Mudra, sound echoing for a short distance. A soft, pale blue aura shimmered to life, clinging to his skin like a second layer of power, crackling faintly before fading as quickly as it appeared. Slowly, Naruto's feet began to lift off the ground, mimicking the effortless levitation of his mentor. Expression, ruler's authority, Naruto muttered under his breath. He rose higher, effortlessly joining Satoru in the sky. He took some time, adjusting to the newfound sensation of flight as he took in the vast expanse of the forest below. How's this? Naruto called out, a grin spreading across his face as he floated at eye level with Satoru. Not bad, Naruto, not bad at all, he said, flashing a good-natured thumbs up, his voice filled with approval. With a shared nod, they shot forward towards the western sector of the village, flying in perfect synchronization. Hokage office. Hiruzen stood on the rooftop of the Leaf Administration Building, his gaze fixed on the sprawling village below. The early morning sun bathed the rooftops and winding streets in a warm, golden light. A gentle breeze ruffled his robes, carrying with it the crisp scent of damp soil and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, a reminder of nature's quiet cycles. Somewhere in the distance, birds chirped in cheerful harmony, their calls weaving together in the soft symphony of dawn. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, savoring the coolness of the air and the steady, grounding presence of his village. This moment felt almost sacred, a quiet sanctuary away from the weight of duties and decisions. If anyone were watching from afar, they'd see him silhouetted against his own face on the Hokage monument, a silent testament to the power and stability he symbolized for his people. The serenity of the morning was interrupted by the soft rustle of fabric and 3 shadows falling over the rooftop behind him. Hiruzen didn't turn. He felt their presence, unwavering, respectful, and steady. 3 figures knelt, their heads bowed in deference, waiting for acknowledgement. For a moment, Hiruzen kept his eyes on the horizon, letting the stillness linger, almost as if he was testing their patience, or perhaps his own. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an undercurrent of strength. "You're early," he said quietly, turning to face them. Like always, his gaze swept over each one. "We cannot make you wait, Lord," the figure on the right said. The figure was a striking young woman. Silver hair flowed down her back, blending seamlessly with her sleek Umbu-style attire, tailored for precision and movement. Her silver eyes were cool and neutral, betraying none of the excitement that her companion radiated. Though young, there was an elegance and calculated focus to her demeanor, her beauty understated yet undeniable. "Yes, sir. You said this is an important mission, and it's always better to be early," the first figure from the left said calmly, head still bowed, eyes locked onto the floor. "At ease," Hiruzen commanded, yet his voice only held fondness and care. "And well said, Aryan." The now named Aryan, a young man dressed in a black turtleneck and fitted pants, exuded a calm, commanding presence. His jet-black hair was neat, and his sharp blue eyes scanned the surroundings with quiet confidence. His fair skin contrasted against the dark fabric, his face betraying little emotion, yet had a soft smile etched onto it. "Yes, sir. You said that we will meet a new Jonin, and I heard they are pretty powerful and cool," the teen in the middle of the two commented joyfully. His face was radiant and mesmerizing, his blonde hair catching the faint sunlight. His silver eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression energetic and eager for what lay ahead. Though similarly dressed for combat, he carried an air of lightness compared to his more composed companions. Hiruzen laughed lightly. "I hope you two get along. He is one of the youngest to be promoted to Jonin rank, and he may not seem like much, but he has grown tremendously." "May I know of the identity of our teammates, sir?" the girl asked, then quickly added, "Only if it's not an inconvenience." This time, Hiruzen did sigh. "I told you, Unju, at ease. You don't have to be so formal all the time. You are human too. Be more like your brother Vedant," said Brother beamed brightly. "And you already know the new Jonin. As for your teammates, this mission is little different from the rest you have taken, in 2 phases. Do not fret. I will explain everything in due time." She lowered her head in another bow. "Sir." A pleasant, tranquil silence fell over all of them. No one dared to break it, neither having any reason to do so. Shortly afterwards, a boisterous, loud cheer was heard by all present on the rooftop, some covering their ears to prevent it, alas, failing spectacularly and wincing. Having sensitive hearing is not always good, prompting Hiruzen to chuckle in amusement. Before anyone could fully react, 2 figures bounded into view. Upside down, balanced on their hands and running with an enthusiastic fervor that only one, or maybe 2, person in the village could possess. "Let your flames of youth burn brightly, Lord Hokage," Guy bellowed, his voice reverberating through the morning air as he advanced toward them, hand over hand, with a determined grin plastered across his face. Beside him, Lee mirrored his teacher's movements with uncanny precision, his eyes shining with the same unbreakable spirit. Behind them, Niji and Tenten followed at a more conventional pace, in more conventional ways, each with their own brand of weariness and exasperation. Niji's expression was a mask of stoic acceptance, while Tenten looked somewhere between incredulous and amused, watching her teammates' unusual exercise with a comically flat expression. "Guy-sensei, Lee," she sighed, half-heartedly covering her ears. "Do you two really have to be so loud this early?" But her words fell on deaf ears, drowned out by another resounding cheer from Guy. "Good morning, Lord Hokage," Lee shouted, his face flushed with excitement as he and Guy finally flipped back onto their feet, bowing deeply in unison. Guy-sensei and I have conquered another dawn's training. Hiruzen chuckled, the sound deep and warm. Your dedication is commendable as always, Guy Lee. Though, he added with a twinkle in his eye, perhaps a little less volume next time. Niji let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief, muttering something about peace and quiet under his breath. Unju, still kneeling, glanced up with a hint of amusement, sharing a quick, knowing look with her brother Vedant, who grinned back, clearly entertained by the spectacle. Guy straightened, proudly striking his nice guy pose, a single tooth glinting in the sunlight as he beamed. Ah, Lord Hokage, youth can't be contained, nor should it be. We must let it burst forth like the most vibrant flame. Hiruzen shook his head, humor dancing in his eyes. Indeed, Guy, indeed. But today, he just glanced at Guy. I hope you're prepared. Guy's expression shifted instantly, his excitement tempered by a new seriousness. Lee straightened as well, following Guy behind. Training Ground 3. The morning sun was gentle over Training Ground 3, casting a warm, golden hue across the open field. Sasuke worked through his exercises in quiet determination, his movements precise and efficient, expression unreadable, while Sakura stretched nearby, sneaking the occasional glance his way. Just then, Ino appeared out of nowhere, waving energetically. "Sasuke!" she greeted, her voice slipping into her familiar fangirl excitement. Bright and eager, she jogged over, practically beaming, and positioned herself nearby, her attention fully on the Uchiha. Her eyes sparkled as she flashed her best smile at him, radiating pure fangirl energy. Training hard as usual, I see. Sakura noticed immediately, her eyes narrowing. What are you doing here, Ino? She asked, crossing her arms. Oh, nothing much. Just came to see if my Sasuke-kun needed any assistance, Ino replied, grinning as she gave Sakura a challenging look. Sakura's jaw clenched as she replied sharply, Your Sasuke? Pretty sure he's here with his team. Thank you very much. Sasuke, for his part, ignored them both, continuing his exercises without a single reaction, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. Shortly after, the rest of the Team 10 arrived, joining the scene in their usual dynamic fashion. Asuma strolled in behind his students, casual as ever, a thin stream of smoke trailing from his cigarette, smile of peace and calm adorning his smoky features. Shikamaru took in the sight of Sakura and Ino's bickering inside, muttering, "What a drag," as he started his own stretches with a look of mild exasperation. Beside him, Choji popped a chip into his mouth, observing the scene with an amused shake of his head. Ino's being a fangirl again, he commented quietly. Thought Asuma-sensei would have trained that out of her by now. Asuma overheard Choji and chuckled, scratching his head. Can't train that out of someone, Choji. Let her be. Asuma took a long drag and looked at Sakura. Hey kid. Both Ino and Sakura stopped their bickering and looked at his way. Where's Kakashi? I am here, Asuma. A drawn-out voice came, indicating total disinterest. Asuma slowly turned towards the source and spotted a lazy Cyclops on a very high tree branch, leaning against the trunk, reading a white-covered book with questionable characters and art on it. Without missing a beat, Kakashi jumped down from his resting place, closing his book with a flourish and gracefully pocketing it to the ever-present subspace every ninja has. Especially girls. Everyone takes shit out of nowhere and shoves it nowhere. Enough of the narrator's thoughts on Hammerspace. Asuma gave Kakashi an appraising look. You have grown strong, Kakashi. I didn't even sense you, he noted, clearly impressed. Kakashi chuckled softly. Right back at you. Your chakra supply has nearly doubled. Seems like a certain blonde's effects were not limited to Team 7. Huh. Sorry to interrupt, Shikamaru interjected. Where is Naruto? I don't see him anywhere. He is not skipping the mission, is he? Asuma once again looked at Kakashi, his gaze questioning. Said Cyclops just gave his iconic eye smile and shook his head slightly, prompting Asuma to smirk, catching the unspoken meaning. Maybe he's injured? Choji thought out loud. His voice is not totally audible, even from a distance from the bickering fangirls. Shikamaru frowned, then shook his head. Doubtful. We are talking about Naruto here. A guy who can shrug broken bones and deep gashes like scratches and come out just fine after a few hours. He then paused, looking up at the sky and released a sigh. So he left the team, huh? That's the only logical conclusion. What a drag. Choji's mouth opened and jaw dropped. His chips nearly fell onto the ground, but he quickly shook out of his stupor, saving the snack from a tragic fate. Sharp as always, Shikamaru. Truly a Nara. Kakashi praised, nodding in approval and affirmation. Enough about absent members, let's go. He clapped his hands loudly, twice. Come here, you two. Sakura and Sasuke stiffened instinctively, gaining a confused look from Ino, and nearly instantly fell behind Kakashi. There is a story there. Kakashi looked at them, smiled and said, let's move out. We can't make Lord Hokage wait. Heh! Asuma let out a low chuckle. That's coming from a guy who is habitually 3 hours late? Is the sun rising in the west today? Kakashi shrugged, feigning innocence. There is first for everything, Asuma. Haha! Asuma laughed louder. Can't argue with that. With a body flicker, Team 7 and 10 arrived at the Leaf Administration Building's terrace. Kakashi looked up, guy in his still cheerful but serious mode. Guess this mission is important. Should I bring these two with me? Asuma had similar thoughts running through his head, knowing that guy is rarely serious for anything really, but when he is, it's always something truly dangerous. Not like there is any danger to him. Hurts my pride, but guy is stronger than any jonin in our village, maybe on the same level as dad. Good morning, Lord Hokage. Kakashi greeted and knelt down, Asuma and every genin following behind both jonin. Ah, Hiruzen acknowledged them. Good morning to you too, Kakashi, Asuma, and to all your genin. Hiruzen withdrew his pipe from his robes and lit it with fire chakra. Only Naruto and Satoru remain to arrive. They will be joining us shortly. What? Sakura blurted out, eyes wide with surprise. She quickly slapped a hand over her mouth, realizing she's drawn every eye on the rooftop. Sakura, why are you so surprised? Ino asked, casting her a curious look. And yeah, I didn't see Naruto with you and Sasuke. Sakura's face flushed. Naruto left Team 7 almost a month ago. I thought he might have quit being a shinobi entirely. Ino scoffed quietly, barely restraining a smug look. Wouldn't be the worst thing. He was always bothering Sasuke. Anyway, her voice was soft, but seasoned jonin nearby caught every word. An uncomfortable silence followed. Anju gave Ino a disappointed look. Still so caught in the villagers' prejudice, even after becoming a kunoichi. Suddenly, a powerful gust swept over the rooftop, drawing everyone's attention skyward. High above them, a figure descended with dramatic flair, drawing everyone's eyes once again to himself. Satoru, radiating an unmistakable aura of confidence, dropped from the sky at astonishing speed, looking as though he'd crash into the roof. But, at the last moment, he slowed to a graceful halt, landing softly with a smug grin, basking in the reactions around him. Just behind him, another figure landed, Naruto, clad in a new outfit, his cloak rippling in the wind. His descent was smoother, more understated, but no less impressive. There were differences, though, far more noticeable differences. His eyes. They were icy blue from azure blue, and glowed lowly with untold power. Not only that, their pattern. It changed completely. No longer were they plain orbs of sunshine, but now they looked like they contained a miniature sky within. Patterns of white like cloud vapors, seemingly hypnotic. Everyone stared at them, different thoughts running through their heads. Sakura, Ino, and Tenten's face colored prettily at the sight, while Anju looked very intrigued, a little red dusting her cheeks as well. As for Sasuke, he was a completely different story, practically radiating envy. His own eyes sprang into action, scanning both figures for every detail they have. Both of them have more chakra than the rest of us combined, individually. That was shit, Naruto bit out as he wobbled, trying to regain his balance after landing. Calculating position vectors and velocity with your formula is hard as fuck. Ha! Satoru laughed it off. Never said it'd be easy, Vincenzo. I always loved the challenge. And why not use the most difficult mathematical formulas to make calculations for my technique? Noticing or remembering that they are not alone, both of them turned their heads towards others. Together, the two looked at Hiruzen with mischievous grins, raising their hands in casual salute. "Hey, old man," they said in unison. The Hokage chuckled, shaking his head with a mix of amusement and pride. "Nice of you both to join us." Guy leaped from his place and came face to face with Satoru, grinning. The sorcerer grinned in return, matching enthusiasm. "Excellent. How good for you to join on our youthful endeavor, Satoru." Guy gave Satoru a thumbs up, his teeth sparkling like a dazzling sun. Everyone's heartbeat halted when Satoru returned the gesture with his own. "Good morning to you too, Guy." Gaining a nod of approval from Guy as he returns, teleported to his youthful position. Heck, his grinning tooth sparkled too. Turning towards Hiruzen, Satoru simply shrugged, a playful smirk tugging on his lips. "Gotta make an entrance, right?" Naruto grinned beside him. "Didn't want to keep you waiting too long." "Wow." Like a child on a sugar rush, Vedant's eyes sparkled. "Lord Hokage, you never told us that we will be having magicians as teammates." He gushed like a fangirl. Boy, they can fly. How cool is that?" He practically vibrated with excitement. "Not magicians," the cloaked Naruto corrected with a chuckle. "Sorcerers." His voice was smooth, yet heavy at the same time, surprising everyone who knew him. "Naruto, you really have grown," Kakashi thought proudly. Vedant's excitement only spiked at Naruto's words. "Doesn't matter what you call it," he yelled, sounding almost like Lee and Guy. "How'd you do it? Can you teach me? Can you teach all of us?" "Hold your horses, Blondie." Satoru cut in with a grin, looking every bit of himself. "Let's at least introduce ourselves first. I'm new after all. No idea who any of you are." "Fat load of bullshit." The fucker knew every damn shinobi of noteworthy strength, including Genin. A few chuckles passed around, and Hiruzen nodded, giving the floor to each of them in turn. Vedant took the stage with a wide grin. "I'll go first. I am Vedant Roy, age 18, rank, Special Jonin, specialist in elemental martial arts." "Yes," Guy and Lee practically cried. "Another youthful taijutsu practitioner. How youthful of you, Vedant. We shall show the world the power of flames of youth." Guess who said that? There was a blaze in the eyes of the blonde martial artist. "I shall, Guy-sensei." "Ho boy," someone muttered. Anju took the stage next, stepping forward as her soft silver hair and eyes glittered in the morning skylight. "I am Anju Roy, Special Jonin, specializing in medicine, medical ninjutsu, and sword arts," she said calmly, her gaze lingering on Naruto for a little longer than others. Only a certain sorcerer noticed, and he grinned too toothily. Naruto shuddered rather violently and glared at his teacher/brother. Arian smiled slightly and gave a short bow. "Arian Roy, 18, Jonin, specialist in sealing and barrier techniques." His tone was formal and respectful, but he radiated immense confidence. "Barriers, huh?" Satoru thought, paying attention to the black-haired Jonin. Team 10 came next. Shikamaru gave an indifferent shrug. "Shikamaru Nara, Genin, 15, he muttered, hands in his pockets. "Specialist in shadows and dealing with troublesome things." He sighed, eyes half-lidded, giving the impression that the whole scene was just a bit too much work. Beside him, Choji Akimichi offered a friendly smile. "Choji Akimichi, I am also Genin, specialist in the Akimichi clan's techniques." He nodded with pride, pulling out a chip and munching on it contentedly. Ino flipped her hair with a self-assured smile. "Ino Yamanaka, Genin," she announced, flashing her blue eyes toward Naruto. "Specialist in Yamanaka techniques? And trust me, you'll remember it." She winked playfully. Team 9 went next, starting with Lee, who struck his signature pose with sparkling confidence. "I am Rock Lee, the handsome devil of the hidden leaf," he declared, his smile wide and his spirit even wider. "Specialist in taijutsu, under the guidance of my amazing and youthful sensei." Niji gave a respectful nod, calm and composed. "Niji Hyuga, genin of the leaf, master of the Byakugan and gentle fist." Tenten followed with a confident grin. "Tenten, genin and weapons specialist." She looked ready to prove her skills at any moment, her eyes full of excitement. Asuma nodded behind his team, speaking in his grounded, warm tone. "Asuma Sarutobi, jonin of the leaf, specialist in wind chakra and the Sarutobi clan's fire techniques." Guy struck his dramatic pose, thumb raised high, flashing his blinding grin. "Might Guy, jonin of the leaf, the green beast, taijutsu specialist." His enthusiasm rivaled Lee's, and the two shared an encouraging thumbs up. "Everyone is doing that a lot lately." Finally, Kakashi stepped up, his gaze settling on Satoru with a hint translates to a lot of intrigue. Red, anger and contempt. "Kakashi Hataki, jonin of the leaf." He gave a slight nod. "I specialize in, well, a bit of everything." As their gazes met, an intense silence fell, the two staring each other down. The group watched, sensing the tension rising, until Satoru broke it with a grin, a hand in front of his mouth as he giggled and his body shook with unbridled, barely suppressed laughter. "Careful, Kakashi," he teased with a goofy, mock-discreet gesture over his mouth. "Stare too much, and you might just fall in love." Kakashi let out a laugh, breaking the tension. "Sorry, not into dudes." "Oh?" Raising a delicate eyebrow behind his pitch-black sunglasses, he asked. "But I thought you were." He smirked sharply. "Considering how developed your anal sphincters are." They heard a snort, and that quickly became a full-blown laughter. "It was not even funny," Kakashi commented dryly, as Naruto continued rolling on the roof. "Developed, huh?" Kakashi finally said to Satoru. "How do you know?" Satoru soughed good-naturedly. "Six eyes can perceive muscles in an X-ray format due penetrative vision. With colors, so I already know how developed everyone here is physically. And no, I don't mean it in a perverted way. I see people as masses of chakra and muscles normally. Both natural holders of famed ocular abilities froze, bodies completely stiff. Six eyes? Niji wondered. Since when there was another visual prowess capable of this? More importantly, when did it come into existence? Better question is, how did that blonde buffoon acquire a visual technique? Sasuke thought rather bitterly. "Oh man, Kakashi," Satoru began giggling. "I couldn't resist. Your reputation practically invites it."
Hardy har.
"Laugh it up while you can," Kakashi sighed. "But I will hardly forget this man," he thought with dark determination. Naruto, still wheezing with laughter, piped up. "He got you good, Kakashi-sensei. Admit it." Hiruzen breathed deeply. Satoru is as flap-pant as ever. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention of everyone. "The fun is all well and good, but let's discuss business." But first, he looked at Naruto. "How no, more importantly, why is your hair glowing, Naruto? And your eyes?" "My hair isn't glowing." "It is," Hiruzen countered flatly. "It's subtle, but it is glowing." Naruto was not deterred. "One of the aspects of my technique. That's all you get from me." "And why is that, if I may ask?" The old Hokage asked teasingly, not having any information on Naruto's curse technique. "Because it's not a high-stakes battle," Naruto said sharply, eyes just as sharp as his words. "And I am no weakling who needs that paltry boost in strength." My, Hiruzen smiled. "Have you picked up pride from Satoru too?" "Wait, hold on," Sakura cut in. "What does he mean by his technique? And what boost?" Naruto looked at her oddly and stared. "Sorcery." Everyone just stared at him, waiting for him to continue. When he didn't, Satoru picked it up. In jujitsu, when someone reveals their hand to their opponent, they get a temporary boost in power. It's proportional to the amount of weakness and information you have revealed.
Körste technique.
And jujitsu is? Aryan asked for the first time. His curiosity piqued. What strange branch of chakra manipulation can allow people to have glowing body parts? It is not telling. Satoru grinned. Maybe when I decide to have another student. Or when Naruto himself wants to teach jujitsu to someone. Aryan wisely dropped the topic with a shrug. And your eyes? Hiruzen asked again. 6 eyes. I mean, how did you get them? I know they are 6 eyes. Again, my technique. And your technique is? Naruto leveled him with a flat stare. What do you take me for? An edgy novel protagonist who reveals his technique to the world? So they can counter it? Bullshit, he scoffed. Though, if you agree to give me your seat and that hat, I might tell you, he said with a smirk. Hiruzen smirked. If you want this hat, you'll have to take it. By merit or by force. For both, you are too young, Naruto. Maybe in a few years? Continue to improve and I might name you my successor. Now then, Hiruzen dropped it, clearing his throat. Let's get the mission briefing on the road. Everyone nodded, so he began. This mission has 2 distinct objectives. The first team will escort the Fire Nation's ambassador and his family to Raijin. Be aware, you have an elimination order for any and all hostile parties targeting the convoy. He took a slow drag from his pipe, a gesture Asuma mirrored unconsciously. That group will be of Team 9, 10, Team Roy, Sasuke, and Sakura. He declared, gaining nods from people he mentioned. He withdrew a scroll from his hammer space and tossed it to Asuma. The second unit has a completely different set of orders, so you may leave. You have to arrive in Amaterasu in 13 days. The mission duration is 1 month. Understood, sir. The first unit chorused in unison. Kakashi looked at his team. At gate 43, 3 hours. They nodded before vanishing from sight with body flicker. In seconds, only Satoru, Naruto, and Kakashi remained. What's the matter, old man? Hiruzen gave Naruto a sharp look, his face devoid of any expression he previously held, reminding him of his current position. Naruto was taken aback, flinched lightly, and said nothing. You 3 are to head to the northern province of Orihara. Recently, a mercenary group attacked a medium-sized village there. They slaughtered most of the men and kidnapped the women and children. This is an annihilation mission. I want every hostage safely recovered and the heads of every mercenary presented to me as confirmation. You have 1 week to complete the mission and an additional week to regroup with the convoy in the fire capital. His tone was resolute and grim. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. What's the connection between this mercenary group and our client? This group has been in contact with a former retainer and former general of our client, Hiruzen replied. The man defected and now intends to assassinate his lord. He's a seasoned warrior and not to be underestimated. His rank? Satoru inquired. He was the general of the state of Orihara. Satoru smirked, a touch darker, sending others on edge. Would be fun, fighting a samurai of such strength. Hiruzen's eyes sharpened once again. You 3 are among the strongest shinobi the Leaf has to offer right now. It may be overkill, but we cannot afford to take chances. Our mineral trade depends on it. Execute it flawlessly. For the first time in the briefing, Satoru and Naruto dropped to one knee, bowing their heads in a rare display of formality. Understood, sir. Kakashi nodded in silent acknowledgement. With a quick glance at one another, the 3 elite shinobi, perhaps the strongest team currently in the Leaf, rose and vanished from the room in unison, their forms flickering as they moved toward the armory. As they approached their apartment, the Roy siblings began to unwind, their shoulders losing the tension they held. Especially Unju, who broke into a fierce blush, cheeks bringing crimson the moment they stepped inside. She tried to keep her composure, but her rigid stance and averted gaze betrayed her. Vedant was quick to notice. Oh ho, what's this? He teased as he giggled. Looks like your little crush is still alive and kicking after all these years. Huh, sis? Unju shot him a withering glare. Shut up, smartass. It's not like that, And you know it, she growled, her tone sharp. Maybe, Arian chimed in, his expression the picture of calm amusement. He leaned against the wall, arms folded. But honestly, I doubt he even remembers us. It's been a long time. He shrugged, glancing at Anju. Still, Vedant has a point. You always had a soft spot for Naruto and a huge crush on him. Since what? Day one. That's not true, Anju protested, her voice rising. I don't. She cut herself off with a frustrated groan. You're both impossible. Arian raised a brow, smirking. Oh, come on. You're not fooling anyone. Remember how you couldn't even look him in the eye back then? I'm surprised you didn't trip over your own feet. That did not happen. Anju shot back, stomping her foot. Vedant jumped in, grinning from ear to ear. Oh, it absolutely happened. Right in front of so many people too. Honestly, I thought you were going to faint. Pulling a Hinata on us. Ha! I hate both of you, she muttered, burying her face in her hands. Hate us all you want, but you can't deny you're nervous about seeing him. Admit it, you're already planning how you'll act all casual and cool when he shows up. Vedant sighed. I will kill you, Anju said, her tone deadly as she lunged at him. Arian caught her arm with a laugh before she could reach her target. Easy there, sis, Arian said, shaking his head. Honestly, you should be excited. He's changed a lot. Stronger, more focused. Though, he pointed his right thumb at Vedant. Probably still just as much of a knucklehead as this one. Hey! Vedant exclaimed, crossing his arms indignantly. For your information, I've matured a lot since then. Arian tilted his head. Sure you have. And what about the time you? That doesn't count. Vedant interrupted, his voice almost a shout. And for the record, I taught Naruto plenty of useful things back then. Anju smirked, finally regaining her composure. Oh, like how to sneak snacks into classroom. Or maybe how to blow up training dummies without getting caught. Those were tactics. Thank you very much, Vedant replied, puffing his chest out. Creative problem solving. Arian continued to laugh, patting him on the back. Keep telling yourself that, buddy. Will he remember us? Still be our friend like we were? Vedant shrugged, his enthusiasm dropping a bit. Maybe, but he's still Naruto. If there's one thing that hasn't changed, it's his heart. And besides, he smirked. Even if he doesn't remember us right away, how could he ever forget you, Anju? Arian smiled, backing him up. Exactly. You've got that unforgettable energy. Anju groaned again. You two are the worst. And proud of it, Vedant quipped, laughing. A passing thought. Can you sense this, Satoru? No, but I can see it and sense it. The blonde ones specially. They are the most troublesome of the bunch. Heck. I am also blonde, you bastard. You are different yet not so different, Mr. Vincenzo. Stop teasing me. Damn it. Anyways, these three are not normal. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Yes, their spiritual structure is vastly different from normal humans. Humans of this world. Should we confirm it with Old Man Hokage? I already did. Before coming here, my shadow clone read files of every shinobi elected for this mission. They were not born in the leaf, but without a shadow of doubt, they are residents of Fire Nation. Their age is also consistent, intriguing, maybe pure reincarnates, as children, because I doubt they have memories of their past life like you do. Do they? No, they don't, and they can't be just reincarnates as you put it. Reincarnation solves and fixes any spiritual inconsistency, making their spiritual structure fit for the world to be. Astral body recycling. Their genetic data and world laws are rewritten. Only the spark of consciousness remains, carrying karma. Well, mystery to be solved, I guess. They are not a danger to us, nor to the village, so who cares? You are right. Yup, even if they become trouble in future, I sure am capable of handling all three. Being confident, are we? Why wouldn't I? I am the best, learning from the best. Zabist. Haha, well said, my Vincenzo. Something the matter? You seem uneasy. I don't know. I seem to be forgetting something extremely important. Emphasis on extreme. And I have no idea why. Memory temperament? No. I checked for any anomaly in your mindscape. Not even 1 day's worth of memory is missing. Or altered. And I doubt the giant furball would appreciate anyone poking around your head. Then what? Got any ideas? Shrug. Must be natural. If you can remember, then that's fine. If not, who cares? Let things happen when they happen. Deal with it. You are right. Sign. Well, anyway, I am having some ramen. You in? Order 2 veg bowls for me, would you? I'll be there in a minute. All right. You are paying.
Fine.